Yeah, at least a corner missing at the very least for that number 2 United Autosports Orica. A lot of cleanup to do in the surface, because the thing is, when you have an accident like that, there's just fluids go everywhere, bits of bodywork go everywhere. But what an amazing job from the AMR safety crew, and indeed the corner workers around the circuit as well. They've even got a band of corner workers from Scotland as well, Ryan.
That has to make you feel right at home.
Oh, but it warms my heart.
Who can provide the haggis? That's the important question. But no, fantastic. And I know there's corner workers here from Brazil, of course, a lot from the States and Canada. It is an international affair, not just on the racetrack, but for all the folks stationed around the track as well. And we thank them so much for their time, their efforts, and their expertise.
Well, the Daytona International Speedway is a place, it's like a gladiatorial coliseum, and it's got so many stories, it's got so much history. And our eagle-eyed Jamie Howe noticed that one of the pieces of equipment around the pit lane had been damaged, and we've learned more about the pit light that is no more. Jamie Howe, this is one of our more alternative CrowdStrike pit lane reports. What can you tell us?
Well, it's kind of sad. Johnny Knotts, the head pit lane official, he just stopped me and he said, "You saw my light get hit? The light that's in the tri-oval." I said, "Yes, I saw it." And he said, "Do you know how long that light's been around?" It's been around since the Speed Vision days. So we're talking, 2009, 2010. So that light had been around forever, and it is no more. So he said his name was Dan, if anybody wants to send him a card.
The pit lane light's name was Dan.
That's what I gather.
There you go. Okay, thank you, Jamie. That is why we brought in the superstars for this race. Jamie, those are the stories that she uncovers. Fantastic stuff. Well, hopefully we're nudging a little bit closer to green flag racing. Amazing job from the AMR safety crew and all the team here at Daytona International Speedway to clear up that incident. Several cars involved, several cars that required complete assistance to get back to the pit lane.
One interesting note about that incident that we saw there, I just got a message sent to me, and this is a really good point. That particular part of the track is one of the very few blind spots for the spotters that are so important here at Daytona, maybe more so than any other race that we go to. And just with the way that the pit lane infrastructure is built up, the infield infrastructure and the pit wall, things of that nature, that is about the one place on the track where the spotters have limited vision, let's say, to be able to alert the drivers that are coming in. And that might help explain why we saw so many pile in to the incident when it started to break out.
Could be, yeah. The thing is, though, when things are that frantic, it's just all instinct, isn't it? And just such a simple mistake that had such major ramifications. Unfortunately, what a pity. Keep your messages coming in at IMSA Radio on X. This is a message from Adam Watson. Can the cars involved repair and get back out? Yes, they can. He's thinking like the number 48 rear left corner repair. Can they repair it and get back out to finish for championship points, or is it day done? Yes, they can repair. The other thing as well is to remember is the Michelin Endurance Cup points as well, which are all offered at 6 hours, 12 hours, 18 and 24. Now, one driver who has, I think, won the Michelin Endurance Cup, certainly won the IMSA Championship before, is Madison Snow, who has caught up with Jamie Howe.
Yes, Kevin Vanderlinde behind the wheel right now. Madison, unfortunately, the sister, the number 48 machine, out of this race. How does that change the dynamic here for Paul Miller Racing with just one car left?
Yeah, I mean, it's terrible for the team. I mean, it just happened, so we got to still play it by ear to see exactly how bad the car is. Maybe we can repair it, maybe we can't. I'm sure the team's going to do everything they can to get it back going on track, but need to see how bad it is.
This is a race that you have a lot of experience with. You have a Rolex back in your jewelry box at home, I'm sure, is where it probably is. But for you, the changes this year, what's different now that you're leading this team?
I mean, right now, standing here in pit lane, I'd say the pit box looks like it's 3 sizes the size of last year. There's a lot more people going on, but it's a lot more information that we're getting in right now. And so it's early on in the season, so we'll see where it goes, but it's really cool.
What are you looking forward to most, not just for the second half or the 2/3 left of this race, but just the whole season in general, the kicking this off.
I mean, right now I'm looking forward to driving at night, but we'll see how it goes.
All right, it's time to get restarted here.
Back to green flag racing. Good to have a quick chat there with Madison Snow. So it's Jack Aitken who leads us away again. We'll try this again as they come round turn 1. Aitken holding a fairly tight line there, but a little bit wide for the 10 Wayne Taylor Racing car of Brendan Hartley. And here comes Nick Tandy trying to barge his way through there at turn 2 as they break for the International Horseshoe from big speed there down to first gear. And tell you what, Hartley says to Tandy, absolutely not. Remember, they were teammates back in the Porsche LMP1 days, and Hartley shuts the door hard on Nick Tandy. These guys both give as good as they get as they come down into the Western Horseshoe. Then it's the 25 BMW side by side there with the 5 Porsche. That's that is Neil Janney, and the 25 BMW, that is Sheldon van der Linde, who's making big moves, Ryan.
Another guy making big moves is the 85. That's Jimmy Bruni, JDC Miller Motorsports. Great restart for him. He's up at least 1 spot, and it looked like he was thinking about making a move on Blomqvist as well, but backed out of it. Right now, the fight, though, is a little bit further back. Looks like we've got BMW fighting with Porsche coming towards the Le Mans chicane. Aitken out in front, though, to the tune of 1.8 seconds.
Oh, but a mistake there big mistake for Brendan Hartley at the Le Mans chicane. He's managed to get away with it without any damage at least, but he's lost a whole ton of positions as all of the GTP field go through, and actually 1 or 2 of the LMP2s as well. Of course, he'll dispatch with them fairly easily with the power of the GTP car, but having to follow that procedure, you've got to weave your way through.
And from 2nd to 9th, that's how much it costs you, especially on a restart when the gaps are condensed. And Brendan won't like that one bit, but he's got his head back down. He's cleared the LMP2 traffic, or he's trying to at least, but at least on the cold tires, those LMP2s with some pretty good pace. Oh, and a spin for the 25.
The 25 BMW, this is chaos under the cover of night. The chaos ensues. Sheldon van der Linde off the road at turn 2. He gets back going again. Now, has that BMW M Hybrid V8 picked up any damage for Sheldon van der Linde? Just coming out of turn 1. It looks like he lost it on his own there, Ryan.
It did look that way. It's so difficult. Tire temps have all come down under the yellow, tails away. Don't know definitively, but I think you're quite right. Very similar to the incident that triggered the last full course yellow. Rear tires just not up to tip. No, there was contact. That one's pretty definitive.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty slam dunk there. Neil Janney, number 5, the Mustang sampling Porsche, gets into the quarter panel of Sheldon van der Linde and just turns him around. And I can tell you that it's already being looked at very closely in race control, and it wouldn't be a surprise to see Neil Janney get a penalty for that one. Well, it is getting frantic here at the Rolex 24. There's 16 hours to go, guys. This is so frantic at this time of night. I tell you what, Neil Janney actually there was a car's width there, but not much more at the apex of turn 1.
Yeah, I mean, it did seem in Johnny's defense that he did keep it pretty tight. He was just starting to open the wheel a little bit, and that's when the contact happened. Problems now for the Iron Dames. Looks like a left rear puncture on their Proton Run Porsche. And Michelle Gattig now, this is painful to have to limp around the track pretty much the entire distance with where that tire let go.
Yeah, this is going to lose them a lap, at least I would think, for Michelle Gattig on her debut as a Porsche Works driver for Iron Dames, the Proton Competition Run Iron Dames car.
Actually, to correct myself, I thought this was in Oval 1 and 2. It was actually in 3 and 4, so that was pretty good timing for the Iron Dames. And she's now just got the length of the pit lane, basically, to get to for them to be able to attend to that flat left rear.
So may get away with maybe just 1 lap loss. We'll see. We'll keep a close watch on that one. Unsurprisingly, in race control, incident between car 5 and 25 is under review. They're having a look at it from various angles. We really do have a privileged position here in so many ways in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. So at the front of the field then, it's the number 31 of Jack Aitken for Whelen Engineering Cadillac, being chased by the number 7 Penske Porsche Motorsport machine of Nick Tandy. 31 versus 7. wait a minute, I've seen this film before, Ryan.
Yeah, it does bring back some memories, doesn't it? Looks like the tire change is complete for the Iron Dames. I don't know that she's going to lose a lap to the GTD field, so that's the good news there for Michelle, but she was already down 1 lap at that stage. They're trying to fight back from some earlier misfortune. Meanwhile, GTP battle, as mentioned, Aitken ahead of Tandy by a second. Blomqvist not far back, though. 3 different makes in the top 3 spots. It's Cadillac, Porsche, Acura, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, the sole challenger for Acura in terms of a race win. The number 60 Acura for Meyershank Racing of Tom Blomqvist. That brand, team and driver have reached victory lane here before in both DPI and GTP competition. Going back to the GTD Pro battle, the number 64, the pole sitter of Mike Rockenfeller, the absolute veteran of sports car racing, of DTM and many other categories, chasing down Fabian Schiller in the number 69 Get Speed AMG. The AMG has been a really strong package here over the years, and yeah, front engine big V8 seems to be the order of the day, with Vervish leading from Schiller, leading from Rockenfeller. You're listening and watching, if you are enjoying our pictures on IMSA TV, the 63rd Rolex 24 at Daytona. So Ryan Marine, this is, I feel like I went and had a nice relaxed dinner, had a chat with a few people, came back in, and I feel responsible in a way.
No. Unless you want responsibility.
No, definitely not.
Okay,
no.
all right. No, we're
Millions
not
of
gonna
pounds of race cars damaged, no. No.
We're not going to put that on you. But that said, if you want responsibility for this fight in GTD Pro, I'm willing to give that to you. It's really, really good. Top 3 covered by less than a second. A couple of Fords with the Mercedes of Schiller sandwiched in the middle. And you mentioned it is the Get Speed car. Bartone Brothers Racing all over it as well, with that characteristic skull and crossbones. Now, we've talked to flat track motorcycle legends. We've talked about the different legends of various forms of motorsport that are here, but how about the Bartone brothers, who are legends in drag racing here stateside? Top alcohol champions, the father of Anthony Bartone, who's part of this lineup here, and they're being assisted as well by the wonderful American team Real Time Racing, which ran Anthony Bartone in SRO America a couple of years ago, Peter Cunningham's team from up in Milwaukee, and just providing a little bit of background assistance for the Get Speed team, which had never come to race in America before this event.
Yeah, they're a brilliant team at the Nürburgring. You know, if you have a Get Speed AMG comes up in your mirror, you're in trouble. They're usually driven by the top drivers. Unsurprisingly, the number 5 Mustang Sampling Porsche has been given a penalty drive-through for incident responsibility. Nick Tandy had a big look up the inside of Jack Aitken at the International Horseshoe, and it was a big look, and it's now a look in the mirror, because Nick Tandy has hit the front of this motor race for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Remember, Nick Tandy is trying to complete a historic Grand Slam of 24-hour races. It's never been done before. It's never been done before. He's won the Nürburgring 24 overall. He's won the Le Mans 24 overall. He has won in class here before, but never overall. He's also won the Spa 24 overall, but he's trying to win the Rolex 24 overall and complete that historic Grand Slam. One thing that we have to consider, though, is that he's on the newer tyres, and we've seen this a few times throughout the last few hours, haven't we, Ryan, where we saw it with Kobayashi when he put the new rubber on, he charged to the front, and with Nick Tandy, the same thing's happening here. Everyone
is on a different sequence here. The reason is, as we talked about a few times before, but if you're just joining us, this is worth remembering. The tire allocation isn't enough where you can put fresh 4 tires on at every single pit stop. You have to either double stint all 4, or most of the time the teams will put on left sides only, right sides only, something like that, to get through the tire allocation through the night. And this is the time you want to do that as well, because tire degradation is lower as the temperature comes down, as we see here at the moment in Daytona. But then the idea is you get the double stinting done as soon as you can, so you can go full sticker runs for as much time as possible at the tail end of the race to give your best chance to go for the win.
This might look like a series of sprint races, but it is still a marathon as well. And Jamie Howe, who's on, how she keeps on top of it, and how all of our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters keep on top of every story, I'll never know. But Jamie, what did you spot there with the Whelen team and with what they were telling their driver?
Well, it was exactly what Ryan was just talking about in terms of the tires, and it wasn't really spotting. I was listening in on the scanner, and just the conversation. It was so refreshing just to listen to the information that was being fed to Jack Aiken, who's in that number 31 from Whelen Engineering. He reminded him, the team reminded him that the number 7, Nick Tandy, is on newer tires. So keep that in mind as Nick was not only approaching him, but passing him, that yes, they're on the same pit strategy in terms of when they come to pit lane, but they're on a different strategy in terms of how fresh the rubber is underneath them. So just making sure he doesn't try to push too hard, try and get that number and try and duplicate what it is that Nick is doing. There's still so much racing left to go, and right now it's just about staying out of trouble and staying smart.
Thanks, Jamie, for that CrowdStrike pit lane report. And yeah, that's the thing. What I love is that someone from the Whelen Engineering team is going to be watching the Porsche Penske team there like a hawk, and and watching all the teams. And I love that little bit of cloak and dagger where you've got to watch exactly what your opponents are up to, picking up on every clue, some more obvious than others. But I think Tom Blomqvist, he's going to be on the scene pretty soon in the number 60 Marushank Acura, so maybe he's on new rubber too, or newer rubber than maybe those around him. So he's only 3.4 seconds off the lead right now, and 0.9 of a second behind Jack Aitken at the last timing split.
The other element of it is here at Daytona alone, the GTP class cars have access to Michelin soft tire only for a certain amount of time in the overnight hours, which we are in right now. Last year, this is the first time that had been available to the teams, and they didn't use them because it was so warm. It's cool this year, so I suspect many teams are using them, but not necessarily all of them. They are softer, so they give you more grip, but they also wear out sooner, so there's an ebb and flow there as well, and some cars maybe can work with them better than other chassis. So that's something for the CrowdStrike pit reporters to keep an eye on as well, which compound of tire is going on the GTP cars. If I could quickly go back to the Anthony Bartone story just real fast, I mentioned that the team has, or the Bartone family has a history in drag racing. The father of Anthony, Tony, was the 1996 NHRA Top Alcohol Funny Car champion. But great note that just came into me on X from Noah, who reminds me that when Anthony Bartone won the Spa 24 last year in class, the Bartone brothers NHRA team was racing that day as well and got a win. So how about that? 2 wins on 2 different continents, one at Spa and one in straight line drag racing. I can't imagine there are many teams that can claim that.
No, that's a unique one. That's a unique one. I heard a great anecdote in the media center the other day that Peterson White Lightning, who were an iconic American Le Mans Series team, they ran Porsches very successfully for years and over at Le Mans too. But they did the Dakar Rally, which I never knew about that. So yeah, racing teams, they can surprise you from time to time. Unfortunately, the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac doesn't look like it's going to be going anywhere in a hurry. A lot of team personnel around the car, both doors open, and yeah. The one thing is though, and this is why we may see the number 93 Acura back out after so long behind the wall, coming back out, because if you're a team with 2 cars, one of them's out of contention, you can use the car that's out of contention as a guinea pig. So you think, if you're sitting there going, shall we use the soft? Shall we use the medium? Well, let's bring the car that's out of contention in, put them on soft, and let's find out. You've got that luxury. That's right. It's a great idea. You know, I don't think we're going to see any rain, but that's another area where you could experiment a little bit. If the track is in mixed conditions, you want to see, is it time to make the switch either onto wets or onto slicks, whatever the case may be. We've seen teams do that in the past. Interesting look from on board car 70, if you're watching the pictures with us, of the back of, I believe that's the DXDT Corvette with the left tail light out, it would appear. Now, this happened on the right tail light to the number 3 Corvette last year. Yeah. which ended up in a fairly smoky end, sadly. Hopefully the same thing won't happen to the DXDT car, that green and blue machine. New addition to the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, and they're going to have Robert Wickens doing the sprint races in the car, which I'm super excited to see that one. And yeah, but that tail light coming out, it seems to be something to do with that Z06 GT3R, that the tail light seemed to pop out quite easily for some reason.
Behind that would be, but you mentioned...
I know you're going to go and find out, though.
I'd
I know
love
that
to.
you're not going to let that sit, are you?
I think my next stint in the pits is not for, well, quite a few hours yet, but if we don't have the answer to that, I might at least poke my head in and see if I can get an answer. But yeah, you mentioned Robert Wickens joining the team. That starts at Long Beach for the sprint races on the calendar. The lineup that you have here at Daytona, Sally Ulick, Alec Udell, Charlie Eastwood, and then how about Pipo Derani, former top-class champion multiple times over, winner of this race before as well, jumping in. Doesn't have a lot of GT experience on the resume. He's done some Ferrari starts at Le Mans. Of course, he did the Ford GT program as well.
And very importantly, he's a former Bentley boy.
Is that right?
He was a Bentley boy, very briefly, yes.
Okay, I forgot about that.
And it's a good job that Bentley aren't in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, because I would get accused of being biased.
I see.
I quite like a Bentley.
Well, I had the privilege of covering some of those GT3 Bentleys here stateside for a number of years, and they made the most delightful rumble. I really enjoyed watching them, and it was so incongruous to see effectively a boat of a vehicle go that fast, mixing it up with the likes of a nimble little Ferrari or something like that. But tell you what, the Bentley folks, they know how to build them. It was stout, it was fast, and it was always popular as well.
The second generation car, that Bentley GT3, was designed by a guy called Christian Loriot, who is an iconic rally car designer. He built some of the best rally cars ever made for ProDrive Subaru, for M Sport Ford, and he, up until very recently, designed a lot of the Hyundai World Rally cars as well. And yeah, he says that was his favorite program of his career, the Bentley, and it was M Sport weren't a GT manufacturer. They built rally cars,
right?
And they ended up doing that. So it was a really cool car. Actually, one of them ran in the hands of Team Parker Racing at Dubai. So they are still homologated for another couple of years, but you don't see them all that often. Of course, here in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, most of the cars competing are the very latest evolutions of GT3 machinery. Yeah,
pretty much the only exception is the Lexus RCF GT3, which has been running here since 2017. So I guess it's right there with the Orica LMP2 car that also debuted in 2017. Those are probably the oldest cars in the field. I wonder if any of the original chassis, either the Orica or the Lexus, are still in play. I'm sure somebody has the answer to that. But that said, I wouldn't sleep on that Lexus. They've been quiet so far, but that's a team that knows the equipment that it's working with exceedingly well. And it's a tried and true package, isn't it?
So Mr. Orca, Huri Shonak in the catering earlier on, almost got a bit sunstruck actually, the cars that he's built in his time. Hello to Dan, and most importantly, hello to Mary, who are watching. Unfortunately, they were cheering for the plaid Lamborghini, the Pfaff Lamborghini, which doesn't look like it's going to be picking up another win at the Rolex 24 for Pfaff, but they're still there cheering on, and great to hear from you. Thanks for writing in, and indeed to you all who are around, watching around the circuit and listening in on 107.9 FM. Into the pits then, the number 22 United Autosports Orica, and that is the sole remaining United Autosports car. Doing a driver change in there too, right?
That was from the lead of the class. It's worth noting Paul di Resta was in the car, and I confess I'm not entirely sure about the helmet of the driver getting in, but that will be resolved before too much longer, one way or the other. Tear off on the windscreen, cleaning off the air intakes. And all of this you can get done here while the fuel is going in, and you haven't lost any time. You really are typically fuel limited on any pit stop at the end of a full stint, and that's exactly what we have here. Looked pretty clean from the United crew, as you would expect.
Exactly what you would expect. And we've been teased throughout the week. There's this rumour that seems to be building that McLaren might be coming with an LMDH or a hypercar. Well, you would think that it would be United Autosports that would be in pole position to run that programme, given Zach Brown's connections, and well, not just connections, involvement in that team, but all just rumour for now. We'll have to be just sit and wait patient. And I think also we can't get too greedy as well, because we're doing pretty well in sports car racing at the moment for attention and for engagement and involvement from manufacturers through the GTs and indeed the prototypes. How it's just developed over such a short space of time is just a joy to see. The gap at the front of the field is certainly developing as well. Though Nick Tandy putting those new Michelin tyres to good use, leading by 5.7 seconds as he rattles his way over the curbs through the Le Mans chicane and back up onto the high banks. And Tandy and Felipe Nasr putting in a lot of driver time. They've had Lawrence Vantor on the car a little bit, but only a little bit. They're really seem to be doing the heavy lifting themselves right now.
Wonder if they're trying to keep Lawrence fresh for the stretch run. Of course, won the World Endurance Championship hypercar class last year for Porsche, so he knows the car well, knows this race well, of course, having competed in it in various categories over the year. Wouldn't be, even though he's not one of the full season drivers, it would not be a surprise if Larry, as he's known affectionately here stateside, is tabbed to take the car home in the final couple of stints.
Oh, I think he'll be one of the full season guys.
You do?
I really do. Yeah, and we saw that. The thing is, Porsche Penske Motorsport, like a lot of the teams, they're very analytical on pace, and basically it will be down to whoever's quickest on the day. They'll put them in the car, whether that's Nasr or Tandy or indeed Lawrence Vantor. But I love the image when Lawrence got out the car knowing that they'd won the World Championship, and Lawrence's daughter came up to give her dad a big hug and said, "Dad, you're world champion." And there was a great picture of it. And for Christmas, Lawrence's brother Dries, who's in the 24, he's in it at the moment, the 24 BMW, got a big poster of it and framed it for a Christmas present. That's a good brotherly present.
It is. Maybe makes up for their Nürburgring run-in that happened infamously a few years ago.
Yes, if you haven't seen it, look it up.
Hatchet buried, though, at this stage. And
yeah, they
nice.
both laugh about it now.
That's right, that's right. Nice piece of art exchanged, and yeah, seems like a great way to commemorate a wonderful achievement. So while Nick Tandy is running away in GTP, the other three classes are exceedingly close. LMP2, it's less than a second. Paul-Loup Chaton back to Johnny Edgar. GTD Pro, it's just barely over a second with Fred Vervish and Fabian Schiller 1-2, and it's really a 3 or 4 car battle when you throw in Rockenfeller and Preining all within 3 seconds of one another. And GTD, I mean, just could they get it a little closer for us? 1.9 seconds, guys.
Well, yeah, and then the 1.9 seconds, and then the battle of the podium has 4 cars in it. You've got last year's winner on GTD for well, when he was driving with Windward last year, but Daniel Morad now driving with Team Korthoff in their red and black Mercedes with the white wheels on it. It's a slightly different colour scheme. It's been chased down. That car's been chased down by Pipo Durrani in the Corvette, the DXDT Corvette. Then right behind him is the Inception Ferrari. Yes, the Inception Ferrari. And then sneaking up there, one car that we would normally talk about all the time, but we haven't talked about an enormous amount in this race, is the 96 Turner BMW.
Yeah, Robbie Foley right now in the car. Definitely not languishing. That's been the word of the day for the Turner group. Doing a nice job making their way up the order here as Robbie Foley continues to pedal away.
Would they qualify to be a snake in the grass? I love that. I love that. I'm so stealing that, right?
Have at
I already
it.
have stolen.
Well, I did too. I appropriated it from somewhere. But anyway, imitation is the highest form of flattery or something to that effect. But yeah, you're right. It's a really good battle breaking out there in GTD. Now, Daniel Morad, you mentioned he's with the Korthoff competition, although I think they kind of changed that name up again, but Korthoff, we'll just call it, to be correct, for this race, but has raced in this race for so many years with Windward and raced with Windward yesterday in Michelin Pilot Challenge. I have to imagine it would be a little bit confusing trying to remember which pit stall to stop in, having stopped in the Windward pit stall just yesterday. But now he's got to remember, nope, I'm not a Windward driver, I'm a Korthoff driver.
That's yes, that must be tricky to just adjust your thinking. I think it's a little bit of a competitive advantage to do the Michelin Pilot race on the Friday, or just to race a Michelin Pilot Challenge full stop, because in terms of being battle sharp, I think it does give you a slight edge if you've competed in that race the day before. And it needn't just be in Daytona. I mean, if you're racing around the whole season and you've got to drive in Pilot Challenge as well as in WeatherTech, I think you've got a little bit of an edge.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think there's also a reason that the new GTDX class in the VP Racing Sports Car Challenge Series is starting to take off the way that it is. As Robbie Foley, as we talked about, the snake in the grass, question mark, puts the move there around the outside of Pipo Derani. Couldn't get the move made into turn number 1. But many of the guys, back to that previous point, in GTDX, in VP Challenge, they raced last weekend as the fireworks go off here at Daytona. Forgot about that.
Yeah, well, we had fireworks about half an hour ago
Yeah.
with that restart, and
Sure
now
did.
we've got fireworks that are up in the sky, and we've got them under green flag racing. Sometimes we have them under full course yellow, not by design. No, don't stop it, conspiracy theorists. But yeah, this is one of the special things about the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Imagine that you're in the car and you're trying to hold somebody off. You're trying to defend your position, and then boom, crackle, snap, crackle, pop.
Yeah.
Go the fireworks.
A few drivers have told me over the years they like to be warned that it's about to happen so it doesn't take them unawares. But third time's the charm. I'm going to finish the point about the VP Challenge. A lot of drivers did use that as a tune-up to this. So let's use Adam Adelson, for example. He ran those 2 races last weekend in the same Porsche 911 GT3R that he's going to use here and is using here this weekend. And that is a great tune-up. So to your original point from a couple of minutes ago, Peter, sorry to get so sidetracked, it is valuable always to get seat time on the racetrack, especially if it's in a comparable car to the one you'll be driving next.
Yeah, very true, very true. All seat time is good seat time in motor racing. Well, this historic event in its 63rd edition here, and many drivers have competed in it more than 20 times. Brian DL in the Era Motorsport car, celebrating his 20th Rolex 24, and my heart goes out to the whole Magnus team, but particularly to Andy Lally, making his bowing out of his full-time driving career at the Rolex 24, a race that's brought so much success for him. And unfortunately, it's not going to be another Rolex watch for Andy Lally with the Magnus car going out a couple of hours ago. Such a shame for that squad.
It is. You mentioned the success here. 5 class wins for Andy Lally in this race. None since 2016. It should be noted, but still just a remarkable career, a Grand Am championship, a couple of them actually. Was the NASCAR Cup Series Rookie of the Year, lest we forget, and a little stint over on the stock car side of things. So one of a handful of drivers in this race that have raced in the Daytona 500 as well as the Rolex 24. We have one Daytona 500 winner in the field, and that's Austin Cindric, who got drafted in with Ford Multimatic. But very fantastic career across multiple disciplines for Andy Lally, and we wish him the best of luck as he heads off to take a leadership role with Trans Am. That's what's next for him. Hasn't totally ruled out the sporadic appearance in a sports car race. And look, if you were thinking about hiring a ringer for Daytona, why not draft in a 5-time class winner, right?
Well, I think I said over breakfast, saying, well, maybe when he might readjust his decision when he potentially gets reduced down to silver grade status when he reaches a significant birthday, which isn't too far away, shall we say. and then he can come back. And funny enough, he was quoted saying exactly that in an article with SportsCar 365 this morning. So yeah, there's definitely a demand for a quick and experienced driver of a certain level of life experience. Brilliant stuff, Andy. We salute you. You've had an amazing career, and I'm sure it's not done just yet.
And just a fascinating guy off the racetrack as well. Martial arts enthusiast, jiu-jitsu enthusiast. He's also done street luge, which is luge as you know it, on ice, except not on ice at all, but on rollers down hills on pavement. And it takes a certain kind of crazy, but a certain kind of awesome to sign up and do that, and that's something Andy's done over the years.
Yeah, racing in Aston Martin's probably the safest thing he does on a
Sure
weekly
sounds that way.
basis. The GTPs are trying to cut their way through traffic now, and the number 60 Acura chasing down there. The number 60 of Tom Blanco is trying to get onto the case of the 24 of Dries Vanthoor, the pole-sitting car, and they've kind of, the 24 BMW, it's sort of yo-yoed up and down the order pretty much since the start. I mean, in the first, in that long green flag running period, which went on for the first couple of hours, Dries Vanthoor just drove away from the field, and I was thinking, oh, could this be a one-sided race? But it never really goes that way at Daytona, and they've had it's just like you say, ebbed and flowed back and forth as they came into the pits at the end of the second stint, hit the pit wall, got a penalty for fueling the car on the jack stands, and it's kind of just gone back and forth the whole way.
2 penalties actually for that car. So the first one was, is that right? No, I'm misreading this, I'm sorry. So they lost a bunch of time, as you mentioned, coming into the pit lane at the end of the second stint. That was towards the end of the second hour. Lost about 30 seconds because of that. Dries Vanthoor, you might recall the interview that we had with him. Our CrowdStrike pit reporting team caught up with a rather frustrated Dries Vanthoor at the time. But they lost about 30 seconds and a lot of track position there. But yes, then I guess it was for that same pit stop, wasn't it, that they had the drive-through that was issued about 19 minutes later, and they've been trying to come back ever since. They've already done that one brake change. That was done recently, about an hour ago. And it's unclear whether or not that was planned or not at this stage. But nevertheless, the car is fast right now. It still has, I think, the fastest lap of the race. It does overall, and it's in podium contention.
I think when you've got when you've got really good pace, and there's a full course yellow, and you know that you can do that brake change and stay on the lead lap at this stage, maybe you go, do you know what, we just want to make sure we've got a great race car all the time, and play it conservative. Maybe if you've not got that absolute ultimate pace, which the BMW seems to have very good pace, maybe then you think, we can only afford to do one brake change, and the full course yellow's got to land kind of where we need it to land. So I don't know. That's good. We're going to keep a close watch on that. The GTPs are going to be very close to coming into the pits now. We can tell that by IMSA.com/GTP hyphen telemetry. You can look at that. That's what we have in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Center, and we're expecting the 24 BMW in anytime soon, but the 85 JDC Miller Porsche is making its stop as well. And they jump into action. Driver change going on down there. Jamie Howe down in the pit lane with a CrowdStrike pit lane report for the JDC Miller Porsche. Jamie.
As you're watching the work unfold down here on pit lane, it's funny, you get to this stage of the race and all the crew members start to take their seats, they start to close their eyes whenever they can, but then as soon as the time comes around where we're getting close to pit stops, the body language of everybody down on pit lane changes. That's exactly what's happening right now as GTP cars are getting ready to come in, the number 85 being the first. Fuel going in right now. They did go ahead and take on a new set of Michelin tires, but if you look down pit lane towards the GTP field, we're expecting to see pretty much all of the cars coming in. I think this lap, we're going to see the next of them. That will be the number 24 BMW that you were just talking about.
Thank you, Jamie, for that CrowdStrike pit lane report. The GTPs, yeah, we've got another GTP coming down into the pit lane now. Jamie, you're going to be busy for the next few minutes. The BMW for you.
Yes, and this is the number 24 that I was just mentioning. You covered it. They did the brake change already, and Dries Vanthoor will stay behind the wheel. They're cleaning off the windshield for him. Checking out the tires. Looks like they're taking some temperatures just to make sure everything still looks good. Fuel only staying in, as I mentioned. I have the sister car, the number 25. They're getting ready for their pit stop as well. So they're kind of staggering these two cars. I've noticed as the race has gone on, they're not having them on pit lane at the same time. It just eliminates, you know, any backup, any error that could happen, especially at this stage in the race when you've got 24 hours to make up for it. So they stagger them just to make sure each of them has a clean in and a clean exit. So the 25 will come in the next lap. That was a great stop for the number 24.
Jamie Howe down in the pit lane providing our CrowdStrike pit lane reports. Nick Damon and Joe Bradley also on the team taking a little bit of rest right now. I would think they're having a palatial snooze in our Cadillac Escalade provided by the good folks at Hertz Rental. We've been enjoying rumbling about in that V8 machine, which is significantly larger than what we're used to over the pond, Ryan.
Yeah, we were discussing that last night, weren't we? Could you even park that anywhere in the UK? And I think the consensus was no.
You need a fairly big driveway. Yeah, that's for sure. The number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine in from the lead of the race and is pulled up at the feet of Jamie Howe.
Yes, and I think this will be a quick stop for them as well. Actually, here on the radio right now, they're doing the countdown. It's going to be about 25 seconds from now until they're ready to send that car out of their pit box. Nick Tandy will stay behind the wheel, and if you remember, this will be a double stint. This is the second stint going on this set of Michelin tires. Nick happy with the setup, the way the car has come to them in the cooler nighttime temperatures. They just have about 5 seconds left on this stop as the number 25 BMW has now come into pit lane. And this is a different stop than what we've seen from the first 3 callers. This will be a full service stop for the number 25. Rene Rast is up at the wall with his seat insert, ready to get in. 4 new Michelin tires. Looking at them right now, these are the yellow branded tires. So they're sticking to the mediums, even though the temperatures have fallen right now. They're not dipping into that inventory quite yet, but some great pit stops down here. You can tell the teams have really been working on these and going through the choreography, I like to call it, of the pit stop. Nobody's getting in anybody's way. Nobody is in any sort of a hurry. Everyone knows exactly what their job and their role is. Still waiting on the fuel for the number 25, and they're going to send Rene Rast out.
Yeah, you just heard the electric pull away of the BMW, waiting just for that V8 engine to fire into life. Thank you to Jamie Howe for that CrowdStrike pit lane report, and it's a great point about the operations that run these GTP teams. If you're going GTP racing, you are at the absolute peak. You know, Team Penske need no introduction. Whelen Engineering with their Action Express squad, Wayne Taylor Racing, Rahal Letterman Lanigan, etc. Just as I say that, Whelen Engineering in for their stop. Jamie.
Yes, and Jack Aitken will be staying behind the wheel of that number 31 car, but they are going to go ahead and take on 4 Michelin tires. The headlights on these cars, the LED, the bright white LEDs, I can't see the sidewall of the tire right now, so I'll have to wait until he drives by to see which spec of tire they're going with. Right in front of them on pit lane is the number 10, the remaining entry from Wayne Taylor Racing. Brendan Hartley climbing out of that car, handing duties over to one of his teammates now. So a little bit of a strategy, different strategies. I love it, in between all of the different teams, different ways of getting to the end of this race and different ideas. There's a great stop for the number 31 as he now pulls out of pit lane, waiting on fuel for the number 10.
Just caught the thump of the 5.5 litre Cadillac V8 in the Whelen number 31 machine, barking into life, and the GTDs are coming to join the party as well. We have a proper pit party going on, and that battle in GTD as well, Ryan, for the podium, really tight, and it's going to be a race on pit road.
And it's going to break off for a moment at least, that fight on track, and now the fight erupts in the pit lane where these pit crews go to work. We see Turner in, we see the Get Speed Bartone Brothers Racing car in the pit lane, DXDT as well. That car has been quietly coming to the fore, even if they are down a tail light. Both blinkers appear to work. I can see them flashing as they do their service down in the pit lane below. But a couple of GTP cars still to come in. We've got Tom Blomqvist we're waiting on. Matthew Jaminet just arrived. And they're able to extract just a little bit more out of this stint than the rest of the cars in their class. And especially for the Meyer-Shank team, that's something they've been doing from the word go.
Yeah, great to have Meyer-Shank back in the paddock with their pair of Acuras. Unfortunately, one having issues early on, the number 93, they had to change the whole rear of the car. But the number 60, the Meyer-Shank Racing Acura, effectively the traditional number for Meyer-Shank Racing in GTP, back as the last bit of fuel goes into the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 6. 40 seconds of fuel theoretically, and off it goes.
Nice job by the team, good execution. Now you see the blend there, and you have to, if you're in the inside lane or the middle lane, let's call it, they call it the transition lane officially, you have to give way to the car on your outside. That is the way the regulation is written. If there's any overlap at all, you have to give way, and it's a little more complicated when you have the class overlap, as you saw right there, but a nice job to manage the Dragon Speed car that was coming in. Now you got to tiptoe out of this pit lane. It is so treacherous. It got a little bit easier when the pit lane limiter was extended all the way to about this point right here. That's where the RFID readers are that allows Michelin and IMSA to keep track of tire usage. Used to be that section that you saw right there with the two walls encroaching on either side. That used to be fair game, and you saw a lot of incidents there. It has gotten a little bit easier, but still no mean feat exiting the pits here at Daytona.
Yeah, it is. It's you could call that the Wall of Champions, actually, because there's so many who have found themselves coming a cropper there. I remember a couple of years ago, Elio Castroneves actually spinning going out of there and ended up going back up the wrong way, quite controversially. But yeah, it can happen. Unfortunately, a penalty for the number 8 Turn Motorsport car, who's having a pretty rough time with things, but is still hanging on there. An improper, in fact, it's not a penalty, it's just a warning, improper re-entry after turn 7. So that is Lamont Chicane, isn't it? Or are we talking? No, just coming on to Speedway turn 1. So just a warning for them. Also hearing that car number 60, that is the Meyer-Shank Acura, has gone off at turn 5. That's the Western Horseshoe. That's been many drivers have come a cropper there on cold tires, but it has got back going again. Felix Rosenquist at the wheel, and he's just dropped behind Mathieu Jaminet.
That's exactly what caught out Hunter McElroy right in the TDS LMP2 a little bit earlier on, and he made contact with the tires, and then kind of sounds like the gearbox issues that they've had were a result of that. Meantime, battle is back on at the front of the field in GTP.
You bet it is. Dries Vanthoor has got the bit between his teeth, and he's trying to hunt down Mathieu Jaminet for Porsche Penske Motorsport. The Porsche 963 driven by the Frenchman, the Belgian driver Dries Vanthoor, as they make their way through the kink. Normally flat out in a GTP car, but if you've got GTD cars there, it can be tricky to try and maneuver it. The front runners in GTD Pro have just taken their stops as well, with Fabian Schiller keeping the 64 Ford at bay. We should see the 65 leading Ford Mustang of Fred Vervichen fairly soon, I would imagine.
I think they're probably just trying to stagger those pit stops and not come in on top of one another. We've seen that bite a couple of teams in the GTP class, most notably over the course of the race already. So we'll keep an eye on that. Wayne Taylor Racing, not just a GTP operation, of course. They also have this number 45 Lamborghini. It's a really good lineup once again this year, with Trent Hidman in for the full season to join Danny Formal as far as the full IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship season is concerned. And it's a reunion of sorts for Trent. He drove in Lamborghini Super Trofeo, actually won a world final for Wayne Taylor Racing a handful of years ago. That was 2017, in fact, and got the call to jump back in, this time a GT3 spec Lamborghini, and he said it really felt like coming home.
Pit stop for Rexy, the number 77 AO Racing Porsche, been brought in GTD Pro by Lauren Heinrich, last year's GTD Pro champion. Didn't quite spot if there was a driver swap or not. The fuel's still going in. The fuel goes in at the front, just on the hood there, unlike on the streetcar. And there's one gold tooth on the front of Rexy with a 24 written on it. That is for that GTD Pro Championship. And there's actually a virtual Rexy as well, which raced in the IMSA Global Esports Championship, which won a race and turned up at the season finale with one gold tooth for that race win.
They think of everything. It's amazing. And just a wonderful program that has brought so many new people into the sport. I know you guys have covered this off on the show already, but I think it's just so commendable. And the fact that Mattel and Hot Wheels thought, yeah, you know what, this is pretty cool, and they created a Hot Wheels version of it that I've yet to find, and I suspect that's because of the extreme popularity of said car and model. I mean, that speaks volumes. That's the way you get young people excited about it. I know my 12-year-old is dying to find one of those Rexy Hot Wheels. We got to work on that one of these days.
You need to speak to Kelly Bruley from AO Racing. I'm sure she gets this all the time for people.
That's why I haven't.
Okay, all right.
And I don't want favoritism. I'll go search my local store.
While we let that one stew, Jamie Howe has got more news in the pit lane for us. Jamie?
Our GTD Pro class leader, the number 65 Ford Multimatic Motorsports Mustang with a Dervish behind the wheel, is going to stay there for another stint, but he is going to get a fresh set of Michelin rubber underneath them. The team taking a walk around as well, just to make sure everything still looks like it's intact, cleaning off that windshield. I see some debris in the front grille. I'm sure they're going to address that, as well as the team just, you know, we talked about with the prototypes, it's no different in the GT cars. These teams are just rehearse and rehearse and rehearse. They plan for everything, and fuel's still going in right now. No hurry up, everybody just doing their job and going about it. Great clean pit stop for the class leader. That was the number 65, and you heard it pull away.
Thank you, Jamie. And yeah, we definitely got to keep open mic for the Mustang, for that Ford Performance Mustang, that V8. When you're walking around this amazing facility and you hear the cars going around, echoing around the high banks, you can hear that Mustang. You think, has somebody let a NASCAR Cup car out onto the track for some reason? Are we doing a Garage 56 here at Daytona?
It does sound marvelous, that's for sure. You know, we talk about, how difficult it is on cold tires for the GTP cars, and that's the Meyer-Shank number 60 that locked up Felix Rosenquist, and the victim there was one of the two Vassar Sullivan Lexuses. I couldn't tell which one it was, but that was a big moment there involving the remaining Acura ARX-06 and then one of the front-running cars in either of the GT classes. Not exactly sure which one it was.
It was the 14 of Ben Barnicat there, just going to take the Ben Barnicat just going to take the race. Well, actually, it was on the outside, and the Acura came through. So Felix Rosenquist get it. I mean, it's been a pretty fraught start to the stint for Felix Rosenquist, doesn't it? Because on the outlap, he's been caught out by what many drivers have been caught out by. Is that those cold tires just on, particularly the Western Horseshoe has been where it's been a problem. Cold tires lock up and onto the grass. And for poor old Hunter McElroy in the number 11 TTS, he made it all the way to the barrier and with big consequences. But Rosenquist, he's had that, and then a little bit of side-to-side contact with one of the GTD cars. So yes, it's all happening. And if you think that everything goes calm under the cover of darkness, well, no, actually, it more turns into a bit of a midnight rave of sorts.
Yeah, the atmosphere here, whether it's in the infield or on the racetrack, starting to get into the festive party mode, I think. Maybe a little too festive there for Felix Rosenquist, who I think we talked about this, maybe it was yesterday, Peter, but I believe he now holds the distinction of the only driver who has raced a hybrid Indy car, a hybrid GTP car, and the Formula E car. So he brings a lot of experience with electric power plants and hybrid power plants to the operation. And of course, the full season driver in IndyCar, one of two for Meyer-Shank Racing. So they might as well bring him on over here and plug him into one of their GTP machines.
Just had a word from Stephen Brunson from Lamborghini Quadricorsa. The number 9 Pfaff Lamborghini is retired. The plaid Borghini will not pick up a Rolex 24-hour win on its debut, but everything that they've shown this week since we rolled out of the truck for the Roar is showing that Lamborghini and Pfaff, a new alliance, and for Pfaff it's a third different car in 3 years. I think from everything I've seen so far, Ryan, this could be a return to what we know of Pfaff and what they're capable of.
And I would add what we know of Lamborghini. They had a down year across the board last year, and I don't know, if you want to read between the lines, maybe you could say that's why we've seen so much change. Everything from the GTP program to what we have in GTD Pro, some changes elsewhere in the world as well. But I'm right there with you. I think the pace shown immediately from Pfaff, considering they had done, as far as I'm aware, no testing whatsoever until they turned up to the Roar. They had only very recently taken delivery of their chassis. For them to be on pace and threaten towards the front as they did early in this race, that bodes very, very well for the season to come. I think manufacturer and team alike have to be thrilled with the potential, if not the outcome.
No, it's not the outcome they want, but I think the performance is there, and Pfaff are a great outfit. On the high banks at the moment, not even in the same class, but battling away nonetheless. The 83 Iron Dames Porsche, driven by Michel Gatting, and the 91 Trackhouse Corvette of Scott McLaughlin battling away. But then there's the Heart of Racing Aston Martin. Pick which one it was. It's the GTD cars, the 27 leading in GTD going through, and that's important for the 83 Iron Dames car because they don't want to drop off the lead lap in class. So Michel Gatting will be fighting tooth and nail to try and keep Matthias Drudy in that Aston Martin at bay, or keep him behind.
That's the goal. Remember, they had the setback, the Iron Dames, with that puncture, so that's got them on the back foot. Right now just trying to cling to contention in that GTD class. So much time left, of course, and with the IMSA rules and the potential for waiver rounds and things like that, you can overcome a lap or two here or there, and that's exactly what they'll be trying to do. We watch Kyle Marcelli work his way around the track. This is the Wayne Taylor Racing car we mentioned earlier. Kyle, full season in previous years with Wayne Taylor Racing in the GTD class. Steps back to a different role this year, but has been a great mentor for Danny Formal for a number of years, going back to their partnership in Lamborghini Super Trofeo. And I heard Danny interviewed this week, and he alluded to the fact that Kyle's like a big brother to him, and gives him a lot of credit for his development as a racing driver.
Yeah, from what I understand, it's going to be later on in the race that Trent Hinman and Kyle Marcelli are going to be planning to take the real heavy lifting of that run to the flag those last 5 or 6 hours or so. I mean, that's what you would imagine would be the case in the GTD teams with 2 top pro drivers. That's what they're going to do. And the Dex Imaging Wayne Taylor Racing Lamborghini looks absolutely superb with that chrome finish on it as well. And the Doyle family, who own Dex Imaging, they actually in the 90s they developed the Danka business, which were a big sponsor of Wayne Taylor when he was driving.
Right.
And now, and all the way through, they've been a sponsor. So you think, what a partnership between Wayne Taylor and that family. We're getting a bit of confirmation coming through of some retirements. The number 9 Pfaff Lamborghini was just covered, unfortunately, but unsurprisingly, the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac is retired, and the number 2 United Autosports LMP2 car is retired as well after that big incident as well. The number 74 Riley Ranch Resort LMP2 car at the moment runs in 5th place, but may be nursing some sort of issue, and Jamie Howe has more on it for us.
That's Josh Burden that's behind the wheel of that machine right now. He was just talking with Bill Riley over the radio, telling him that he's starting to get a vibration. Bill said, "You've got several laps left. You're about 40% left in the tank. That's about 10 or 11 laps remaining. How bad is it?" And he said, well, out of 5, it's probably a 2.5. So something that he can manage for the time being. They're going to keep him out. If it gets any worse, they might think about switching up their strategy and bringing him in a little bit early, but just something to keep an eye on.
Okay, we'll keep a close watch on that. Riley, of course, were involved in running that number 63 Lamborghini, which unfortunately is now retired as well, but their 74 car, I'm sure, will be a feature running to the flag. At the moment, LMP2 led by AO Racing, who have by far and away led the most laps in that category. So the number 47 Cetilar Racing Ferrari running in fourth right now with Lorenzo Patrese on board at the moment. You're thinking, wait a minute, Patrese, I've heard that name before. Riccardo Patrese, yes. Lorenzo is the son of Riccardo Patrese, the six-time Formula One Grand Prix winner, driving in the Cetilar Ferrari, the beautiful blue and green machine owned by Roberto Lacorte, who's here driving with his son, Ryan.
Yeah, exactly. Love seeing the father-son combination, and it's Nico Lacorte, the son, who is jumping on board. This is not his primary effort this year. He's part of the Alpine Driver Academy, I gather, on the Formula One ladder, and he's got a F3 program that's going to be the main focus, but did a lot of testing over the offseason to make sure he was ready for this situation, and I think it sounds like the big thing they wanted to make sure he was ready for was the mixed class nature of all of this. And so far, so good for Nico Lacorte, the son of the car owner.
Yeah, very, very cool. And of course, Riccardo Patrese, son
Yes.
father of Lorenzo Patrese. Riccardo actually drove at Daytona as well in 1981 for the Lancia Martini team in the LC2. And that was a time where Martini had sponsored Porsche throughout the 1970s, basically, and then switched to Lancia with immense success. Not as much in endurance racing, but certainly in rallying. Oh, Lancia Martini were a formidable force indeed. 15 hours and about 15 hours and change left to go here in the 63rd Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona. It's the 65 Ford Mustang of Frederick Vervisch, who leads in GTD Pro by 3.2 seconds from Lucas Stoltz for the Get Speed AMG number 69. And Vervisch, a driver who had so much success with Audi, and along with Chris Mies moving across to this Ford program. Ford, of course, starting from scratch. The thing is, you can build the car, you can get the team, but you go, oh wait, we've got to hire drivers, and lots of them.
They did have a connection, of course, to Multimatic, and there's a pool of drivers that's attached to that, and that did help with finding development drivers, finding factory drivers to step in. And then Ford can also go back in the Rolodex a little bit and bring back some of the folks that did the Ford GT program. So last year we saw Dirk Muller, we saw Joey Hand. Joey Hand's here again, but running in the Gradient team, the customer team in GTD. But you know what, I think in so many respects, it's sad to see Audi pulling back from sports car racing. They were fixtures, whether it was the LMP1s or the R8 in the GT3 ranks all around the world. It used to be there would be hordes of them anywhere you turned up. But with those programs going away and customer support starting to dwindle, that left a lot of very talented drivers open and available at just the right time for Ford. So they sweep in. They pick up the likes of a Chris Mies, they pick up the likes of a Fred Vervisch, and it's a huge asset for them, drivers that know GT3 racing inside and out from all their years with Audi, and I think they've been a big asset to Ford.
I think one of their big gets was Dennis Olsenau as well.
Absolutely.
You know, he was a kind of Porsche selected junior driver, absolutely dominated karting when he was younger. Really, really nice kid, Dennis. Well, it's not a kid anymore, but Dennis is a heck of a driver. He's doing the endurance races alongside Frederick Vervisch and Chris Mies in that number 65 Ford Multimatic machine. Switch for second place. Dries Vanthoor has finally broken the lock and got past Mathieu Jaminet and is pulling away fast now in that number 24 BMW. And actually Jamine's now got to watch in his mirror, because here comes the number 31 of Jack Aitken in that Whelen Cadillac. Jack Aitken really settled in with this outfit, and he's got a good draft here on Jaminet. He's going to pop up to the outside as they go through the tri-oval and hit the brakes hard at nearly 200 miles an hour as the apex at just below 90 miles an hour through turn one, and around the outside goes Jack Aitken. Does he get the position? Yes, he does. Through goes Aitken into second place, and into third place, excuse me, goes past the number 6 of Mathieu Jaminet, and Jaminet loses 2 positions in as many laps.
Again, I think that might be a car on the back foot from a tire perspective at this stage, but Peter, that's got to make you happy as a Scotsman, right? To see Jack Aitken, who's got some Scottish heritage, shared Scottish and South Korean, right?
I'm totally impartial. Totally impartial. Totally
Of
impartial.
course.
He's also not the only Scotsman in the race.
No, that is a good point.
As well. No, totally impartial. But yeah, it's brilliant to see Whelen Engineering. They seem to have this style of driver where they like to go for guys who were single-seater superstars.
Right.
I think with Felipe Nasr when he drove for them, an ex-F1 star. Jack Aitken was very close to getting to F1. Vesti, Drugovic, all these guys. Drugovic is an F2 champion, so they definitely have a thing for single-seater drivers. Now, the Iron Dames crew, run by Proton Competition, going to work on the front right corner at the moment, underneath, behind the brake disc. Wonder what is going on here, Ryan, but it's holding them up, that is for sure.
Looked like maybe they pulled some debris out, possibly.
Yeah,
It's just been little things for this team all race long that have them on the back foot. The pace is good for a little while. I believe Karen Gaillard had the fastest lap in the class. This was several hours ago. So the car's been quick, but just haven't had a chance to show what they can do at the front of the field due to various small issues.
They just got to keep sticking in. A couple more full course yellows at the right time, and they're right in there for sure. And they've got a good team running that car in Proton Competition. Down in the pit lane, we've got Nick Damon providing our CrowdStrike pit lane reports. Thank you to Jamie Howe, who's gone for a well-earned rest. And Nick, have you been enjoying the palatial confines of the Cadillac Escalade?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. I've been enjoying the palatial confines of the media centre with the oohs and the ahs, that big accident an hour or so ago. And the free pizza that just turned up thanks to Honda. So say good thank you to Honda. And obviously I have to immediately correct you because of course Jack Aitken did make it to F1 for one single outing at the Sakir Grand Prix, that one-off one which they ran on the outer ring of the circuit, which was won by Sergio Perez, which was what probably got him the Red Bull contract. That went well, didn't it? And was, of course, it was Jack Aitken's accident that caused the cascade of events which prevented George Russell winning the race. So it's quite eventful at the time there, all whilst Lewis Hamilton was suffering from COVID. There we go.
Brilliance and pedantry and goodness knows what else from Nick Damon. He's back, ladies and gentlemen. He's powered by free pizza, and he's going to be in for the next couple of hours giving us CrowdStrike pit lane reports, and that was a good start to his stint. I remember when I first came to the Rolex 24 in 2020, and I remember having, I think it was Acura officially that provided the free pizza in the media centre, but it was tasty nonetheless. So just shows you we're very easily bought in the media, aren't we?
Yes. Yes, we are. And Honda, Acura, whatever they want to call themselves, they know their way straight to our heart. Exactly right. So thank you on behalf of the whole IMSA radio team. Though not all of us are able to take advantage of said pizza, but that said, you know, a couple other tidbits on Jack Aitken as we were talking about him. He also did an IndyCar test for Ed Carpenter Racing, and I think was considering that, but found the allure of sports car racing to be too much to pass up, and you can't blame him. I think maybe he looked into the future and saw just how bright the future was at the time. That was right on the precipice of this, shall we call it a golden age, or is that even underselling the present state of sports car racing globally?
Potentially, yeah, I think so. And this Rolex 24 at Daytona has certainly epitomised that, but several top-level cars taken out in one incident after around 7 hours of running, thereabouts, and it was just one tiny little thing that triggered one big accident. Thankfully, all the drivers, we understand, the drivers walked away okay from that, but the race cars not so much, but they can be replaced. They can be replaced. Renger van de Zande, he watched all that happen. And Renger van de Zande has his own motorsport insurance company, and he was there was one very big accident at Macau a few years ago, which he was involved in along with 15 other cars, and I think he insured about 75% of them. Not the best day of his life, I don't think, but yes, thankfully all the drivers walking away from that one all right, and it took out in contenders in 3 different classes. GTD Pro 48 car out, and the FAF number 9, LMP2, definitely the Pratt & Miller car and the United Autosports car, they were involved in the fight for the win. Also the Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac. So three classes losing at least one contender in each.
And a couple of close calls too. Again, Rexy was right there in the heart of it, able to continue on. No issues that we're aware of. And actually, car on the screen here, Tower Motorsports car number 8, also was involved in that. And they had to replace the front bodywork, but thankfully nothing else seemed to be amiss with that race car, and they were able to continue on and still remain in the fight. Speaking of fights, another one starting to break out here as Jack Aitken has tracked down Dries Van Thor and has taken the Cadillac up to second around the outside into turn number 1. Slot Cadillac and Aitken up to P2, only 5.5 seconds back behind the race leader. So let's keep an eye on the pace of Jack Aitken, because he right now looks right at home and has been running down the front of this grid.
Ex-Formula 1 driver,
there
Jack
you
Aitken.
go. One of 14, by the way, with drivers with Formula 1 experience in the field here this year.
And IndyCar must be maybe more
I think
than
it's
that.
actually 14 as well.
As well. Wow, there we
interestingly
go.
enough, something along those lines.
14 is the magic number.
Or maybe it's 14 that raced in IndyCar last year. There's something with 14 and
Yes.
IndyCar and drivers.
Yes. Well, that was some move from Jack Aitken on the brakes, hard around the outside. One of the biggest braking zones from 200 miles an hour, well, nearly 200 miles an hour to sort of 85 miles an hour. And the brakes getting to around 900 degrees Celsius. And the GTP cars pulling 3G into the braking zone there. Thanks to our new IMSA technical braking partner, Brembo, for all the data and the numbers there. But Jack Aitken using it's that. Now there's a name for a superhero, Jack Brembo. Jack Aitken using the brakes to great effect there, but it's still Nick Tandy who leads at the front of the field by 5.7 seconds. Nick Damon down in the pit lane for another CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Yeah, it's P2 time, guys. We've had the 88 AF Corsa machine. We're about to get the 04 CrowdStrike car, which I think, I haven't looked at the time between last 2 minutes. It was probably leading. It's there or thereabouts. All of the P2 cars who are currently running are all basically stuck together, with the exception of 52, who's a lap down. So you just look at a P2 car, that car is in contention, because on the rotation of drivers and within the yellow flags, that's where they're going to be. The CrowdStrike car is just taking a fuel only. No, they've got some tyres on there as well. Looks like they've got right side tyres, left side. Yes, they do a full service with no driver change on the 4. Any second now, we're going to get the Era Motorsport team in, as this class is absolutely nailed together and will continue to be so as long as we get these regular yellow flag situations, and it's how it should be. I want to know, really what Jack Brembo is going to be up to. Can he stop time, or can he? What is he stopping? It's like, I've got a couple of ideas which aren't fit for broadcast, but I think we should have this whole thing fleshed out overnight about exactly what Jack Brembo is going to do in the world of Marvel or DC, depending on your favourite comic-based universe of superheroes.
If there was anyone who wasn't going to let me away with that one, it was you, Nick Damon. Thank you for that CrowdStrike pit lane report.
And as far as what his superpower might be, I would say anything is possible, as we learned last night.
Yes, we did. Well, you think about the mascots. We have the Michelin Man.
Yes.
Maybe Brembo are going to have a superhero called Jack Brembo. It was just an idea, just throwing it out there. I'm not the marketing genius. Far, far, far from it. Not a genius of any sort.
To the contrary, I think you're right onto something here. We put it out into the ether. Jack Brembo it is. You're welcome, Brembo.
Let's get down for another CrowdStrike pit lane report. Nick Damon.
Well, Era, the 18 P2 car is in. It's got an absolutely broken headlamp. The headlamp itself, the whole unit with the reflectors, is wobbling about loose inside the housing. In fact, what it's actually doing is brilliantly illuminating the inside of the tyre, but not obviously illuminating the track. So they're going around this circuit, which isn't actually a very dark circuit with only one light. It's not like trying to go around the backside of Le Mans, which is absolutely pitch. There's always some form of light at Daytona. But I'm not. They have got two working lights. Just one of them is literally pointing due left and lighting a small part of the front wheel. But I'm not sure how long they've been. I would think they should be asked to come in and change that. But I'm not an IMSA official. Perhaps Jack Brembo will stop them on the track. Don't go with one light, Jack Brembo says. You need all the lights.
What have we done? What have we done? Oh dear. Paul-Louis Chatham brought that car in for Aero Motorsport, one of the very best in an LMP2 machine. And that car, that Aero car, it's been dubbed the developer's car because Tobias Lütke, the founder of Shopify, something we all use, well, we've all used, I'm sure, at some point. And he designed it originally on Ruby on Rails software, which was created by David Heinemeier Hansen, his teammate.
Yeah, the two of them share the car together. Really cool story there. David, of course, has been doing this for quite a while. I think I remember, believe it or not, I was working on as the PR rep for the team he made his 12 Hours of Sebring debut for all the way back in 2012, I want to say that was. And he had not done a race of that magnitude at the time and has had one of the better careers of your amateur enthusiast, let's say, gentleman driver in that subsequent time, GTs, prototypes, you name it. And he's been helping Tobias along. The two know each other professionally, both working in the same field in computer programming. And when Tobias started getting interested in motorsport, had a great resource to lean on, and now the chance to share the car together. I think they've been really enjoying the experience.
Now, then, that team have got a great record here at the Rolex 24 in a relatively short space of time. Since 2021, they've won it twice in the LMP2 category with Ryan DL, the kind of team leader, if you like, in the car over that time. He's taking his 20th start at the Rolex 24. He's won it once overall back in 2010. But won it twice in LMP2 with Aero Motorsport. He's had an amazing career in the United States in sports car racing. We did race in Champ Car and then really found his niche in sports car racing in America, and is definitely an example of a good way to build a career here in the United States. The gap's coming down as Jack Aitken is in second place, chasing down Nick Tandy. 2.1 seconds is the gap. It's a good job Jack Aitken is in the car right now, so he doesn't hear all this nonsense. I wonder if his team are going to say, oh, by the way, when you get in. I don't think so. They'll have a bit more important things to talk about, but we have a battle on at the front of the field. And again, I've said this before, I'll say it again. Number 31, Whelen Cadillac versus number 7, Porsche.
Yeah.
We've seen this movie before.
What are the odds it looks very similar to this in 14 hours, 52 minutes? Can't rule against it, certainly. Aitken has clawed into this deficit. It was up over 5 seconds when we were talking about it last. It was 2.1 seconds at last check, at the last interval around the track. It continues to come down. Jack had a really nasty crash at the 24 Hours of Spa a couple of years ago. I mean, it was one of those horror crashes that led to a seemingly interminable red flag and missed a good chunk of the racing that season, but came back the stronger for it. And again, just fitting in right at home with this Action Express Racing team, Whelen Engineering, back with them yet again. And a couple of years ago, it was the Michelin Endurance Cup only. That was the role he had with the team. But then, as the lineup got shuffled around, Alexander Sims, after winning a championship, decided he wanted to be a GT driver after all and rejoined GM and Corvette Racing. That opened up a seat for Jack Aitken, and he was there last year with Pipo Derani. Now Pipo has moved on to pastures new. He'll be part of the Genesis program in future years, and of course with DXDT here today. But now Jack Aitken finds himself in maybe a bit of a leadership role with this team here. This at this relatively young stage of his career.
He does, and you look at what Pipo Derani carved for himself at the Whelen Engineering team, and what Felipe Nasr carved a reputation in that car as well. I think Jack Aitken is just following on that trail of amazing single-seater stars who have then developed into amazing prototype drivers. And you know, Action Express, they've got a great record here, what they're capable of doing. It's just they're a team that have got fantastic continuity as well. They're very closely paired up with GM. They've ran the Cadillac DPIs and then progressed onto the GTP car. So there's a lot of familiarity in that crew, I think.
And it starts at the top. Gary Nelson is the man that heads up Action Express Racing, and it's maybe an unlikely source for someone to emerge from to become such an important player in sports car racing, but he was a long-time crew chief in NASCAR. Crew chief, the one driver I can remember for sure, but he crew chief for Kyle Petty for quite a long time and helped Kyle win a handful of Cup races, as a matter of fact. And Gary was renowned for operating in, let's call it, the gray areas of the NASCAR rulebook so much so that NASCAR hired him to be the chief of their technical team. They figured, if anybody knows how to work the system, it's Gary, so let's bring him in. And for many years, that was his role at NASCAR until he got hired away to come head up Action Express Racing, and he's done that for many, many years. Great leader, great organizer, and quite a character. If you ever had the chance to interact with him, just buckle up.
We'll need to arrange it. We'll need to arrange it. But everything that Jack Aitken is doing in that Whelen Cadillac, Dries Vanthoor is following his every step. So Vanthoor is definitely going with Aitken here. And we talk a lot about particularly at the Daytona 24, the Rolex 24, we talk about balance of performance. And because the cars have different powertrains, different chassis, and they're very finely tuned to try and balance them as close together as possible. And there's usually, there's all sorts of controversy and chat back and forth, and particularly at the roar before the 24 and in the practice and then coming into the race. But the fact is, we have three brands here, Porsche, Cadillac and BMW, all battling away toe-to-toe right now, with Acura not that far behind whatsoever. So I think the balance of performance has been done. I mean, you have to take your hat off to the IMSA technical team, because it cannot be an easy task.
And if you're enjoying this current state, this high point in recent memory of sports car racing, I know BOP isn't always popular, but it's the reason. It is one of the reasons. So let's not say it's the reason, but it is one of the reasons. Manufacturers know they can bring, either in the GT classes, whatever they build for the road, to the racetrack, get it into a window from a performance standpoint, compete and win. Same thing with the prototypes from the standpoint of they can inject their styling cues into the car and not have to worry about losing performance by doing it. They know it's all going to be compensated for. They can choose the power plant that makes the most sense for them as well, whether it's the big V8 that you have in the Cadillac, naturally aspirated, or the turbo V8, or the much smaller example that you see in the Acura. You know that you can get whatever it is that makes sense for your brand into a window that then has a chance to compete on pretty equal footing. And quite frankly, we would not have this large disparity in approaches to building a fast race car today without balance of performance. The manufacturers know they're not going to be in an arms race, at least not as big of one as it would be if the rules were open. See LMP1, see GT1, on down the line. I mean, the whole history of sports car racing is riddled with this. And the rules makers have learned from that. They built a system with sustainability long-term in mind, and we're the beneficiaries. BOP's at the heart of it. Yes, it can be annoying and frustrating at times, but man, oh man, it's hard to argue with the product on track.
And you look at, last year, cars and teams that tried to play the system and were, caught's the right word, but were deemed to have played the system, were given seriously hefty penalties that cost championships. Yeah. That's, I'm not going to name names, but you look into it, you'll see it. So that there were hefty penalties given for those who were deemed to have been playing the system. So everyone needs to be on board with it for it to work. Christian Rasmussen leading the way in LMP2 right now for AO Racing, and then Spike the Dragon. And we've had confirmation from the AO Racing team, from thanks to Kelly Bruley from the team. Oh, look away from the screen right now, Kelly. There's a little bit of contact there with the number 96 Turner, but no harm, no foul. That the AO Racing merchandise stall is completely sold out. They've restocked it already, and it's sold out again. So all the hard-working people who have worked on the stand there, and having worked on exhibition stands before, I totally understand how hard work it is. So if you sell out with 14 hours and 45 minutes to go, you deserve to go and enjoy the rest of it.
No question about it. Great to see Christian Rasmussen with this opportunity, by the way, from Copenhagen, Denmark originally, but took his career stateside pretty early on, and he is one of the great success stories of what for many years was known as the road to Indy. People still call it that, even though that official moniker has disappeared. But he won the USF 2000 championship in 2020. The very next year, he won USF Pro 2000. Scholarships at each level. That then got him to Indy Lights, now known as Indy Next. A couple of years there, won the Indy Next title in 2023. That gave him a partial seat in the NTT IndyCar Series 1 year ago with Ed Carpenter Racing. Now he finds himself a full-time driver and the team leader in some respects, alongside Alexander Rossi, who comes across to join them this year. It's a remarkable success story of the ladder system and American open wheel racing right now, but he's starred when he's had chances in LMP2 over the years. Won the class, of course, here in this race last year, and was a big part of the reason why.
That battle in LMP2 last year was one of the highlights of the race for me. It was Era Motorsport who eventually went on to win, and which was the team that Christian was driving for, and the 04 CrowdStrike car. And we saw another star emerge in Malte Jakobsen, who was driving for CrowdStrike, and indeed Toby Sowry as well, in this prototype sports car sense. Those, and indeed, of course, in Era Motorsport with Connor Zilic, you had four young talents that just burst onto the scene in two cars battling, and it was when the sun came up, basically from sun up to the checkered flag, it was just nip and tuck the whole way, and you had these young drivers just driving driving their heart out, and I'm sure there's plenty more to come. So battle for the lead then. The number 7 of Nick Tandy is under big pressure here, because he's going to be on really old tyres now, is Tandy, because he enjoyed the fruits of his labour with the fresh tyres, but it won't be long before they're coming back into pit lane. They've both got, Nick Tandy and Jack Aitken have only got 9% of their energy remaining, so end of this lap, end of the next lap at the very latest. But here comes Aitken, but he's going to get blocked off by the Ferrari, and Tandy just pinches his way through, blocking Aitken in, and hangs on to that advantage for now. So Nick Tandy has done his job here. He is hanging on with those old tyres on the car. They're going to need changed as soon as he gets into the pits, and it may well be time for a driver change in that number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport squad. But down into the pit lane, Nick Damon has got another CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Yeah, we had the first of the GTP stop, and it was the JDC Miller 85, the yellow Porsche. Drivers stayed on board. They just changed the 2 left-hand side tyres, but they have been running for the last while on soft tyres. So they put a pair of softs on that left-hand side, and they had a complete set of softs. So it looks like, obviously, in the time which I've been away, most of the teams have probably now navigated across the softs. But I shall keep an eye on this for the rest of the cars that come in the GTP section to see who is on the white wall tyres and who's on the yellow wall medium tyres.
That would be brilliant, Nick Damon, if you can keep an eye on those very helpful it's white for soft and yellow markings for medium. Into the pit lane then comes the number 24 BMW M Team RLL machine of Dries Van Tor, coming up to the toes of Nick Damon.
And he comes to a dead stop. Currently he is on the medium tyre, and he will stay on the medium tyre. And they are doing right sides. They're going to do all 4. It looks like they're going to do all 4. So, and they're doing a driver change as well. So out. He gets, it's quite a live man. It's Philip Eng has got in. So that means their rotation is finished again, starting the car, so that's a complete service and everything for the 24 machine. they have so much time to work around the car with the time it takes to fuel it. They're now sort of doubly clean the windscreen. I'm not sure we get a 20p tip for doing that. They've also been clearing out all the various ducts and everything else, and having a look around with a torch. And now that the fuel is done, the car's going to go away. Away it goes on electrical power. I think the BMW goes away on electrical power a bit longer than some of the others. It's more of a kind of quite a long way and then boom, rather than a short way and boom. But just still having the remnants of the P2s. We had the number 8 and the number 43 P2 cars that come up a lot recently. But they are a bit more staggered out. I'm surprised they're all coming in at the same time. But I think we're about to get a plethora of the rest of the GTPs.
You are, yeah. Get yourself ready, Nick Damon, because our leaders are coming around the high banking at the moment, with Nick Tandy leading from Jack Aitken. They're going to come down onto the pit apron. Yes, they do, both of them, and it's going to be hitting the brakes, and Jack Aitken goes for the move on the brakes into the pit lane.
And it is neck and neck coming up the pit lane. Aitken hits his marks, bang, he is getting out of the car. Though interestingly, he's getting out of the car and he's handing over to Fred Vesti, but he is not taking, there are no new tyres going on this particular Whelen Cadillac. Just having a shift now, trying to see if I can get down to the number 7 Porsche. I didn't see whether Nick got out, to be honest, because I was looking at the other cars. They also appear to be running on the mediums as well. So they have mediums on the wall of the number 7. There appears to be a little bit of faffing about with drivers. So they are, so basically it's only the JDC Miller car that I've seen at the moment that is on the Whitewall tyres. Lawrence Van Toor has gone into the number 7, by the way, and away he goes. And he has been overtaken in the pits by the 31 Whelen Cadillac car, which got out about 2 seconds before him. The blue Cadillac is also in the pits as well. Just getting its final sorting out. I had to walk past that one. I see tyres coming off like they're medium, so it's not a great leap towards the white soft tyres, which I'm surprised about really, because the temperatures have dropped as low as they're going to go. The ambient temperature now will hang on at 8 degrees until it starts picking up again early morning. I was looking at the forecast, by the way, which is quite interesting, you guys, when you look at how the cars are going, its forecast to shoot up to 17 degrees by about 10:30 from, in about as soon as the sun comes up, so it's going to get very hot towards the end.
Thank you, Nick, for that CrowdStrike pit lane report. Yeah, that is a very good point. It is going to get warmer, probably warmer than we've seen all week, actually. And which car was really strong in the warmer conditions when we went green? The 24 BMW. So keep an eye on that car if it's in the fight.
And if anybody else needs the conversion from Celsius to Fahrenheit like I did, I just did the math thanks to the internet. That 17 degrees Nick was talking about, that's roughly 62, nearly 63 degrees on the Fahrenheit scale here in the US of A. And you could just see visually, whether you're here at the track watching the cars or at home watching the pictures, the GTP drivers on the new tires having to tiptoe their way around this circuit. It is so treacherous, which makes me wonder, to Nick's point, if these aren't the conditions to go to the softs, what are? There must be too much give up on the back end to make it worthwhile, because it seems like these are the kinds of conditions that are ready-made, and this is what the softs are here for, is to help, no tire warmers, of course, to help manage the cold temperatures.
Yeah, unless the teams feel it's just going to get colder, I don't know. I mean, we're sitting at 10 degrees ambient temperature at the moment, 11 degrees track temperature. I don't know.
Forecast says it's going to get 1 degree colder Fahrenheit, at least, from here on out the rest of the evening. So it's not going to get much colder.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting. And maybe it's because I wonder, is it because if you're doing a double stint, it's actually better to do that because you keep the tyre warm, and when you come back out of the pits, when you're double stinting, after your first stop, you don't have that tyre heat up problem as much anyway. So you don't have that tiptoe lap or two. So actually, the time that you lose in the tiptoe lap, it's not worth it to keep putting the softs on. I don't know. We'll try and find out. I know that Nick Damon will be round the back of the Porsche Penske Motorsport garage and indeed the Whelen Cadillac garage to get a chat with the outgoing drivers as the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine heads off after a stop. That was Mathieu Jaminet who brought that machine in. And Nick and Joe Bradley are very heavily involved in the world of karting with their broadcasting. They know Nick Tandy's son now, who's competing in karting. So Nick Tandy is now known as Felix Tandy's dad. So I'm sure we'll hear from Felix Tandy's dad in a moment. I would think, though, at 4:05 in the morning in the UK, it's probably past Felix's bedtime. Past our bedtime, right?
Might be about time to wake up, though.
Oh, true. That's
check in on Dad, see how he's doing. Yeah, that is, I mean, that has to be so cool as a parent as well, right? To see your kid choosing, because by all accounts, Felix has chosen this, was not forced in this direction, to follow in Nick's footsteps and to see him have so much success. I can only imagine as a parent the pride that would give you watching your child just excel in anything, but especially if it's something that means so much to you as well.
But I think you've nailed it as well, Ryan, because didn't you say your son's favourite car is a Mazda 787B?
Yeah, that's right.
That's about as good as you could hope for.
I'll pat myself on the back for that one.
And watching Duke rally videos.
Oh yeah, loves the Dakar rally in particular, but old school WRC across the board. I'm sure he's tuned in. Well, maybe not right now, because it is past the bedtime here in the States, but watching as we're approaching 14 and a half hours to go here in the 63rd Rolex 24.
Well, one driver who we all want to have a chat with is Jack Aitken, and well, right at the front of the queue is Nick Damon with this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Jack, that seemed like a very, well, I don't know, very aggressive or just very fun stint. I mean, how important is it to be so near and so feisty when we know there's going to be more yellows that are going to put the cars back in a line again?
No, it's a good point. I mean, obviously you need to take care of the car at this point, and you don't want to take unnecessary risk. Having said that, I've raced with a lot of these guys all year long, and we know each other pretty well. There were some feisty moments, but if you always leave yourself an out, then it's okay. So, you know, we're just having some fun out there. The car feels good, and yeah, Fred's in the car now.
Temperatures higher than we've had over the last 10 days. How is that affecting the car? How is that affecting the track?
I mean, it's still pretty cold. It's still very difficult on the outlap, but you can get those medium tyres to work. So, you know, the double stint is working well for us at the moment, and it means you don't have to have that horrible cold outlap on that second stint. We'll see how long we're going to go with that, but for the moment, the Whelen Cadillac's working really well.
So that's the reason you're all avoiding the softs, because you get that only last one stint and you've got to have 2 warm-ups. Yeah,
from what I've seen, nobody's made him work for the double stint, and you lose that advantage pretty quickly. So the medium is a really good race tyre at the moment, I think.
Jack, thanks. Have a nice sleep.
Thank you.
So what we were pontificating there, that it is to do with that heat-up phase, those tiptoe laps is the reason why you wouldn't use the soft, because you can't double stint it.
Right.
Makes sense, makes sense. Thank you, Nick Damon, for that CrowdStrike pit lane report, and I'm actually really impressed at his restraint not to bring up Jack Brembo as well.
I was sure that's where that was headed.
Thank you to all who have tweeted in at IMSA Radio with some AI-generated renders of what Jack Brembo could potentially look like. What have we started? We've not even gone past midnight yet, Ryan.
It does not bode well. Well, actually, it does bode well, because at midnight, I think we've got a shift change coming, and maybe with that, some relief, and for us, some well-needed rest to avoid, you know, future Jack Brembo-esque escapades.
GTD Pro is as hot and spicy as you would hope and wish for. Lauren Heinrich is trying to just get a few more car lengths up the road to get on point with the leading two cars. Frederick Vervish in the number 65 Ford is leading by 0.4 of a second from Lucas Stoltz, and then it's just a second back to Lauren Heinrich. So tight, and it's not as if we've just come off a full course yellow. We've been green for quite a while now, and it's still so tight. 3 different manufacturers, a V8, Coyote V8 in the front of the Ford Performance Mustang, a 6.2 litre powerhouse in the AMG, and the flat 6 in the back of the Porsche. Big differences in those configurations, and they're all close. But while they battle away for those positions in GTD Pro, let's get back down to Nick Damon.
With Nick Tandy. Nick, there's some really impressive racing going on here, but you kind of think, what's the point? There's going to be another yellow flag.
We want to set our stall out, you know, and show that we're the car to beat, or that everyone else is the car to beat. But no, you're right. I mean, it's not the end of the race yet, and yeah, there's going to be yellows, but. You know, track position, you see it on restarts. You don't want to be in the middle of a pack on a restart. So track position is massive. So, you know, although, yeah, you've still got to look after the car and everything, look after the tyres and double stick and blah, 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 all the boring stuff. We still want to go racing and we still want track position. So, you know, it's worth fighting when it's necessary.
We're going to have a big temperature spike when we get to about 10:30, 11 tomorrow morning. I mean, the car's working really well now, it's obviously, but will it carry that on when you've got an extra 20 degrees of track temperature?
I have no idea. We hope so. Yeah, I mean, for sure, it changes how the cars work on, each car works on the tyres, so I don't know. You know, we hope we've done our homework better than the others, and that we have a bit of luck. But honestly, you know, we will find out in the morning, and it's like you say, there will be a big swing in. It's a track temperature, so it's like it can be cold, but if the sun comes out early in the morning, no cloud, the track can warm up quick, and yeah, it can change a lot, but we're ready.
Are you aware you're on the cusp of a Grand Slam of 24-hour races? We've had this stat being thrown at me all the time. Yeah? If you win this one, you'll have won Nürburgring, you won Le Mans, and you've won Spa, apparently. And this will be the 4th one, you have all of them.
There's 2 of us in that position.
Well.
Mr. Bamba. I see there's a... Oh, he's got going. Is that Ferrari off at 3? Yeah, Earl Bamba. I mean, I carried him to most of his 24-hour wins, don't get me wrong. we won 2 together, but he recently picked up the Nürburgring, so he's got 3 of the 4 big 24s outright as well. But yes, I've known him for a little while.
Well, obviously, you know, we hope we aren't allowed to have favourites, but as Bruce Forsyth, you say you're my favourite.
Thanks, buddy.
Nick Damon and Nick Tandy having a natter there for that CrowdStrike pit lane report. That is a great point, and that answers the question when the question I think that Nick was posing, saying, is that on your mind, Nick Tandy? And clearly it is, because he says, yes, El Bamber's on it as well. So he's got to, and guess which car El Bamber is in? That 31 Cadillac that the number 7 Penske Porsche Motorsport machine is battling away with. But while we were having that chat, the 81 Dragon Speed Ferrari, bit of an issue.
That was on an outlap as well. Thomas Neubauer is behind the wheel from Paris, France. Just a lockup there going into the International Horseshoe, or at least not a lockup, I suppose it probably wasn't with the ABS, but just didn't get it mowed down in time and went sliding off through the grass and hit the tire barrier at a pretty good rate of speed, but that car carrying on seemingly untroubled. They're not calling him to the pit lane, at least on this lap. Maybe that's because his path to the pits was obstructed. He's got the car to the inside. But this is the Dragon Speed team that is in GTD Pro for just the 2nd race in the team's history. They did run Motul Petit Le Mans last October as a GTD Pro entry, but paired up with Risi Competizione, which is really an interesting pairing there. Rick Mayer, the engineer at Risi that guided them to the class win last year, in fact, is here helping to engineer this car for Elton Julian's squad. Right now engaged in a fight with the Inception Ferrari, cars in different classes here, but nevertheless still fighting pretty hard, and amazing with that much wall contact. That doesn't seem like there's anything amiss with the 81.
I mean, it was a proper
Yeah.
nose-in thump into the wall, well, into the tyre barrier at the International Horseshoe, and just drove away from it. So there you go. That 296 GT3 is built tough. The GTD Pro front runners are starting to cycle through pit stops. The Get Speed 69 Mercedes has taken service, as has the 91 Trackhouse TF Sport Corvette. That's the WeatherTech-backed machine. WeatherTech, of course, a huge, long-time partner of the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, the title sponsor, and more often than not enter a car as well. The McNeil family hugely supportive of IMSA sports car racing.
Took the words out of my mouth. Cooper McNeil, most recently represented on an IMSA grid, actually won this race a handful of years ago, and that was kind of his walk-off. He was just doing it as a one-off event, and now focused on the family business, which is WeatherTech, but his father David also an avid racer, and a big thanks to them for their long-term and continued support of sports car racing. But yeah, it's interesting that TF Sport car has been a little bit under the radar, I think it's safe to say. Haven't really seen them yet, but maybe they're just biding their time.
They might be a snake in the grass, you could say. Down to Nick Damon for another CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Yeah, the GTDs now are cycling through. We've got the 64 in the Pro class, the Mustang. That's a full service, 4 tyres and a driver change. The team, the sister car will be coming in soon. I know that Dennis Olsen's getting into that car. I didn't quite see he got into this 64 machine. We've had both the Corvettes come in and go through, as well as you mentioned, there was the WeatherTech Privateer Corvette. There's a couple of, that's the sound of a Mustang, by the way. So just waiting now to see who's going to come through. We're about to get the Bass Sullivan cars as well, so yeah, it's got a bit busy all of a sudden. But we have now gone for course yellow. Ooh, what has caused that, boys?
Yeah, it's been a spin for the number 36 DXDT Corvette of Sally Jolich at turn 7. And Ryan, you think this is an outlap for the Corvette?
That's what my timing and scoring screen is showing. That car dead stick at the moment.
Has he been in the wall?
I don't know. He's recycling the power, though. The lights coming on and off, and that car in a very dangerous spot. Now, a chance to look at the replay, and ooh, I think he got some help there. This is, I think, a Mercedes, correct?
And that was the 69 Get Speed car, which was on an outlap as well.
Interesting.
Well. That, well, I'm sure race control will be having a peek at that one to try and understand what happened. But for DXDT Racing, they were running pretty strong in that green and blue machine, and that's just taking the wind out their sails. Talking wind out the sails, the 48 Paul Miller BMW, which was involved in that big wreck, was front running in GTD Pro right up until that wreck about 7 hours in. They managed to get it back out again, but unfortunately, Ryan, it's back behind the wall.
Just an amazing effort to get that car repaired. It looked like it was pretty catastrophic damage to at least one corner of that car, but credit to Paul Miller mechanics getting the repairs made. Looks like maybe some more repairs still required as that car heads back to the garage and quickly went up on the jacks. But again, this yellow for the stranded car of Sally Jolich, Turkish driver, who's on board with DXDT Racing. You're right, I think they've had a pretty good IMSA debut, all things considered. They were right around the top 5 for a decent chunk of the last couple of hours. And this team, while new to the IMSA paddock, had a wonderful year in SRO America last year. They gave Corvette the first win globally for this new C8 GT3R platform. That was done at Circuit of the Americas last May. Alec Udell and Tommy Milner, the 2 drivers there. Tommy, of course, did a lot of the development driving on this GT3 Corvette, and then Alec Udell, who's part of this driving lineup here, is an excellent peddler himself, Clemson University mechanical engineering degree holder. And very nearly won a championship in GT World Challenge America last year, despite the fact they joined the season after missing the first 4 races. But they rattled off like 10 wins in a row and went into the season finale with a shot at the title.
I think in a category like anything that's GT3 based, so in GTD and GTD Pro we use the FIA GT3 rule set here in IMSA, and like you say in GT World Challenge America is the same thing. To win 10 races in a row with the same car is hard to do, because the balance of performance, the way it works, it comes and it goes. Some tracks you'll have an advantage, some you won't. So to win 10 races in a row is amazing, isn't it? What they put together last season. Interestingly, in GTP, thanks to the wonderful information that we get, and you can get it too, imsa.com/GTP-telemetry, and you can get the information we have here in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, where it shows the energy remaining, the speed the car is doing, the gear it's in, and what trace the brake and throttle is doing. Brilliant information. All of the GTP cars are sort of between 65 and 80% of their energy, so they're very close, all of them on strategy. So this full course yellow doesn't really advantage or disadvantage really anybody in GTP from what I can see, certainly not from a fuel standpoint.
No, unless somebody wants to try something different, or maybe we're approaching the time of the night where maybe you would consider doing a brake change. Might be a little bit early, but this could be a time to get it done. If you already are down on track position, you might consider going ahead and doing that, but it still could be a bit on the early side.
You also may want to consider back timing, or forward timing, excuse me, to Michelin Endurance Cup points, because we offer Michelin Endurance Cup points at the 6-hour mark, the 12-hour mark, the 18-hour mark, and at the end of the Rolex 24. In fact, we can give you the unofficial Michelin Endurance Cup points for GTP so far. At the 6-hour mark, it was the number 60 Acura that scored the maximum 5 points of Colin Brown, Felix Rosenquist, Scott Dixon, and Tom Bloomquist. Then it was the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine. Then the spare a thought for the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac. They scored 3 points there, although they will not finish the race and score any more. The number 31 Whalen Engineering Cadillac, they got 2, and then it's 2 for everybody else all the way down from there. So we'll update at the 12-hour mark what the Michelin Endurance Cup points are. It's always a hotly contested category, and those Michelin Endurance Cup points, they're effectively the... I mean, I'm a big golf fan, and you talk about the Grand Slam or tennis, the same thing. Golf or tennis, there's the majors. And in endurance racing in North America, the majors are, for me, are Rolex 24 at Daytona, the 12 hours of Sebring, Mobil 1 12 hours of Sebring, Sailing 6 hours at the Glen, and MotoGP Le Mans. But those are the 4 majors. But we've got a 5th major. We've got the Battle on the Bricks, the TireRack.com Battle on the Bricks at Indianapolis. That makes up 5-round championship within a championship. And we have teams, of course, that do just that championship too.
Right, and that's kind of what this was, the thought process behind the Endurance Cup at the beginning, was to give some teams that might not have a full budget or an interest in running a full season something that they could fight for, but it also recognizes the way that the full season entrants handle the endurance races. The thing that always has amazed me about it, I remember at the very beginning, are you really going to change your strategy in, let's say, the 24 hours of Daytona, for example? With all that's at stake, just winning this one race is so important. Are you going to perhaps do something a little bit off sequence just to score Endurance Cup points? Does it really mean that much to the teams? But consistently, the answer to that has been yes. They will do whatever they need to do to back time or whatever you want to call it, their strategy to try and maximize their track position at those important times during the race. And I've always been amazed at just how much these teams care about that championship.
Well, we are getting plenty of prototype takers, and Nick Damon, you're going to be busy.
We've got both the Porsches in. The one that's got the leading car has come in at jaunty angles. The 25 BMW stocks beneath my feet. They're doing a driver change. Robin Frinn's getting on board that 25 machine. The 85's coming in behind, but this time going to the correct spot, as is the number 5, the JC Miller and the Mustang sampling. The number 10 Cadillac has also, now there is a brake change going on this 25 BMW. It's the rear brakes. They're doing the rear brakes, which is a bit surprising, because though I suppose with the regen it might not be quite so surprising, but they're doing rear brakes. You would normally, you know, most cars spend most of their weight on the front, but that is a relatively, just a dry brakes, or they're just trying to, no, they're doing the complete caliper, so it's a complete disc and caliper comes off as a unit. Pulling out, oh no, he's actually doing the old-fashioned way. Wow, the rear brakes is the old-fashioned way. Off comes the disc, and he's using some spreaders to push back out the pistons, and then he'll put in his, you know who you need to help him do this, don't you? Jack Brembo should be here to help him do this brake change, obviously. That's what he should be. But he's only to do it himself because Jack's not appearing. Perhaps Jack's in a local telephone booth changing into his outfit. But they are now just reattaching the disc, and they're going to put that back on again. Looking on the other side, they have got it. There's not a huge amount of wear, to be honest, on the pads. So, well, they've half-worn. They've got some new ones there and some old ones. So they're half ones. I think it's kind of quite a precautionary stop on this 25. I think what we might need to do is let's do it now while it's relatively inexpensive in time. I don't think it's indicative of any issue. They are going to put on a brand new set of mediums, by the way. And the stop's still taking a while. Mills, you've got to try and make sure for, unsurprisingly, because if you've ever changed your own brakes, it is always an absolute pain in the backside to try and spread the pistons back out again. No one actually did the thing you have to do normally, which is undo the master cylinders, let the pressure release on the brake fluid. So obviously that's these racing cars have that automatically. Now, actually, they've gone back in there again. So they're having a bit of a problem with this, actually. It's not gone to plan. So there must be a danger, and you guys can tell me how close a danger. There must be a danger they are going to get lapped.
They're about to lose a lap. Yeah, so this is big news then for the number 25 BMW. Rene Rast brought the car in. Yeah, the pace car train is coming through. If they are going to try and get out before losing a lap, they're going to have to go now. Frantic action going on in the pit lane. I said, meanwhile, behind the pace car. Sorry.
They had to go to the spreaders twice. And I'm wondering whether what happened, that old-fashioned thing, when they spread the left-hand one, it then squished the right-hand one back out again. They went, hang on a second. So they had to squish, that kind of the annoying thing about hydraulic fluid flowing in pipes that go from left to right. And they actually managed to undo the right-hand side one by doing the left-hand side one, or vice versa. They've still not got that left-hand caliper back on again. It's quite close. Just not going on. And of course, the thing to remember is this is not the easiest thing to do. Those calipers be at several hundred degrees centigrade, so you're dealing with very, very thick gloves. It's not like you've got the surgeon's precision of a little fingertip situation. They're having to spread again. This left-hand one, the right-hand side is on absolutely fine. The spread is going again, push. There we are, and there it goes. But the noise you can hear of the various prototypes going past. We've also got a relatively large number of the GTDs coming in. From what I can see, mostly fuel. I'm not seeing anyone doing GTD brakes. I am a little bit towards pit in, so there's quite a lot of the pit lane a long way away from my vision. Still causing a problem here on this 25. And if this is a scheduled stop, then they're going to have to learn from this, and they have to do it on the 24, because it really has not gone well. They have still on that corner to try and do their best. I had a very similar problem with the BMW at Portimao. I was I did 3 days on my motorcycle at Portimao, and I had to change the rear tyre. So you take the rear tyre off, and it comes off with the disc assembly as well. And when I tried to reassemble it, I just couldn't get back in again. It would not go back in again for no discernible reason. So I then took everything apart, couldn't see anything wrong with it, everything looked perfect, and then put it back in and get it fitted straight away. And this is, by the way, that conversation, which just took me 30 seconds, took me 3.5 hours to do, to get the wheel back on again, because it just wouldn't go back into the rear brake. So, as with even racing cars, can throw up these really annoying little problems that have never happened before, should never happen again, and will never happen again, as they now seem to just about to get that disc in, and they will be getting away soon. But I don't know, you can tell me now how close they're going down to 2 laps down, Peter.
at the moment, the safety car train is coming around by the Le Mans chicane, so they've not got long to get on with this. While this BMW attempted brake change has been going on, the number 5 Proton Competition Mustang sampling Porsche had a spin at turn 7 behind the pace car. So it's getting really treacherous out there with the cold temperatures for the Michelin tyres. Let's take a chance to do a VP Racing Fuels in-race update, because we've got an order of things in GTP. So it will be, and finally the BMW number 25 gets going, and it is not going to lose that second lap, thankfully, for the Team RLL squad. Or is it? Yeah, it's going to be very, very tight, you know, actually. But at the front of the field, it's the Cadillac Whelen engineering machine, number 31, that leads with Frederick Vesti on board. Then it is Philip Eng for the number 24 BMW M Hybrid V8 squad. In third, it's the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport Porsche 963 of Kevin Estre, with Lawrence Van Toor, again for Porsche Penske Motorsport, in their number 7 entry. The sole remaining front-running Acura of Felix Rosenquist for Meyershank Racing Acura, number 60, sits in 5th. Then in 6th, it is the sole remaining Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing Machine of Philippe Albuquerque. Then sitting in 7th, it's the number 5 Proton Competition Machine of Julien Andlauer, with Pascal Verline for JDC Miller Autosports in 8th. Sitting in 9th at the moment, and has just lost a lap during that brake change, Robin Freins, number 25 BMW M Team RLL. LMP2, Ryan, how are we looking for this VP Fuels Racing in-race update?
Leading right now is AO Racing, Rexy, Christian Rasmussen at the controls. Then behind him, another driver with some IndyCar experience, Toby Sowery. That's the CrowdStrike by APR entry. Luis Perez Compact for the A of Courses squad currently sits in 3rd. Josh Burden 4th for Riley Motorsports. Then you get to a handful of cars from the, you get to the first car, I should say, from the United Autosports stable, and a few others, but that's your top 5 at least in the LMP2 class.
GTD Pro, arguably, and it would be a big argument, has been the class to watch, and that is now led by the number 4 Corvette Racing by Pratt & Miller machine of Nicky Katzberg. But right behind in this GM versus Ford battle, Ford Multimatic Motorsport, Sebastian Prio in the 64 car sits in 2nd. Then it's Lucas Stoltz for Get Speed Mercedes in 3rd. And finally, rounding out our VP Fuels in-race update, in GTD, your leader at the moment, Heart of Racing Team, the number 27 Aston Martin, leads from the 40 Racing Lamborghini of Misha Goikberg, that's car 78, and then the Inception Racing Ferrari, I nearly said McLaren, but Inception Racing Ferrari of David Fumanelli, number 70, sits in 3rd. That is your VP Racing Fuels in-race update, as we are under our 6th full course yellow here at the 63rd Rolex 24 at Daytona.
Wanted to clean up the BMW story a little bit with that rear brake change. We saw the other car, the 24 car, they did that earlier. It also took them a little while, but they managed to stay on the lead lap. Not so for the 25, which actually ended up dropping 2 laps in that. And that's because the rear brake assemblies, unlike the front, they aren't really designed for that quick change. And I asked our fearless leader, John Heinhoff, just a moment ago, do you remember an instance of a GTP class car changing rear brakes at any point in previous years? And he said no, which meshes with my, albeit sketchy, memory. And so that tells us perhaps there could be something amiss, maybe with the brake balance, especially when you consider there's that hybrid component, literally, on the back of these cars, because part of the braking system is the regeneration, part of the braking system is your traditional pad and rotor. Maybe there's something in the balance of that's a little bit off on the BMWs that's causing them to have to make these rear brake changes that are not by design, I suspect.
All I heard was a fearless John Heinhoff, and that just made me shudder on the spot, Ryan Marine. I prefer the cautious, hesitant careful, John Hindhaugh, personally. Full course yellow at the moment. Everyone of the front runners have taken their service, and hopefully we'll be back to racing fairly soon as the pack will close up behind the pace car and go back to racing with nearly 10 hours complete. And all we've done really is confirm more and more front runners, really, Ryan. Actually, we haven't really lost cars in the front, we've actually just added more to the pack.
Yes, I'd agree with that. I mean, a couple hours ago, or whenever it was, we had the big incident that did eliminate a couple of front runners, as we talked about at the time, for multiple classes. But by and large, the attrition's been relatively low to this stage, with just over 14 hours remaining, and it is a strong field that's really at the front of all of these classes. It's impossible to pick anything at this stage. Frederick Festi showing the way. We see the cars starting to weave back and forth a little bit more with increased vigor. That would indicate perhaps we're approaching a restart to this race. Now, one other thing to cover off on the 25 BMW, it rejoined the field in a strange way. Usually when the train of cars is coming by, the pit exit is closed by a red light. I didn't see if that was the case or not, but the way that they blended back in seemed odd, and I'm going to be looking to see if there could be a penalty coming for that car, as the restart is imminent, but potentially an issue for that BMW.
As we're about to go back to racing here at the 63rd Rolex 24-hour at Daytona, it is the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac who leads us back to green. The green flag waves then as the 31 of... no, it doesn't. The pace car's pulled off, but we've been waved off there. So the pace car pulled away. Okay, so the number 31 there waved off. So the pace car pulled off, and it's come straight through the pit lane. It's going to come straight through. I'm a bit confused by this one, Ryan, I must admit.
Yes, there could have been something with the order that race control didn't like. It could have been a jump restart, perhaps, that they didn't like, that they waved off. We'll hopefully get an answer to that here before too much longer, but at any event, pace car back in control of the field, and our excitement muted for just a few more minutes.
I got myself all excited for nothing. I saw the pace car pull off, right, here we go, and then here goes the green flag, and no green flag appeared. It's easy to fool us commentators at times. Apologies for that one, folks. So we shuffle in behind the pace car, although we don't have just one pace car here. We have several which are pressed into service at the moment. It's an Acura pace car, Type S Acura, with 3 exhausts. I can tell you that I can tell you. I can count to 3 at least. But isn't that amazing? I love when we walk through out of the media centre and walk through to go and pick up the car, and they have all of the pace cars there. We've got Aston Martins, we've got BMWs, we've got Mercedes, with Porsche. Basically every manufacturer partner in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, they have a pace car that they can press into service.
They all get to take their turns at the front of this field. It's a great celebration of all the wonderful manufacturers that are involved in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, a chance for them all to pace the field at one point or another, I guess provided we have enough safety cars, but they're rotating through. Whatever the cause of the wave off, it seems to have resolved itself, because the lights are off on the safety car once again. The field back on to the backstretch heading towards the Le Mans chicane, and with that, hopefully this time for real, we'll get to see a restart to the race.
I'm not saying anything until I see that green flag getting waved back and forward. Right, so it's a spare a thought for the team on the flag stand. Although they do have the best view in the house, it's also one of the coldest places in the house as well, and probably one of the loudest as well. Pace car holding the field for now. It pulls off, looking down to see on the flag stand. Green flag in the air, back to racing here at the 63rd Rolex 24, and it's not a good getaway at all for the 31 Cadillac of Frederic Vesti, and then through comes the BMW. It's the BMW of Philippe Eng who goes round, and then there's the 93 Acura in there, which is several laps down. The Wayne Taylor Racing number 10 Cadillac making moves as well. Philippe Albuquerque goes through into third, so it's all shuffling, it's all happening. So the race leader is the 24 BMW. Effectively ignore the 93 Acura, bless it. It's several laps down after that incident early on. And, well, it's the 24 BMW, Ryan, that's pulling away. Philippe Eng is on it.
Second time Frederic Vesti has led the field to a restart, and it's the second time he's been shuffled back immediately on that lap. But a great restart for a number of these cars. Great fight here, moving to the outside car 5 Proton competition. That's Julian Adlauer on the attack. He'll be part of the Porsche factory lineup in the World Endurance Championship this year, but he's back with the Proton team for one more go-round here for the Rolex 24.
Well, this is what GTP is all about. 2 Cadillacs and a Porsche. They're battling away as Wayne Taylor Racing, number 10, Dex Imaging, going up towards the Le Mans chicane side by side. Who's going to be deepest on the brakes? It's going to be Albuquerque in that number 10 machine, so he hangs on to second position for now, but he's being chased by Revin Kevin Extra, who has one speed, and that is maximum attack.
Penalty, by the way, car 45, that's the Wayne Taylor Racing Lamborghini, ran over hose, tool, part, or person in own pit box, so drive-through penalty coming for that car. That's 8th in GTD right now.
Here comes Estra round the outside of the number 31 of Frederic Vesti, but Vesti's very good on the brakes there, braking from just under 200 miles an hour as the apex turn 1 at just under 90 miles an hour. The brakes glowing to 900 degrees Celsius there. Thanks to the data we got from our new technical partner Brembo, the official brake of IMSA, and it's side by side in GTD Pro. This is the thing, you cannot look anywhere and you'll miss something. Katzberg for Corvette number 4, holding off the 64 of Sebring in the Ford.
That's your GM Ford rivalry on display in the GTD Pro class, and Katzberg now has Corvette at the front of the field for the first time that I can recall. Ford has spent quite a bit of time out in front, but right now it's Corvette leading the way, then a couple of Fords, and then Madison Snow charging up to 4th right now for Paul Miller.
Well, it's about 20 to 6 in the morning in Amersfoort in the Netherlands, where Nicky Katzberg is from, but I'm sure there's several residents of that small town in the Netherlands watching him doing the business here, but he's got 2 Fords on his tail, and we now just settled into a bit of a rhythm, and as if this battling isn't enough, we've got a bit of a special guest for you in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. We've got none other than the president of IMSA himself, John Doonan. John, we're all giggling away like the schoolboy race fans that we are. What do you make of all this?
I just can't help myself, guys. It's exactly our product. It's exactly why we exist. Just so happy for our sport. And based on what we saw in the pre-race, it was absolutely incredible. The crowd we had around the cars, up and down pit lane, up and on the ball field here at the World Center of Racing. So thrilled for the show we're putting on, and it's just getting started.
It is. Both the Fords are making a move here. Katzberg's out on his own as the 2 Fords are just railroading him now in GTD Pro. Through goes Prio with Dennis Olsen right in behind him. So now it's a Ford 1-2 with the Corvette in there as well, with the number 1 BMW of Madison Snow. Paul Miller Racing, well, they had their 48 car right up the front the whole way through until that horrible accident took them out, but their number 1 car is right there in the mix. They used to have just a 1-car program. They're probably quite glad they've entered 2 cars now, John. I'm sure you are too.
Yeah, and no doubt. Unfortunate incident, of course. The race, though, when you look at it since the beginning, has been relatively clean. Knock wood. I'm super proud of the driving. The level of competition in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship is at an all-time high, and so thrilled with the performance that the men and women behind the wheel and the men and women up and down pit lane have put in so far in the race.
And I think IMSA stands for International Motorsports Association. I think this product, this competition that we're enjoying our pictures and listening to at the moment on IMSA Radio, that interest has brought people from all over the world to come and see this. I've heard of several people here we've got corner workers from Scotland, we've got sim racers from the UK here. I mean, what does that mean for you to see not just the domestic audience, but the international audience engaging with the product?
There's no doubt that's exactly what the result, I believe, of global convergence 5 years on. We announced that here in 2020, but you're exactly right. Up and down the grid walk today, corner workers wearing orange suits, which aren't traditional here in the States, knowing full well that they're from overseas, and you see those certainly at Le Mans. But just, I believe our sport is at this all-time high. I've been watching this race since I was 9 years old. I've been watching IMSA throughout the decades, and I've said before, if the golden era was GTP in the 80s and 90s, this has got to be the platinum era of what we're experiencing right now. And you speak about international, my team mentioned to me that we just went over 1 million views on YouTube on this broadcast. So congratulations to you, to John, to Ryan. That is just massive and mega for our sport.
And you think for our international world feed, you think where it all goes and the people who listen to it, the people who watch it, and the more ways we can open up this product, the better. We've got a message coming in. You're a popular man, John. Now, I can't pronounce the name, I'll apologise. Been watching the race from YouTube from Burundi. I'm afraid I'm feeling really uneducated now, but that's brilliant. They're looking to see Vassar Sullivan Lexus running to the front. And, well, they've got two cars in the mix. Do you know where Burundi is, John?
I have to say, geography has slipped me. I'll have to use the internet like Ryan did to transfer kilos to pounds a few hours ago.
I can at least tell you it's in Africa. That gets you started. Beyond that, but I'm not sure I can help.
You couple what you all are doing here, you couple the NBC broadcast and Peacock, what we're seeing is the result of fans taking in our content in a variety of ways. And for me, that's the absolute goal. And to pass that milestone this early in the race, imagine what's going to be like tomorrow when your point, wake up in the European markets and they watch, and of course Asia. It just gives me energy and makes me really happy for the sport.
Now, every Saturday morning on race morning of the Rolex 24, you walk into the Lion's Den. No, that's not the breakfast. It's the media centre where you get grilled by the motoring press about what's going on, but what's potentially ahead. There's two marques which have been bandied around quite throughout the week. Two brands which I'm sure would be, adding to an already amazing mix. I'm just going to leave the floor open to you. What can you tell us? What's going on? What's in you've got two mobile phones there. I'm trying to peek over your shoulder what you can see. I'm sure your mobile phone would make interest in reading. But what can you tell us?
I can tell you that Cyril Abiteboul and the team at Genesis announced that they're coming to LMDH. I've heard rumors that the Papaya Army from McLaren is taking a deep look at it. And there was a rumor that a Blue Oval also is taking a peek. Obviously, it's their news to announce, but unfortunately, I can't deliver that officially. But I'm just thrilled that the folks that are here are seeing the value, and the folks that are looking at it are certainly wanting to join the party.
And one that we know will be coming, starting in Sebring, of course, is Aston Martin bringing their Valkyrie to the program. And for IMSA, that's a big deal. It's the first time a car built to LMH spec will come and race in the GTP class.
Yeah, that's right. I excited to have them join at Sebring for sure. Obviously, they joined us here at the November test. They joined us here at the November test. And to hear the sweet sound of the V12 is just mega. Oh. And we're thrilled to add a car built to Ryan's point to the LMH specs. And you know, that's the whole purpose of convergence, is to see the two platforms be able to compete head to head.
Tell us what that process is about, John, because the LMDH GTP car is it's a chassis that you can buy from 4 dedicated partners, from Multimatic, from Dallara, Ligier, Orica, but an Le Mans Hypercar, LMH, is a totally different matter. What do you guys have to do at IMSA, and indeed in your partnership with the ACO, to get a car like the Aston Martin Valkyrie to come and take part in the competition that we have here in GTP?
Back in July of 21, there were a set of rules of convergence that we agreed on. We met in Charles de Gaulle several times. We met here in Daytona several times. And that starts with all the cars going to Windshear. All LMDH cars go to Windshear to compete in IMSA, and an LMH car coming to IMSA competition will go to Windshear. So the Valkyrie's done that. They came to the November test. Then they continue to be able to plan their entry. The same would take place for any hypercar that wanted to come. They'd go to the Windshear wind tunnel. We get a baseline, make sure they're in the window. Reverse of that is anyone that is competing in WEC with an LMDH car has gone through the Sauber tunnel. We're obviously in a situation now where the Sauber tunnel's being used for other things. So, you know, the key is to get them in an aero box, to get them to perform based on the power curve relative to what the torque sensors are measuring. And, you know, it's a lot of work. The technical team at the ACO, led by Tara Bouvet, the technical team here with Simon Hodgson, Matt Kurdock, and Bill Pearson. These folks are just wrung out in trying to make all this work, and I'm so proud of the effort that everybody's put in to bring this together for the fans.
And that's, you know, that equivalence, that balance of performance, which we talk about a lot. We've got a new era really for the GTD cars this year, and you look down the timing screens right now. GTD Pro, we've got 3 brands in the top 4. You look at the GTD, we've got several brands there in the top 5. But how have we got to that point? What is the equipment and the tech that's been introduced that's making that change? Because it has been a big change.
Yeah, no doubt. Torque sensors added to GT competition here. The WEC used them in 2024. But we took all the GT cars to Windshear as well, just to make sure that we were operating with a clean slate, if you will. Obviously, Sauber's a different kind of tunnel than Windshear, so we wanted to make sure we had a good read on the cars and understanding what changes potentially need to be made to balance the category. We had a good baseline. So again, there's a ton of effort to produce this show for the fans. I think based on the first segment of the race, the first half of the race here, we're seeing some incredible competition, some incredible racing, and I think a pretty tight window. I'll probably get a mid-race update on the window of performance from our technical team, but I think we're pretty darn close.
Certainly from what we can see on our pictures and on the time screen, it seems that way. You've, in your previous life, on the other side of the fence, when you worked with the Mazda Motorsport program, you know what it was like to debut a brand new car at some rough environments. Sebring is about as rough as it gets. And what have Heart of Racing and Aston Martin got in front of them in a 6 weeks' time for the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring to debut that car? You've been in that. What's that like for a team to bring a car to pretty much the toughest test in motorsport?
Yeah, so my good friend Ian James in the Heart of Racing group, I know they've been to Sebring because Ian sent me the cell phone from a test to give me the sweet sound of the V12. When I was fortunate enough to operate the Garage 56 program before we went to Le Mans, we took the Chevy Camaro there to put it through its paces. I mean, I think Dr. Ulrich from Audi said if you can survive 12 hours at Sebring, you can survive 24 hours anywhere. So I know they've put in the time. It is a rugged place at Sebring, but I suspect certainly how they've operated in GT, they're going to be ready to go to battle here. Sounds like in like a month. Less than a month.
I know it's going to come round so fast, isn't it? The Heart of Racing are one of just so many impressive operations that have gone to whole new levels through the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. We've got 13 hours and 47 minutes to go, so we're getting towards half race distance. I dread to think how long you've been up for. What does your schedule look like between now and checkered flag?
Well, it has been an early morning. I actually didn't sleep much last night. In fact, I was at the office and I watched the sunrise come up as it has for 63 years running now for this race. But beautiful morning. Mr. France hosted a chairman's breakfast with all of our partners, all the automakers, just downstairs in the Rolex lounge, and Rolex, the 33rd year of their entitlement here. We're so excited about that. And a bunch of meetings throughout the day. Took some corporate partners and family up to the roof for the fireworks. Come see you guys. And then I spent a lot of time between pit lane and race control the rest of the night. In fact, John knows that I'm kind of early for my shift. I usually come around 3 or 4 in the morning. But just based on my whereabouts, we got it done now. But I'd like to get a pulse on how the teams are doing along pit lane. Our partners at Michelin, incredible product, #1 tire brand in the world. They've got some issues, of course, with temperature that they want to be monitoring, so we stay in touch with those folks, and then go up to see my race control team to make sure they know they got my support.
Fan experience is one of a really important parts of the Rolex 24-hour experience. One more point before we let you go and enjoy the rest of the race, John. One thing that I believe is a first for race day of Rolex 24 was the historic race, the HSR race we saw this morning. John and I were just like a couple of kids in a sweet shop with that one, with the 935 running around and 962s and what have you. That was just a flavour of what we can expect, as there's a raging battle going on in GTD Pro right now between the 91 Corvette. That one's a little bit fighting further on. But what can we expect going forward with HSR's pair up?
Yeah, today was the unveil officially of a race for the IMSA Classic element of HSR. Chris Ward, who's been our president, is moving on to Ford Performance. I'm now also the president of HSR, which I'm proud to have. But it's a celebration of our history and what got us to this incredible racing today. So you'll see more of that. And Mission Foods came on board for a Classic Endurance Championship there. So we have a Classic 6-hour, a Classic 12, a Classic 10, and a Classic 24 here. But look at this battle. And, of course, the WeatherTech Corvette. This is amazing, where you've got Connor Zilic, MX5 Cup driver, now going to NASCAR, Xfinity full season. You got Shane Van Gisbergen, who, of course, has supercar fame, V8 supercar, now full-time NASCAR. You got Scotty McLaughlin in that car. And you got Ben Keating, one of the best bronzes in the world, with WeatherTech colors on it. I'm so happy for them and that program and Chevrolet. That all came together. You got Austin Cindric, a Daytona 500 winner in a Mustang. It's what Bill France envisioned. Best drivers, best cars, best teams, best manufacturers doing battle here for 24 hours.
Couldn't do it better myself. Thank you, John, for your time, and enjoy the rest of the Rolex 24. Thank you for joining us. John Doonan, the president of IMSA, making his traditional visit around the turn of the midnight hour. Drama on track as we see the number 31 Whalen Cadillac. Big damage there. This is surely going to throw out a full course yellow, and indeed it does. This is huge. This is one of the front-running cars. Oh dear. Frederick Vesti is the whole rear right has lost. The Michelin tires come off the rim. There's huge damage on the front. It looks like it's gone in head on here, Ryan Marine. What do you think of that? Oh dear, don't drive it off. Oh, there's big damage at the front there.
Yeah, that's off of oval 4, it would appear. Yeah, I just don't know if that right rear letting go, if that was the cause or if that was an effect. But in any event, that was a big hit. We're getting a look on our pictures at the safer barrier, which thank goodness it's there. Great innovation in motorsports recently. And you could see the track of that car after making hard impact into the outside retaining wall of the oval here at Daytona. Frederick Vesti trying to drive that car away. Not sure that's the best idea, but that's what he's attempting to do, John.
Yeah, and was there another car involved is going to be the big question. He lost it coming out in Speedway turn 4. That looked like a stock car accident, it really did, as if there was a problem. The number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine was right behind and had to check up. We saw yesterday how quickly these things can develop from a single car incident into a huge accident. That is so quick round there. You're accelerating up 185, 190 miles an hour. It's 202 miles an hour across the stripe. So the good news is that in the cockpit, Fred Vesti is moving around. He's talking to the AMR safety team who are at the left-hand side door. The whole front of the Whelen Engineering Cadillac has been scrubbed down the wall as he was pitched in right-handed. He wants to drive it back and he's been told no. That's the conversation that's going on at the moment. The green, I think I can see the green light in the car, which means that the hybrid part of it, there's a failure on that car. It was passing the number 64 Multimatic Ford Mustang. Great work by our replay team in Charlotte. The tape apes have been on fire already in this first 10.5 hours. It looks very much as though that car is going to have to be towed back to the pits. Perhaps it may have to be lifted. Well, good morning to those of you joining our international TV broadcast here in the United States of America as our NBC Sport colleagues take their traditional break, overnight break, which they've extended this year. They've decided they want a bit of breakfast break as well. And you join us in this 6-hour Sacred Coffee overnight split with the night owls or after hours coverage here. Drama with Fred Vesti. Not sure the marshals are going to be happy. The AMR safety crew are there. He's reversed the car away, but there's big damage. Looked like something gave way on the car and pitched him hard right-handed into the wall. He's got to stop doing this. He's not going to get that car back to the pits on its own. The right rear tyre is gone. The left rear suspension is broken. He's trying to do a 3-point turn with what's left of the car. I admire his tenacity on this, but really, well, the body language of the AMR safety crew tells it all. They're standing way back. They want nothing to do with this. He's just doing more damage. Pits are closed, have been closed, and now, in fact, this has been going on they've now been opened for the prototypes. Again, welcome along if you're just joining us on Peacock. This is the Sacred Coffee overnight shift, IMSA after hours, if you like, and our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters on duty. Nick Damon.
Yeah, and it's all hands to pump, obviously. We've got fuel only going on for the 85 JDC Miller Motorsport to my right. We've got the BMW getting a standard service already finished, has the number 10 Cadillac. There's a driver change on the 60 Acura. That's the one that's still running at the front. The 93, of course, had problems earlier. The 2 Meyer Shank machines. It's a blue, predominantly blue car. That's had a driver change as well. Save while he's getting a full set of tyres. Going on the mediums, John. They're also getting a nose change as well. Now, that may well be for aerodynamic reasons, because you replace the nose really quickly and you have slightly different downforce on it. I don't see particular damage on the nose they've taken off. Mediums on that one again. We're not seeing an awful lot of use of the soft so far, which would be a surprise. The reason being, John, as we discussed with a couple of the drivers, is because they aren't able to double stint the softs, so therefore we have 2 sets of warm-ups, and the warm-ups are where it's been really tricky, as we've seen on a couple of occasions.
Thanks, Nick. The cleanup continues on the apron at Speedway Turn 4. Johnny Palmer is my first guest in this Sacred Coffee IMSA After Hours. We can't even call it the Night Owls now that we've gone on to 6 hours, JP. This is a shift that you've done many, many times over the years. As I say, I applaud Fred Vesti's tenacity and hopefulness, but and actually I applaud the AMG safety, the AMR safety team, because they just stood back and let him do it. They told him about 3 times, "You're not getting that back to the pits, mate." No,
yeah.
I tell you, well, okay, have a go.
I mean, he's inside. He doesn't know how bad all the damage is, and presumably the cockpit's still working. There's still light flashing in a welcome type way, and he thinks, well, it's not that far. Just let's give it a go. And yeah, they, like you said, they stood back because they didn't quite know where the car was going to go next, and carried on nodding. Thought, yeah, that's precisely how we thought that was going to go. Then again, you know, we've seen it many times at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, many times here as well. The marshals, their job in that early stage is to put you back onto hard standing, it's somewhere safe, and then enable the car to get back to the pits if it can. Several attempts, and unfortunately this is now the only option, which is to be craned onto one of the flatbeds here.
Did Fred Vesti get out of it, or was he actually still in the car?
I didn't see him exit, I have to admit.
I mean,
is that his punishment for attempting to get it back himself?
If he gets out the car, is the car automatically retired?
True.
No, I don't think so in this series. It is in some others. Here come the GT takers, and there'll be quite a few of them. So Nick Damon, stand back. You're about to get some GTD cars.
It's about to go crazy as we see about, well, there were 34 to begin with, a few less now, and everybody's coming in. I'm kind of stalking to get a quick chat of Felix Rosenqvist, who just got out of the 60 Acura, but they are all sweeping past, and most of them will take fuel and tyres. The driver changes may well not be timed to happen yet. We were quite a way into that last round. I can see both the big blue Ford Mustangs, they're just taking fuel. They changed drivers last time around. Let's see if I can grab a quick word with Felix. Felix Rosenqvist out of the 60. It's quite crazy out there for a race that's still got 2/3 to go.
Yeah, it's been wild from the start. That was my second stint in GTP, and the first one was definitely a lesson, you know, kind of getting into everything, all the procedures, restarts and stuff. But then on the outlap in the night stint, I went off in turn 5. I think we had slight damage on the front, so we'll see if we can fix that. But yeah, tough, man. It's really tough. I definitely using all my tricks that I have available in the book. But I'm learning all the time, and I think towards the end he'll kind of get the hang of it.
What's the most surprising thing you found about these stints?
I mean, the aggressivity is obviously very high. You know, both defending GT cars and how aggressive you have to be as a GTP car. But it's cool, you know, it's really sporty out there. It's full-on racing, which I think is nice, you know. But yeah, the cold tires is something that I've never experienced before. It's super, super tricky, especially in the night. So that was an eye-opener. Even if everyone told me 1 million times, like, you have to be quick on outlap, but don't mess it up. And yeah, I definitely messed that one up. But
give us an idea. I mean, when you're out those first couple of laps, is it a case of you have to extend all your braking areas by 10, 15, 20 meters, or is it just not taking corner speed? What are you doing differently on that first lap?
Oh man, it's like you using probably a third of the brake pressure. You're probably braking, yeah, like 100 feet earlier. At least the first, you know, half lap, and then once you're through the banking, it gets a bit better. But now at the night, even the second lap is quite tricky. So, man, you just got to be on that knife's edge. Because if you relax too much, you just get passed by all these guys that, you know, done this a couple of times. So, yeah, it's a thin line, and yeah. It's good to have stepped over it without major consequences. We're still on the lead lap, so really, really pleased with that.
Felix, thanks for talking to us. Go get some rest, mate. So that explains why they changed the nose. He had a minor off. I was back of the car, couldn't see it. There was a minor off, which was he slightly deranged. It's now got a new one, so it should be fine.
Hello to SRF Brewers fan, been in from the beginning from Wisconsin. Good to know. Gregory's going strong in Michigan with the RWEC Discord group. Hello to all of those who are such strong supporters of what we do here on IMSA Radio, and indeed all of our coverage. If you are just joining us and tuning in on RS2 as the number 5 Mustang sampling Porsche comes in that sort of flat grey and gold colouring for a new, well, at least a new right side set of Michelin medium tyres going on there. Yeah, and it is just the right-hand side by the look of it. They've got the fire bottle standing by. On the left-hand side, fuel still going in. Looks like there's been a driver change there, but only on one side of tyres. Wheel spin, and in that one's away. Going to come up right alongside the Porsche Penske Motorsport. Felipe Nasr brought that car into the pits. It was Julian Andlar that brought the Proton number 5 in, the Mustang-sanctioned car. Those two Porsches very distinctive with the illuminated light bar across the back, a feature of pretty much everything Porsche nowadays. I'll tell you who got into those cars in just a wee moment when they drop out. I can't tell you that Scott Dixon took over the Acura from on the number 60 side of things, and Felipe Nasr stayed in, but it was Nico Pino who got in the Proton. I thought there was a driver change there. That was done while the pits are open for all cars. If you're just joining us as we head into Sunday morning here, the early moments, this full course yellow for a very scary looking incident for the Whelen Cadillac and Fred Vesti coming out of Speedway turn 4. Something gave way on the back of the car. There was a shower of sparks. The back end hit the ground, and he was a passenger. Went straight to the scene of the accident, which was the outside safer barrier. Scraped the nose of the red and white number 31 down the wall, and then ended up on the apron with the right rear tyre ripped asunder. Nose damage to the car, but most importantly, left rear suspension damage, which meant Fred couldn't, despite his best efforts, it has to be said, he couldn't drive that car away. If you're listening on Sirius XM 206, just to let you know that we've now taken over the airwaves of Peacock, and that broadcast belongs to us now. And Sacred Coffee for the overnight hours. Johnny Palmer and John Hindorf with you. Got a couple of other guests coming in the next 6 hours. So behind the Acura safety car, we have a variety of safety cars out there through the 24 hours, representing the myriad of manufacturers that we have here. Nick Damon has just said, is it the same safety car driver driving for different manufacturers' vehicles? That's a very good point, and I don't know the answer. I suspect that there's probably a couple of safety car drivers and they work shifts. So when one of the drivers swaps over, they might swap into the different car. Definite suspension damage on the back of that car. Was it cause or effect? I would suggest from the footage, the brilliant footage that we saw from the replay team up in Concord, that gave way as Fred Vesti, JP, was coming around one of the fastest parts of the circuit.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a great deal of damage around the wheel arch of the rear left, so it hasn't struck the wall, I don't think, on that side, and therefore it makes more sense that the little bit of damage on the bodywork has been done from suspension failure, perhaps initially. We've already had a wheel come off an Aston Martin in this race, after that happened on Friday in a 4-hour Michelin Pilot Challenge race, and they've been both rear lefts as well. So is there something that is slightly different this year about the track makeup? I know some curbs have been redone over the last 12 months, and it does feel like the rear left takes quite a bit of a pounding. You naturally think that the right side of a race car gets most of the punishment, this being a clockwise circuit, but it certainly would tally with the way that it's speared towards the wall from that direction of the car.
Hello to Brandon, who says, it's a Cam who says, I haven't been able to really sit and watch the Daytona 24 for some time. I've had IMSA radio on and watching the Ford GT3 64 on board. You don't really expect to see the rear end of a prototype let go when passing, but Here we go. Yeah, absolutely right. And big hit into the wall, JP. He was in a gaggle of cars, and we did wonder with the glare of the headlights if there'd been a touch, but the footage from the 64 Ford, as it went by, says to me that's left rear suspension failure before he goes into the wall. I know he tried to reverse away. As soon as he tried to go forward, that wheel was barely on the ground.
Yeah, the sparks almost coming from a central point in the car as well, but that might be down to aerodynamics too, because remember that the splitter will channel anything that's happening anywhere around the rear of the car to make it look central. But I don't know whether that's then gone into the transmission. So as the suspension has failed, that's then popped a drive shaft, trying to peer into that to see whether that's where all the sparks came from. But definitely way more camber on the rear left than there was initially. And yeah, the inside quarter of that tyre is pretty badly torn up as well. After that was scrabbling for grip, so it's absolutely destroyed the rear right. Clearly was still getting a bit of drive, Fred Vesti, and I was amazed at how much of that Cadillac was actually still working. So some of that will be scarring from Fred's efforts to get the car back under its own steam. But now the crew at Whelen and Action Express will have an opportunity to take the engine cover off that car and stare into the innards to find out precisely what has maybe broken and what is still salvageable with 13 hours and 25 minutes to go. Still under full course caution, so the better news for them at this stage is that they're not losing as many laps were it to be green, but straight onto the hijacks now to make sure that they can throw as many mechanics at it as possible. Much of this will have been rehearsed to practice precisely what they need to do at speed.
Hello to John Whittaker, who's in Oregon, listening to IMSA Radio and watching on Peacock. I don't normally say that, but you actually can turn off IMSA Radio for a moment, at least till 6 o'clock in the morning, because what you're listening to on IMSA Radio is now going out on Peacock. They are so trusting, honestly. They just said, you know, empty the bins and lock the doors, turn the lights off when you leave at 6 o'clock in the morning, you know, wait for the cleaners to come in. Very nice. Braden's just said, who is driving in the number 91 Trackhouse car? That's Shane van Gisbergen, who is behind the wheel. Not only a multiple V8 Supercar champion, but NASCAR race winner on the streets of Chicago. On his first time out, he is a force of nature. Very good rally driver. Basically, if it has wheels, an engine, and they keep score, it's not on Midweek Motorsport, but it is, as we always say, but it's on Shane van Gisbergen's to-do list, and he'll probably win with it as well. Nick Damon has taken a walk out to... He heard the possibility of profiteroles at the Whelen Cadillac garage out in the paddock area. I'm not sure they're there. Just going to go back to green, Nick, so give us 1 second till we see what happens down at turn 1 as the Acura Type S safety car comes back in with green flag with 13:23 and 36 to go. And as they go across the line, Philippe Albuquerque was defending very early to the inside and stays there. That was because the Porsche of Kevin Estre, the number 6 car, trying to come around the outside. Those two have broken away from Pascal Wehrlein, having his first outing here at the Rolex 24 at Daytona for JDC Miller Motorsport in their Porsche. A little bit of a lock-up in the midfield there. I think that might have been the second of the Porsches. Felipe Nasr, he's battling with Scott Dixon and with Nico Pino just aboard the Proton Porsche. It's the gold and black car. And that machine just out of the pit lane. They'll be struggling to get temperature into the tyres with the track at the moment at 52 Fahrenheit. That's down to 11 Celsius. We're up in the mid-30s when we started this race. Pretty clean restart, battles going on, but with 13:22 to go, we can break away from this for a moment. I'll keep an eye on it. Nick Damon at the Whelen Cadillac garage, and I do mean garage, in the back of the paddock. Nick, What does it look like back there?
Well, they're certainly going to give it a go. This is not a situation where they're looking at it and that's it. The fact that they've cleared up the nose, and that looks like a new nose section would cue that all up. They are very much examining the rear right suspension. It's got a weird situation where because it hit the ground, it's almost it's detethered. One of the tethers have come undone and unwound. There's some of the wires being broken as well, so they have a complete rear gearbox and rear suspension assembly ready to patch on. So they could probably do that with the usual. Well, they've got to unclip a lot of stuff, but 6 big bolts, put a whole new rear end on the car. No more 5-minute jobs like it used to be with the Audis back in the early 2000s. But they are absolutely going for it, which is just as well, because you only have to look over 2 garages to the left. You've got the Cadillac number 40, which we know is an official retirement, so they wouldn't want to lose 2 of the Cadillacs, but there's a good number of very measured amount of work here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mechanics working on the car right now. There's another mechanic. There was another mechanic very closely examining the tyre that came off the rear of the car. They're looking at both of them. Again, the biggest problem we have in an accident like that, John, of course, is what is cause and what is effect. But certainly, this team is looking to get out and running again. Oh, I'll say as soon as possible. There could be some time, though.
Big penalty coming for the BMW number 25, just coming into the pits. It's going to be standing in the penalty box for 3 minutes and 12 seconds. You could probably get a takeaway order in that time. This was an improper final wave by procedure. It is punitive by design, and it is based on how much race control believed they gained. That was one of a raft, Johnny Palmer, of penalties. We said in our Porsche Keys to Race in the Michelin Countdown to Green, pit errors equal penalties, and this is huge for the 25, but they weren't the only one who were caught there.
No, both of the Corvettes from the GT class, cars 3 and 4, have had penalties for different infringements. Car 4, improper pit protocol, that was tyres, again, without crew members, so that's an automatic drive-through. And the sister, number 3, Corvette, the bright yellow cars, these days mid-engined, it's run over a part that should not have been in the pit lane, so either a hose or a tool, and that gets a drive-through penalty for the same reasons.
So those penalties playing out. Hello to Abe Wozniak. Can you mix compounds in GTB? Looks like the Proton and Proton number 5 and the number 93 Acura took softs off and replaced them with medians, but they only did a 2-tyre stop. Yeah, that was on the right-hand side, wasn't it? I noticed that as well. I certainly noticed that they'd only changed 2 tyres. Yeah, it's fine to mix the compounds, so long as the softs are only being used in the soft tyre time window, which started at 5 o'clock yesterday evening and runs on, I think we said, did we say till 8, or was it even till 10 o'clock in the morning? I know it was an extraordinary long time. The temperature's still dropping, probably not as quick as people were anticipating. Track temperature is still 11 degrees Celsius, 9 Celsius in the air. That translates to 52 on the track and 48 Fahrenheit in the air. So that is a great question. At IMSA Radio, hello to Dog Pound from the frozen tundra that is Maine, watching the race on Peacock before falling asleep. Hello. Hello to the Brewers fan, he's from near Road America. Hello. From Umpqua National Forest in Oregon, Fletcher Salient. Outlaps have been brutal for drivers and team, hasn't it? It's been incredible. And Dale Simpson, loving the broadcast. What's the favourite midnight snack from near Moseport? Canadian Time Motorsport. But we don't eat in the studio, so Johnny and I, before we came on, had some rather splendid chicken wings, sort of a honey-coated and breaded chicken wings. I put a bit of extra hot sauce on them. I don't know if you did, Johnny, and I grabbed a cup of Sacred coffee as well.
That for me is after a broadcast shift. I like hot sauce, but it tends to restrict my ability to speak at pace. Do you know what I mean? So I'll just have the plain honey covering to start with, and then look forward to that afterwards. I know you're on for pretty much the whole of the Sacred Coffee Night stint, the Night Owl stint, whereas I'm only doing the first third of it. So enjoying this. LMP2 is always pretty lively. Antonio Felix da Costa in the 43 car leading that class right now from the 22 of Paul Di Resta, and often at this time of the night, although there's the non-pro element to that part of the entry, generally all the pros are plugged in for post-midnight stints. So midnight until probably 6, 7, 8 o'clock, and then put the bronze and the silvers back in to burn the remainder of their stints.
Hi to... Now, where were we? Good afternoon, crew, says Jesse Young. Oh, in Australia. Well, I'll be down there next week. Thank you, Jesse, for all the kind words. Hello to Stephanie Kerr, watching on Peacock. Connor Black says it's 20 past 5 in Glasgow, 24 minutes past 5. John and Johnny's commentary, painting the pictures and watching some fabulous images. Well, that's down to our great camera operators, including, of course, the legend that is Rooftop Ray, celebrated his birthday earlier this weekend. Chicago checking in, and snowy Utah as well with Grant and Young Boy. And Guy on 2 wheels and Dunn. Quick question, if you know what are the factors that work to bring the track temperatures up or down? It's a great question. Quite simply, the sunshine. On Friday, when the sun came out from behind the clouds, in fact, it still had a cloud cover over it, the track temperature, and I'll do this in Celsius because it was the most obvious to say, it went up from 7 Celsius to 18 Celsius in the space of about 6 minutes. It is literally that solar gain on the dark colour of the asphalt covering. It cools down a little bit slower than that, so we've still got some residual heat from the 34, 35 degrees that we had earlier on. That's Celsius again. So it's only dropped down to 11. The air temperature has dropped a little bit quicker, but it is going to be cold overnight, and that track temperature will leach away. Revs TV in Canada showing the whole Rolex 24 with the IMSA radio commentary. Hello to Olivia, thank you for that. Wales over in Europe, always a great start to the year. Hey, we've done a 24 and a 6 already with the Dubai 24 and the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi. That was a great start of the season. New Zealand's in as well with Azza 34, Tallahassee and Steve. Elf 7567 says we need to get our junior in the booth. Well, you see, you've said that. You never know what you might get in these 6 hours. Northern California watching on Peacock. That's Space Ace 3 at IMSA Radio if you'd like to join in. Meantime, the number 14 Sealmaster supported Lexus, that is the pro car, being pushed behind the wall. Driver still in that car, Johnny.
Yeah, so it's a rough old ride for that car as it's being wheeled to the sanctuary of the garages. Keeping an eye on Antonio Felix da Costa's lap times, because that may well be the best within class in LMP2. He's leading it in the 43 into Europol competition and has just done a 1:38.876. So that is a class best in LMP2, looking to try and extend the gap back to Paul Di Resta, and doing so right now. 3.4 seconds. Sebastian Alvarez in the number 8 Tower Motorsports car is in 3rd spot, with Toby Sowry just 0.3 of a second off the rear wing of that car. So liveling up nicely in LMP2. But not a great state of affairs, as you've mentioned, for the Lexus number 14 and Aaron Telitz.
Nick Damon swapping with Joe Bradley in our CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team. So the Mackhams are coming. Not a great result for us yesterday, giving up a goal in the dying moments again. However, I'm not letting that upset me too much. He lied badly.
It's a long season.
It's the 63rd Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. Peacock and IMSA Radio together. So, settling down, JP, after that restart, after Fred Vesti's scary looking crash, I admire the tenacity of the Whelen engineering crew. That car got back. I'm not sure if Fred understood the rules. He could have got out of that car and had it recovered much quicker. It would not have put them out of the race. Meantime, side-by-side action with the Ferrari going through the kink on the infield. It's the number 51 car with Russell Ward of Winward Racing, 19th. Not the run they wanted, the defending champions. It's right up behind the 51, no, 57 and the 21 Ferrari, which is just ahead of it. That's the Simon Mann-driven AF Corsa car. They're not battling for position because of that Winward car's problem. But my goodness, that's AMG is still quick. Goes down to the inside to the chicane on the back straight. Recently renamed for Le Mans. Recently in Daytona and Le Mans terms, I would say. A couple of years ago, wasn't it? And we have now, of course, the Daytona chicane at Le Mans on the Mulsanne straight, just being passed by one of the Porsches. Incredible speed differential, and that car sparking out at exactly the same point where Fred Vesti had the issue. So I wonder if there was an issue with Fred's car that was exacerbated by the fact that there's a bit of a little bump there coming out of Speedway Turn 4. Johnny Palmer and John Hindorf with you, and the action with 13 hours, 10 minutes and 8 seconds to go. Our CrowdStrike pit reporting team is now Joe Bradley, who's joined us. We'll hear from him. In fact, we'll hear from him right now because he's in the pit lane, and he's got a couple of customers who've just popped in, and pretty much right in front of us, Joe. You've already made your way down to look at the caught-off AMG Mercedes.
Yes, just stepping out onto the pit apron, the fueling's going on. You saw the start of that pit stop, mate, and did you see any tyres going on? Because I'm not sure that there is any tyres that have gone on
I'd
there.
agree with
and
that.
That's a fuel-only stop. That is a fuel-only stop.
I'd agree with that. Seth Lucas brought it in for caught-off competition motorsport. I didn't see any tyres, and I didn't see any on the wall as well. 1:30, we'll take a VP Racing in-race update after that shuffle around, and we'll start in GTD where Elliott Skier for Wright Motorsport leads for Porsche by just 3/4 of a second. That green car with the yellow stripe has been right at the sharp end all the way through, started on pole position. Chetelaar Racing in the blue, number 47, Ferrari in second place. That's Antonio Fuoco in second. Then just under 3 seconds further back is David Fuminelli for Inception's Ferrari, the number 70 car. And then Jens Klingmann in the number 96 Turner Motorsport BMW. Not had a great week or so here with the Raw and the early part, but in race trim, once again, Will Turner's team have pulled it out the bag. Top 6 in GTD, Lars Kern for AWA in the Corvette number 13. That car had problems earlier on, the fighting back. He's just another 1.5 seconds further back and has that gap back to Zach Robichon as well. What a young star he is. He'll be doing the triple. He's already done the Dubai 24 for Harter Racing. That was in a AMG with SPS as well, helping out. He's in the Aston here. And then he goes down under to Mount Panorama next weekend in a race you'll be able to see and hear on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We'll have that for you on the international feed as well. In GTD Pro, the classes separated, remember, this year, including for the class split. It's Madison Snow for Paul Miller Racing, The number 1 car leads by about 5 seconds from Dennis Olsen in the Ford Multimatic Mustang. That's the number 65. Get Speed's Lucas Stoltz driven AMG GT3 is another half a second further back in third. Klaus Bachler for EO Racing. That's Rexy, the green T-Rex. It's a Porsche really, but it identifies as a T-Rex. Seb Prior in 5th, the number 64 Ford Multimatic Mustang. Another 3/4 of a second further back, and he's got half a second on SVG, Shane van Gisbergen. In fact, Shane van Gisbergen's just overtaken Seb as they were heading over the stripe. In LMP2, been a great battle here as well. Antonio Felix da Costa for Inter Europol leads from United Autosports. Paul de Resta in second, 43 from 22. CrowdStrike Racing another 2 seconds further back for another young up-and-coming driver, Toby Sowry. CrowdStrike Racing by APR, the 04 car. And the top 6 made up by Sebastian Alvarez for Tower Motorsports, the orange, white and black number 8, and Christian Rasmussen for AO Racing. That's the purple dragon of Spike, number 99 car. And Felipe Massa for Riley in the Ranch 74 car. All Orica LMP2s, of course, this year. And it is Felipe Nasser who leads for Porsche by almost 3 seconds from Scott Dixon in the number 60 Acura ARX. And then there's another 3 and a bit seconds back to Cadillac, the Wayne Taylor Racing car. Felipe Albuquerque in the number 10. Kevin Estra for Porsche Penske Motorsport at number 6. So 2 of the PPM cars in the top 4. Philippe Eng for BMW Team RLL, the number 24 BMW M Hybrid V8 is another 3 seconds further back. And Nico Peña, new to Proton competition in this stint, number 5 car is another Porsche in 6th position. That's how they stand. We have completed 349 laps, and that Porsche Penske Motorsport number 7 leads. That's your VP Racing in race updates. Johnny Palmer, John Hindhaugh, and another special guest. Now let's see if we can get this to the world. Rob in London, stand by. Tell me if you're here. Arjuna Kankapati, how are you?
I'm great. I'm glad to be up here in the broadcast booth. It's been an interesting Daytona 24 so far, and really loving being part of the action at Daytona, and great to see you, John, in the booth as well.
The good news is you're being heard in London by Rob, and you're talking on Peacock as well at the moment, as we've hijacked their broadcast platform for a little while. You've been heavily involved, as we have been in the past, but you are now with the IMSA virtual side of things, and there was a cracking event. Was that last weekend or was it 2 weekends ago? I'm kind of getting mixed up. I've had so much racing in the last 3 weeks.
There's been a lot of Daytona racing as well.
There has been, yes.
Last week we had the iRacing Daytona 24. We had 25,000 people from around the world or so participating in the thrill that is the Rolex 24. And like you mentioned, the week before that we wrapped up the 3rd edition of the IMSA Esports Global Championship. Williams Esports winning the GTP class, Team Redline in the GTD category, and of course we had Max Verstappen as well.
Look at my face. Do I look like I'm surprised with any other? You're talking in the same way as you talk about Porsche, Penske, Motorsport and some of the big teams. Here, there are exactly the same, these mega teams that just seem to keep finding talent, not always the same drivers. They'll draw on a pool of drivers, and they are attracting the absolute cream of the crop.
Absolutely, and you know, it's been a really incredible thing over the last 4 or 5 years. Of course, you know, you got to come into the virtual world with some of the IMSA iRacing Pro Series stuff that we had, where I remember some great racing in the GTE cars. Robbie Foley, a couple of the other drivers who stood out in that. And there are some of those drivers that have continued to carry on, and there's one driver in particular that I've been following along in this race, Lauren Heinrich, who actually our 2023 IMSA Esports champion in the GTP class.
Well, and Aychan Guven was a bit handy as well in the virtual world, I seem to remember.
Yep, both Heinrich and Guven, teammates at Coanda Esports, and they were actually both teammates in DTM at Team 75 Bernard for a year as well. So it's been quite cool seeing, you know, their progression. For those that don't know Lauren Heinrich's story as well, he had some opportunities in real racing, and then, like many, ran afoul of the thing that many of us don't have, which is the pocketbook.
The filthy lucre.
There you go. And so a couple of years in sim racing, racing at the top level, got him an opportunity in the, I think it's the Porsche Super Cup, not Super Cup, Sports Cup in Germany. Eventually made his way to the Super Cup, won the shootout, became Porsche Junior driver, and now continuing to show everyone just exactly why the sim world is such a great place to continue finding talent.
I love the fact now that there's a real crossover, and of all the things that went wrong during the big yellow flag, as our responsible adult Eve Hewitt always calls it, where we shut down for the better part of 2 years, we really built that bridge between the virtual and Bruce Jones on our digital Nürburgring Langstrecke Series coverage when we did the first season of that, he coined the phrase full metal racing, and that's really stuck. But from the virtual world to full metal racing, the bridge has been built, and that's a two-way street now.
It is.
For drivers and for people interested in it, to be honest.
Exactly, and it's not just the big names. Well, Scott McLaughlin, I'll throw that name out here, another driver that's racing with us in the GTD Pro field here. He's obviously made the step over into the NTT IndyCar Series, but he's actually won an iRacing Indy 500 going back to 2017 or something. So, he made his first step into IndyCar racing, I like to say, in the virtual world. Of course, that experience, I think, helps in some ways. I'm going to plug something a little bit quickly here, John, which is, I was mentioning this to the responsible adult. I'm involved in a project with Brian Till called Racing Prodigy, where we've taken 24 sim racers and we put them into real race cars. They're competing in radicals, they're racing wheel to wheel, and it's slightly different from the GT academies and the sort of programs that would put sim racers into real cars in years past. It's the idea that let's create a league of these sim racers racing in real cars. And so I'm really excited. Next month it's going to be on TV. You'll be able to follow along with all the action, and looking forward to sharing more about that.
Coming up to another race hour, and the BMW 25 has just been into the pit lane. Robin Freins brought the car in, and that car is gingerly making its way out. So easy to drop it on that exit road, right where the BMW is now, as it tightens up actually as you come back out between turns 2 and 3, and as it comes out the pits, it's still Robin Freins. I don't think they took any tyres there, so he'll have the residual heat in those Michelin slicks as he heads out onto the circuits. Welcome along if you're just joining us. RS2 around the world, Sirius XM 206 and 107.9 FM at the track. And don't forget, we are with Peacock as well until 6 o'clock Eastern Time this morning. Live from the 63rd Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. This is the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. So, what a race it's been already, Johnny Palmer. And we're settling in now to this super important part of the race. Our Porsche keys to the race: get to the dark, get to midnight, right? We've sort of ticked those off.
Yeah.
Now all of the teams will be looking forward to a 7:15, 7:14 this morning when the sun starts to come back up. That's the next checkpoint to get to without any major issues.
Yeah, I actually think in just in an hour's time you'll be halfway through, and that gives you a little bit of a boost, I'm sure. It's important for those that are attempting to run the soft tyres that they continue to monitor the wear throughout what might be a double stint. You were asking the question earlier on, John, how long you can continue to use the soft tyres. It is until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's such a huge... This morning now, yeah, of course. Sorry, I've not updated myself since 40 minutes ago, but yeah, this morning. So that's another best part of 9 hours that you can still use them, and many teams will be doing that. They probably delayed. There was only the 10 car that went quite early with its first set, but from 5 o'clock yesterday evening, they became legal. I just noticed that the Nico Pino car is being shown as stopped somewhere. Car number 5, that was running pretty well, was it not? After its recent pit stop, it's somewhere in the middle sector.
Well, it must be off the
Here we go.
circuit
Yes, it's
somewhere.
It is still moving.
It looks like a left rear issue for that car. Got the binos on it as it comes into the pit lane through the pit lane speed limit and knocks off the headlights. It's not too far a run into the Porsche pit. It comes in now, the Mustang sampling car. Yeah, the right front was off the ground when it came in, so that's going to be a left rear tyre problem. Off it comes, or a left rear suspension problem at least. Couldn't see whether the tyre still had air in it as it came off. Got the fuel hose going in, the team talking to Nico Peño. So they're going to make the best of this and try and make this... Oh, now I saw the hand across the throat gesture there from one of the teams, and I think this car's going to go... Yeah, it's going back. It's going back behind the wall. They've put the dollies underneath the jacks. So not with Porsche power, it will be with mechanic power. Now, this was coming out of Speedway Turn 2 by the look of it. Got sideways and got into the grass and had a spin. Now, is that another suspension failure? We've just seen Vesti in the Cadillac have that problem, JP, but that could have been so much worse. The curbs at the number 1 chicane have been modified this year. Now, how are they going to get this car? Which way are they going? If they're fortunate, because about 2 pit boxes behind them, there is a cut through into the paddock area, and that's where they're going. Wouldn't be allowed to reverse the car down there if you put, yeah, the left rear wheels come off. That's just another suspension on the left-hand side of that car.
So did it arrive without a wheel? Or
No, they took the wheel off.
Right, so...
Yeah.
And then as soon as the suspension was revealed to the mechanics, they've realised how much damage has been done, but it's always been rear lefts. Vesti's appeared to be that problem. And Aston Martin in the GT class lost a wheel. That was the 007 Heart of Racing, the team Aston, earlier on in the piece when Roman De Angelis got stuck at turn 1. And I'm remembering back to the Michelin Pilot Challenge race on Friday, where the Rebel Rock Aston Martin had a rear left entirely detached from the car, and it wasn't an outlap. It'd been doing something like a 30-minute stint prior to that. So this is affecting not only GT cars, it's clearly affecting LMDH cars as well, and of different manufacturers too, because that's now a Cadillac and a Porsche 963 affected in the same way, Arjuna.
Well, and I was talking to Kenton Cook a little bit about the changes to the chicane, and he was saying the lines change, and I'm just wondering here, if we're seeing the left rear, you're going to hit the curb on the entry, you're going to hit on the exit. Is it just these cars being a bit too aggressive? And sometimes in sim racing we talk about you can be aggressive because you don't have divots on the other side of a curb that you will run into and start to damage the wheel. Is this just the natural thing of teams have been running at that a line for decades or whatever at this point, and now suddenly they've got to adjust?
Battle for second in the GT Daytona Pro Group, and that is Rexy, the number 77. The green T-Rex design, what a success that has been. And right in behind, the Ford Mustang GT3 locked out the front row at the start of this race. This is all battling for second position. In behind them as well is Shane van Gisbergen, who's worked his way up to 4th position. So that's now going to be, JP, a 3-car battle for second position. And Gizzy, SVG, is absolutely on a tear at the moment as he's now gaining. Now here's a battle for the ages on the high banks. It's Ford versus General Motors, but that's the Trackhouse privately entered car for the moment, we think, just for this race. The white car gaining on the blue, white and red car, and just ahead the bright green Porsche, a very different shape. 3 very different shapes, 3 very different answers to the endurance question, with the flat 6 4.2 hanging out over the back wheels of the Porsche. Then of course the Coyote engine at the front of the Ford, engineered by Malcolm Wilson's M Sport Group in Cumbria in the UK. and then the mid-engined Corvette coming into the picture as well as they get passed by the prototype cars. Is this the time for the Ford Mustang coming up alongside? It's Dennis Olsen in that machine, Klaus Bachler for EO, and this is now the battle for the lead of the class as they head through and down towards the eastern end of the infield. The Acura's just gone by it, and we're going to expect this in this category all the way through till 20 minutes before 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, the reason it's become the lead of the class is because Madison Snow came in the BMW, having been out front of these three. So Klaus Bachler, who is always a superstar in a Porsche, from Dennis Olsen, still relatively new to the Ford Mustang program. And as you say, Gizzy now in third position. Lucas Stoltz will soon join that queue. He's only 0.1 of a second off the back of the Kiwi as well. And then we've got Seb Prio, 1.3 seconds back. So all of a sudden, the top 5 or 6 in GTD Pro are all getting together, and the toe will be crucial now, heading through Speedway turns 1 and 2 and down the back straight for potentially altering this order. Bachler, Olsen, Van Gisbergen and Stoltz arriving at one into the Le Mans chicane.
Battle for the lead in GTD Pro then. The cars with the red accoutrement on the sides of the machines. And meantime, through the speedway into the tri-oval part of the circuit, two prototypes are battling, and that's a battle for position as well. And the Porsche comes around the outside, and that is Kevin Estre going by the number 10 Cadillac of Wayne Taylor Racing. That's not over. Side by side at the exit of one. They're going to have to play nicely for a moment, and Estre just about backs out of it. Philippe Albuquerque made it really, really hard for him. Albuquerque goes defensively on the inside into the International Horseshoe. Tremendous stuff here at Daytona with 12 hours and 50 minutes still to go through the kink. Traffic ahead as well, and that car ahead of them, I think they should be able to clear that. It's another prototype heading up onto the high banks again. Is I think that's the much delayed number 93 Acura. Looks like those distinctive tail lights, part of the GTP promise. Excuse me, it's the 60. It was the Acura though. My apologies. Thank you, Ray. So 12:49 to go. Battles around the racetrack in the dark here at Daytona 2025. Yeah, I love the idea of the fact that the GTP design regulations, if you like, Arjuna, is to make it look like your road car, give it some personality, and the Acura have done that as well as perhaps even better than anybody else.
It's something I really loved with the DPI, and even going further back into the Daytona prototype era, where the spec machinery that IMSA brought to the top level of prototypes had that manufacturer influence, and it's why, in many ways, you see the influx of manufacturer interest in the class and the category, and I think it's really interesting how so many teams have viewed the rise of the class and have continued just to come in. I'm really excited for Sebring, because I know it didn't happen here, but when the Aston Martin rolls out onto track, it might just give me a reason to fly out to Florida once again.
I'll let you into a little secret. I've been at Cosworth, been in an inside story program for RadioLeMans.com, and what was meant to be about a 30-45 minute program, Tom Baker and the guys down there just gave me such a good time. It ended up being over 2 hours, and I saw some of those V12 engines and the Bugatti V16s actually at Cosworth doing Cosworth things with internal combustion engine. How about this? You've got a 1,000 horsepower plus engine that is Euro 6 emissions compliant in the road car. I know, it is absolutely bonkers.
I'm just shaking my head right now.
I know. It's incredible. And the front end of that Aston V12, it looks like the innards of a watch that's just been expanded. It's brilliant, brilliant stuff.
Change for second, by the way, in the GTD Pro class.
Well, the battles are continuing, and we've got a change in the GTD class. Arjuna, you spotted it first.
It's Shane van Gisbergen sliding in front of the AO Racing, the Rexy number 77, and now starting to get to work on the Ford Mustang. I think Rexy's maybe sliding backwards a little bit right now.
Yes, it's all about tyre management. We've noticed this right from the start of the race. Different car makes are dealing with their stint lengths very differently. Some of them are quick at the beginning, some of them are quick in the middle, some of them are quick at the end. That's sports car racing. Love the variety. Let's go down to Joe Bradley. He's in the pit lane. This is a CrowdStrike pit lane report, and he's down at Paul Miller Racing with Madison Snow.
Yeah, just out of the number 1 BMW Madison. This race started off like kind of relatively calm. Now it's become all about survival, it seems.
Yeah, it's gotten a lot better. I mean, for us as it's gone on, hopping back in here on fresh new Michelins this time was nice. Before I was on qualifying tires, that was a rough start, but we're doing really good right now.
I want to ask you, you're the first driver I've come across to ask this question. We are of the understanding that the curbing at the Le Mans chicane has been reprofiled, and we're speculating it's causing a few of the prototypes problems. Are you finding you have to drive the Le Mans chicane any differently this year from last?
It's definitely different curbs this year than last year. I think right now there's a lot more options on how much curb or how little curb you take. Whereas in the past, it was kind of like you take all the curb or you would take a really bad bit of the curb. Now you can pick and choose, but it's easy to get over greedy.
Where exactly is it on the entry or the exit where you generally are going to use curb?
I mean, all the curbs are the same. There's 4 curbs, 4 corners that say through the corner, and all the curbs are profiled the same way, but it's the last one, the 4th set, where when you're on throttle, you got to figure out where you're going to pick up your throttle because it'll push you wide onto the curb if you pick it up too soon.
And when you hit the curb, Madison, do you feel it through the car? I mean, you realize you've hit it?
I mean, there's ways to hit the curb and it's super smooth, and there's ways that it feels like you're hitting the same amount of curb and it's pretty rough. So that's what it takes time to make sure you have the angle right on the car and you're hitting it just right.
So if I speculated with you, left rear issues on prototypes, would you say those curbs at the Le Mans chicane could be a contributing factor? As a driver, I'm asking.
I mean, for sure that could be a factor. I mean, it could be a factor for all us GT cars, damaging the floors and stuff like that as well.
Yeah. Okay, man. What do you do now? You've just got out the car. It's almost the middle of the night. What's Madison Snow doing now?
I mean, now I'm going to go back and hopefully take a nap, calm down for a little bit.
And is it, calm down? If you were to lie down now, your mind would still be whirring?
The first couple years I did this race, it was really difficult to sleep during the night and you wanted to watch the whole thing and see what was going on. Now it's a lot easier to get back and turn your mind off and calm down a little bit, which you need to be awake and be ready the next time you're in the car.
It's great to see your kids growing up, mate. Thanks, man. Thank you.
Madison Snow, 2-car team at the start of the race for Paul Miller Racing. They've effectively become a BMW manufacturer supporter team, a works team, as we would say, and they've not had all the luck with both the cars, but that number 1 car has been running pretty well as this battle continues in the GTD Pro category, heading down towards the start-finish line. Our Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre is right about there as they go past us, almost as if they're going under our feet and into the first corner. And this is the battle then for the lead in GTD Pro, in GTD. With, now for 3rd position in GTD Pro, Klaus Bachler and Lucas Stoltz. Van Gisbergen had already nipped through, and Dennis Olsen in the Ford Mustang GT3. The number 65 car is away up the road just a little bit. He's been developing for a little while. Dennis hasn't really been able to break away in that number 65 car. But what a difference a year makes, Arjuna, in terms of the Ford Mustang GT3s, this tremendously popular car that has such history. It's a global sports car for every man. And goodness me, what a year last year was, but it was a learning year, and there was a never say die year, and they come out and lock out the front row.
One thing I love about endurance racing is you're trying to solve problems, right? And one of the problems that we had out of Daytona for the Ford was the rear boot lid and some of the negative pressure that we were seeing there, right? And so you think about that, the debut for the car, and how qualifying for the 24 is never the most important thing, but to grab the front row in GTD Pro, it's a bit of a statement, I think, when you then get underway for the 24 hours of racing. I think Mike Rockenfeller said it.
Yeah.
You can't necessarily expect qualifying is going to result in the end result at the close of 24 hours, but it's a good start.
We appear to be entering into a cycle of GTP pit stops. Out goes the number 10, the Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac. It's got a new set of Michelin tyres. It's got a new driver. Couldn't quite see who got in. Full tank of fuel and replenished energy. And it's off out. I've got the number 6 Porsche Penske team up on the pit wall, about to receive the number 6 Porsche. And that must be imminent, because the guy with the fuel has just kind of stretched his arms. I'm going to look to my right. Here it comes, lights ablaze. Can't really see it. If I squint, no, that was a 93. Through the glare of the lights, is this the number 6 now? Oh, you know what? If I squint, that's a 962 coming right towards me.
Big battle going on whilst Joe was talking there on the CrowdStrike pit lane report, and that was another couple of GTs, Johnny Palmer, who are giving us such brilliant action here, side by side again through turn 1. We've seen that a number of times. That requires real trust in the drivers around you. I thought we might have seen a bit of trading paint there, but they got away with it.
It's a little confusing, isn't it, in GTD, because you've got the 021 car leading it. You've got the 21 car in third position now. Well, actually second, make that, because Simon Mann's got ahead of Parker Klickerman.
That was the move that just happened.
Indeed. So 21 Ferrari heading around the outside of the 78 Lamborghini Huracan, which we all thought might have been for the lead in GTD, to deposit the bronze running Trio Competizione crew. But 021 still in front in the hands of Mike Skeen. He's about a second further ahead of this battle, but Simon Mann is on his way. Now he's wriggled free of the 78 Lamborghini.
Hello to Ben Wilkinson in Australia. Happy Australia Day, everybody. Those of you who are slightly further through Sunday than we are due to the times, your big endurance international race coming next week at Mount Panorama. We'll be there for that, bringing you the international coverage, and those of you around the world watching on Peacock now, listening on RS2 and on Sirius XM 206. We'll have the live international feed coming your way next Friday, Saturday for the qualifying for the Alan Simonson Trophy, and of course the big race from 5:45 in the morning Australian time, Australian Eastern Summer Time, for the full 12 hours. Only in Australia would they start a race in the dark when there's no darkness practicing, and therefore if you start the race and it's the first time you've been there, the first time you would see Mount Panorama Circuit, which in fairness is not the most straightforward of tracks to learn, the first time you see it in the dark would be rolling off behind the safety car. It's Creelsy, Richard Creel, who's one of our Channel 7 colleagues. He always says it's the most exciting half an hour of motorsport and impressive motorsport probably in the world, JP. You and I have seen it a few times.
Yeah, anywhere around the world, any time of year, frankly. But Bathurst is a bit spooky at times, so maybe it's better to turn the lights out, because you don't know what's left and right of you. We've got the top of the mountain, for goodness sake.
We've got the Chetelaar Ferrari, the number 47 car, sitting dead stick right in the middle of the pit lane, right opposite us. The beautiful blue and green livery of that car. He was on his way through the pit lane and has not been able to make it to his final destination. His crew members having to run back down towards Roberto Lacorte in that Ferrari. running in the bronze category as well. It's not been their day today, and with a little bit of help from some of the IMSA officials, I think it's locked in gear as well. I'm not sure they'll be able to get that moving. And indeed, the crew member again saying, no, we're not going to be able to push this right now. Now, they're well off the acceleration lane, but anybody who's pitting around them, that could be difficult. So that's the Acura pit that's directly alongside them. And then we've got a little bit further up, well, the Lamborghini SC63, that's long gone. Get Speeder a bit further up as well. There's some anxious faces in blue and yellow right behind them. It's moving. It's not moving. No, that car is now it is moving. Now we've got it out of gear, and that is good news. Whilst we're looking at this car in the pit lane, and we'll keep an eye on that, Joe Bradley's gone behind the wall rather than behind the garage door to the garages, and we're having a little bit of an update on a car that had a problem earlier on in this CrowdStrike pit lane report. Joseph, what are you seeing?
Yeah, I've got to say, this is my natural environment. I'm with the number 5, the Proton Competition Mustang Sampling Porsche. That's the car that had the rear suspension issue on the left-hand side. Now it's basically broken suspension. However, now if bits break and you can just unbolt them, take them off, put a new piece of suspension on, that's not a problem. What has happened is the component that the wishbone rose joint attaches to, which is mounted on the gearbox by 2 bolts, the bolt is sheared, so the stub of the bolt is sticking out from where it sits, and we can get a pair of pipe clamp pliers in, and we can turn it a couple of millimeters at a time by clamping the stud that has been left there with the bolt shearing off. So it is painstakingly time-taking. I've just watched it for a few minutes, and my heart goes out, been there many times, and they're just taking their time. They can't do anything else. It's just a couple of millimeters at a time. So it is going to be in for a few minutes more, I think.
Just a little bit further down, Joe, the Chetelaar Ferraris come in. It was a headlamp problem for that car that brought it into the pit lane, but it didn't get to its pits. It's dead stick, and it's gone behind the wall now, the 47 Chetelaar Ferrari. Hello to Cameron from Manitowoc, Wisconsin. That's not that far away from Road America, is it? To Fitz as well. Thank you for the kind words. Can't keep up with what's coming in on the socials on at IMSA Radio. Northwest Georgia, Greg's on the couch watching Peacock. Thank you for your support. It's John, Johnny and Arjuna with 12 and a half hours to go. Not a bad view from up here, Arjuna. Have you been up here before?
No, this is a pretty good view. I will say, though, first time we met, Indianapolis 2022. Yeah. That is also one of the better views I think any commentary booth is going to have. Yeah,
fair point, well made and nicely presented. We've spoken across the digital platform many times in the past, but good to have Arjuna in the lane with us. Are you still running on home time? So you on West Coast time, are you?
We'll go with that because then it means it's only 10 o'clock at night right now.
And you're heading straight from here to get a plane, I think?
Right back on to the plane at 6 o'clock, yes.
Oh, my goodness me.
I only decided to come out here a week ago. It was a very, as the kids would say, YOLO decision.
Right, so you're actually here as a genuine spectator?
Yes.
Good for you.
I know it must be an uncommon feeling for you.
It's difficult. I still like going to watch motor racing. But I do a few club races and bits and pieces. Johnny's taken me to some short track racing, effectively, in the UK, and we've got a couple of good venues near us. More pit stop as Joe's coming back to the pit lane. The Forte Lamborghini into the pits, and that looks fairly standard. They have proffered Michelin tyres. Quite a few penalties earlier on with unattended tyres left in the pit lane. It was made very clear in the driver and team manager briefing that you can't just leave them standing unattended. You must have somebody with them, and that caused some issues earlier on. Also in the lane little bit further up is the number 51 Ferrari with its hazard flashes on its four ways. Sorry, no, that's the 023 Ferrari. As the team are working on the left rear of that car. Fuel still going in, maybe just a little check. I saw the torch out for a moment, and now that car is down and away as they head out of the pit lane. And the 023 just into the pit lane. Exit now, that tricky exit tightens right up, and the wall is right on the right-hand side, and as I say that, right in front of the Triazi car, the Van der Steur Racing Aston Martin almost hitting the inside wall there, and they weren't even off the pit lane speed limiter, Johnny. That was it was a fantastic save, but my goodness, I said it was treacherous, and Rory Van der Steur, the third placed GTD, very nearly binned it on the way out of the pit lane.
It nearly swapped ends on him, didn't it? And he did incredibly well to get out of the throttle, maybe a bit of brake as well to straighten the car up. But you've only really got about 2 car widths to play with there, and it was right in front of the 023 Ferrari, the Triazi Competizione car. So Van der Steur...
Oh, he hit the wall!
He did hit the wall.
Right rear. It clipped the wall. And as I say, the pit lane speed limiter is actually a bit further down. You go through the RFID readers. Michelin have smart tyres on all these cars. I mean, they've always been smart tyres, but they are actually digitally smart tyres. And there are pieces of information in there. No longer do you have the little chalk marks on the side of the tyres. Well, Arjuna, that's normally not something you would have to live with in the digital world. That's a tricky out from the pit, and my goodness me, Rory Van der Steur, fast hands there, but he may have damaged the right rear suspension.
And I was almost wondering if he had gone a little bit too far wide beyond the white line, picked up something on his tires, still not up to temperature, and that, sends him into a bit of a trouble zone. But I still remember that the days when that, pit exit used to be flat out, and you'd have cars on cold tires effectively scraping the wall because they didn't have the grip. So it's a bit of a throwback to that time, and that car was running quite well. I was looking at some of the lap times over the course before they dived into the pit lane. They were up there in the podium spots, and so hopefully no lasting damage, not even halfway into the race.
Arjuna, it's been a pleasure having you here. We'll get you back across to the infield to enjoy a little bit more before you head to the airport. When do we hear you again on the airwaves of the virtual racing world?
Well, Porsche Esports Super Cup, that starts next week, so I'll be with Paul Smith for that one. IMSA Esports, we'll have some more stuff to share about that. We've just wrapped up our season, so I get a bit of time away. I'm not just commentator for that, I help run the series as well, so always nice to not have to focus on moaning drivers and things like that.
That's the same in the esports world, is it?
Of course. They often have very valid complaints. Maybe not always.
Do they talk about BOP as much as drivers do to us?
Oh, we could have an entire 12-hour discussion on BOP in the virtual world. And I'll leave you with this. The way we do BOP is, John, you drive the Ferrari, Johnny drives the Porsche, and I drive the BMW.
Right.
Well, that means that you can give me data on my BMW, you're giving data on his whatever it is, and he's driving your Porsche.
Right.
Basically, instead of you telling me how fast your car is, I'm asking you how fast everyone else's car is.
Yeah. Thank goodness we don't have to deal with that. And of course, testing you can test as much as you want. You're not burning fuel, you're not burning tyres, you're not renting a track. So if you've got the time to do it, that just adds more fuel to the flame, effectively, for what you're talking about.
Exactly, and so we have a great data-driven process. I'll give a shout-out to the guys at TFR Lab that do all of that for us as well. And before I leave, I should make sure, Max Rosier, if you're listening, our main contact at IMSA that makes all of this happen, Drew Adamson, team at iRacing that make that possible as well, Florian Hasper, everyone at VCO that supports us in putting that championship together. We're 3 years in. We've only got bigger and better plans moving forward, and can't wait to share that with the community.
Thanks, Arjuna. Travel well, my friend. Good to see you. Maybe see you down at Sebring. Just gone through another half an hour of racing. Maxime Martin still leading at the front of the field by 41.5 seconds over Neil Verhagen for BMW in second. meantime, in GTD, Eric Figueras, Fred Schandorf, Aichan Guven, Jens Klingman for, respectively, AMG, Ferrari, Porsche. In fact, change for the lead there. Does that mean Figueras is coming into the lead? No, that was a change. I think that was a change on the track. Was it? Or has Figueras come into the pit lane? No, he's not in the pit lane, and he's dropping down quite rapidly. So problem for Figueras, and no, he's just come out of the pit lane. All right, that makes more sense now that I can see that he's just rejoined in the second sector. Johnny Palmer.
Yeah, I wanted to update you on the last round of GTPs, because with Joe exploring the garage area, we kind of missed those. It wasn't worth drawing attention straight away because they all went to plan, but the first to pit in that leading gaggle was Will Stevens in the Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac. Then it was Matt Campbell in his Porsche, and most recently Felipe Nasr and Scott Dixon both pitting on the same lap. The quickest pit stops being done by the two leaders, although Matt Campbell's pit stop was not too shabby either. Will Stevens, for some reason, spent a couple of extra seconds in pit road, and even longer than that, so 4 seconds slower than the race leader's pit stop was the Kevin Magnussen visit to pit lane for the 24 BMW. They're still all on the same lead lap, those 5 cars, and the gap from first to second is about 12 seconds now. Porsche 963, 7 back to the 6 sister car.
Johnny Palmer and John Hindorf. Joe Bradley, our CrowdStrike pit reporter, will be popping down to him in just a moment. Just under 12 and a half hours to go. Let's head straight down to a CrowdStrike pit lane report. Joe Bradley has... now, did you say it was Parker Thompson or Parker Kligerman? It was quite loud in the pit lane, Joseph.
I've got Parker Thompson. We're just having a bit of a giggle. He's just got out of the number 12 Vassar Sullivan Lexus, and he went straight on the radio. And I wasn't quite sure, Parker, whether you were talking to your teammate who just got in the car or whether it turns out was the engineer. And then I just thought, you guys never really get a chance to talk to your teammate, you know, like in the movie, you know, he doesn't like it at White House, do you? So how do you get information that you've discovered in that stint to the guy that's now in the car?
Well, that's why we jump right on the radio. So I talk to my engineer, Chris Andrews, on the number 12. I tell him what the car did, what to expect over the stint, what tools I use to make my life easier, so hopefully it makes Frankie's life easier and after me.
And I would imagine as well, you're telling him throughout the stint, the engineer is making judgments of what you're saying with regards to, say, tyre pressures that are going on the car.
For sure. So specifically tyre pressures, actually. Our car changes quite a bit as the tyre pressure grows and wears. So you've got to be on top of the bias, you've got to be on top of your ABS.
It's all about the tyres, from karting to Formula One, isn't it? All right, we know the Lexus is a bit old, you know, it's the oldest GT3 car. Are you feeling that out there with these newer GT3 cars?
I think it's a combination of that, and then obviously the new introduction of the torque sensors. IMSA, I think, did a pretty outstanding job coming in their first event. I mean, there's a lot to learn, right? I know over in WEC they have it, but I think there's a bit of a different system. IMSA's using their own models, so you're always going to expect some growing pains. Not saying we're on the end of it, but we're definitely not on the shiny side of it, and that's what we're in combination with an old car and then not a lot of straight line speed. Yeah. It's been a tough 24 hours so far.
How as a driver, does that affect with the torque sensors coming in? Does that make you have to drive the car, or different considerations?
You know, the only thing that's really changed is now we talk in kilojoules instead of in fuel per lap. So it's kind of funny, but for the fans at home, you could essentially, in theory, run the car out of actual fuel, but still have energy in the tank, or vice versa. Not have energy in the tank, but still have fuel. So it's added a lot of math for engineers. As a driver, you're just taking one variable and you're substituting it for another. And then if you get a low fuel light, obviously got to come in too.
Yeah, that's a new car. Any news on the new car coming through?
Oh man, I hope. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure everybody's seen the anticipation of it. I'm still waiting, obviously, to drive it. So fingers crossed. Hopefully next year, years to come, though. We need it.
A lot of Lexus fans out there, man. They're wanting it to come.
I know. Lexus drivers, too.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Parker. Great stuff. Great insight.
Just had a moment for the 04 CrowdStrike Racing by APR LMP2. Colton Herter at the wheel of that car, and it flashed up on our Alcamel screen that a car had spun at turn 5, which is the Western Horseshoe. It was stuck there for a little while, because normally that will take you 45 seconds or so to do the middle sector, but it cost him a further probably 30 seconds whilst he recovered that car, and he's dropped, I reckon, 2 places, maybe 3.
Fred Schandorf in the yellow Inception, number 70. That's a Ferrari now. They've changed manufacturer. Has Ai-Chan Guven hovering in on the back. We're talking about Chan's virtual racing prowess with Arjuna just a few moments ago. He's turned that into real world pace. Say a quick hello. I think this is the first time I've ever said this. Hello to the brilliantly named Gym Teachers of America on the socials. Watching from Brunei. I think it's the first time we had that. We had Burundi earlier on, which had to look that one up. John Doonan wasn't quite sure. And hello to Sammy Moutran and the Moutrans, who are all tuned in as well. Battle for the leads, JP in GTD.
Yeah, livening up nicely, isn't it? Well, after the pass a short time ago with the Guven Porsche getting closer, so now the 70 under pressure from the Turkish driver in the 120, and neatly under the rear wing of the bright yellow Ferrari. Not that you can tell it's bright yellow in this amount of lack of light. Significant overlapping there, and then all of a sudden almost a release of the brake from Fred Schandorf, so that he ran a bit further into the Le Mans chicane and held off the 120, the dark green Porsche 992 of Ai-Chan Guven. But they're getting closer and closer, and leaving Jens Klingmann in the BMW number 96 further back, 5 seconds worth.
Hello to Chris Lazenby already in Australia, waiting for us to get down there. Here comes Chan Guven to the high side. This is the outside move down into turn 1, fastest part of the circuit. The Inter-Europol LMP2 car coming up alongside. Guven goes wide. He'll try and cut it back, but he can't make it happen. And the yellow and green LMP2 car now goes through here. Is this an opportunity for Guven? He doesn't want to lose any ground. Schandorf actually blocked to the inside there. He's just saw a set of headlights. He wouldn't have known whether that was the Porsche or the prototype. Well, actually, he would, because the slightly yellower headlights on the GTD cars. That's an historic throwback to the original GT cars running at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, when French law dictated that the headlights had to be yellow. Although I have to say, the Wright Motorsports headlights are not that yellow.
No, they're not.
But they are on the Inception Ferrari.
Yeah, true. But also, this is where the spotters do such a good job, because I'm sure that the class leader, Schandorf, will have known there was an LMP2 bearing down, and not just any LMP2, that's the class leader, Antonio Felix da Costa, who didn't want to waste any time back to Sebastian Alvarez. So the spotters having to say, well, the 120 Porsche's still on your tail, but there's a P2 car looking to slice its way by as well at the International Horseshoe. Again, Guven almost overlapping the rear wheels of the 70 Ferrari as they both slow for the Le Mans chicane. Very tough as you're going in defensively from Schandorf's point of view. You're going in at quite a shallow angle and then trying to avoid those abrasive curves, high curves on the exit. All very well when you go in during qualifying or a free practice session all on your own. You can pick your line on the way in and therefore be much better on the way out. But sometimes you're compromised because you're having to defend so severely. This time, Schandorf given a moment's peace as they slow for turn 1, not two abreast this time. But that'll be Guven just easing back, with mindful of another attack coming just around the corner.
Claire Batley is in at Alexandra VA. I've not moved for 12 hours, coffee in hand, to get me through the next 12, and can try and complete my first ever start to finish watch. Well, on Peacock at the moment as well. We'll hand the keys back to this broadcast at 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm not sure what they thought they were letting themselves in for. We're joined from Gradient Racing by Declan Brennan, having just taken on the Ford Mustang GT as a customer team. Now, you haven't had that for very long, Declan. What, 8 weeks or so?
Well,
what's the what's the over and under?
Well, we've had the car longer than that, but yes, but in terms of you know, the gaps between the end of one season and the start of another and prep and all that, it hasn't been that long. I want to give you a quick update on issues that we're dealing with right now. In simple terms, we have no fancy automatic clutch. We are manually clutching out of the pit lane. In fact,
hang on. So
that would
how
be.
do you do that? Is it a three? It's not a 3-pedal car.
Well, I've listened to this on the radio and I didn't write it down, so I can't explain it.
Right.
The only reason we can do this is probably because Joey has so much.
Joey Hand.
Yeah, Joey Hand has so much knowledge of the car.
Yeah.
So there is a technique that we're using. It involves a lot of heavy footedness coming out of the pit lane, a lot of wheel spinning and revving high and letting it go, and that's what we're relying on. So on Tatiana's first stop, she came in, and
Tati Calderon.
On her first stop, she came in, and we had an issue. We lost 4, possibly 5 laps. We are now 2.5 down. We're out of sync, out of sequence. So we probably, when Tatiana comes in about 20 minutes, I think we'll be back to like 3 and a bit laps down. But
is this a mechanical issue? Is it an electronic issue? Have you plugged in the computer?
Honestly, don't know.
Right,
do not know. And it's not. It's one of those things where, in terms of diagnosis now, we're not. We have what we have, and we're just going to have to run it like this until it either gives up or.
It's classic endurance racing.
Of course it is.
Isn't it?
And probably the best example is Jaguar won a Le Mans with a clutch that stopped working about 20 feet over the finish line.
Well, I don't think it actually properly got to Parc Ferme. Actually, you're absolutely right. I think it was pushed into Parc Ferme. What was that?
88.
88. Yes. Yeah. The year before my first.
Jan Lammers, Andy Wallace.
Yeah.
And oh blimey.
Yes, me too. I've done exactly the same. Drawn a blank.
Answers on a postcard, or in this case an email to the booth. And via all the usual channels.
Yes, indeed.
How can I not
Johnny
remember?
will find it quickest because he's very good on the internet.
Can I raise a question about the Gym Teachers of America being based in Bahrain?
Brunei.
Brunei. I presume that's quite a long commute for them.
All of them.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah.
They didn't really think this one through, did they?
Truly international broadcast. Burundi, New Zealand's checking in, and various other people as well. And of course, we're talking to Peacock's listeners and viewers as well for the first time. And who did we forget?
The late, great Johnny Dumfries.
Of course it was. Of course it was. Johnny Butte.
Yes.
Brilliant racing, Declan. How much do you get to watch what's going on? The battle for the lead in GTD. Again, it's the Inception Ferrari versus the Wright Motorsports Porsche. That little dark green Porsche has been there or thereabouts, was the pole-sitting car. Elliott Skier doing a fantastic job for them. How much do you get to see what's going on? How much are you just having to look at what Gradient are doing with that Ford Mustang GT3?
It's all of, I would love to say it's a little bit of A and a little bit of B, but it's all of B. One of the reasons I wanted to come here to this evening, is it evening or morning? I don't really know.
It depends where you are in the world.
Is because I was hoping you'd do a couple of things. You'd tell me what's going on in the race. I could watch some of it, and you could help me better understand all of the new rules. And the reason I say that is because when I asked Andrew Pinkerton, our engineer, I regretted it immediately because I got a detailed answer that I didn't understand.
He's an engineer. He's going to quote the regulations to you and tell you exactly what's happened. It's a fair point that Declan makes, because we've split the GTD and the GTD Pro class up for the first time in terms of what happens during full course yellow when the safety car comes out. They are treated as two completely separate classes, whereas the GTs in the past were not. And that means that they're are reset with all the GTD Pro cars, the cars with the red accoutrement on the wing end plates and the windshield banners. They all go in front of the ones with the green. That's basically the cut down version.
Well, that's the bit I understand. It's the bit in terms of you can have no fuel and lots of power, and the other way around, and
well, that is more
and torque sensors. And
yes, that is more about the energy allowed within a stint, and there are lots of factors that affect that, including how much fuel you put in the car and how much of that fuel you use and how you use it, and that basically has a. All right, I'm going to sound like an engineer if I'm not careful. There are several factors that affect that. The difference, of course, with the GTD Pros and the GTDs is that they don't have any energy recuperation as you would have in the GTP cars with the hybrids.
Yes. So, see, here's the point was, I asked him to explain this, and the moment he gave me the answer, I realised why I'm a commercial director, and that they don't let me near the business end of the pit box.
Well, we study, Johnny and Peter Mackay as well, are inveterate studiers of regulations. I spend enough time on planes that I've watched all the movies, so I tend to print out regulations in airline lounges and take a sheaf of paper, about a ream of paper, onto the plane and start flicking through it. And it is not for the faint-hearted, JP, is it? In this new breed of endurance racing, where we are trying to balance performance of exceptionally different philosophies of sports cars, particularly the GT cars.
Yeah, I mean, it's about energy consumption, but that might be per lap, it might be per stint, it might be how much you're burning through as a rate or as a total volume. And it's not just reading the regulations and go, okay, I understand it now. You need, from an engineering point of view, to know them absolutely back to front, so that if the race flips all of a sudden, you know what to do. One final thing I wanted to say at the end of this sentence is we've got our 8th retirement, I'm afraid to say, because the 5 Porsche 963 of Nico Pino is now out of the race. That was the one with the collapsed suspension on the Mustang sampling car.
Johnny Palmer, and we're joined by Declan Brennan as well, the commercial director of Gradient Racing, with their number 66 Ford Mustang GT. 12 hours and 10 minutes still to go here at Daytona. So on the high banks, the 70 Inception Ferrari still leading. Fred Scharndorf with a scant half a minute. I barely wishes he had half a second on Chan Guven in second. 6 seconds further back, BMW. And then 18 seconds further back is the first of the Corvettes, Marvin Kirchhofer, in the number 13 car. Do a full update once we get back with our colleagues from Peacock. They're just on a break at the moment. This has been an enthralling race. We've had a few interruptions from our various safety cars, and now had 7 full course yellows, safety car involvements. So Dex, just very quickly, before we come back with Peacock, are you genuinely able to compete now, or is this as much of a test session as anything else?
Oh, absolutely. We are 2.5 laps down. Granted, we are out of sequence, and when Tatiana next comes in, we will effectively be 3+ laps down.
Yeah. So you're still racing, is what you're saying?
Absolutely. You won't remember this, but 2023 we were 5 laps down. We finished 4th, and we got like 3 of those laps back in the last 2.5 hours. There was and so
if you get multiple safety cars, you can use those
absolutely
to your advantage. Declan Brennan with us here from Gradient Racing for a little while, as we are continuing to watch the battle at the lead of the GTD category. And now it's going to be an interesting run for Fred Scharndorf, because he's got a similar car ahead of him that he's got to pass. The lead for GTD is held by Fred Scharndorf in the number 70 Optimum Ferrari. The next car, the car that he's just passed, is the slightly delayed Vassar Sullivan number 12. That's the RCF Lexus. Then the next car back from that is Ayhan Guven. That's the Turkish Porsche driver in the right Porsche. He pulls to the high side. Whilst that battle continues, it's time for another VP Racing in-race update. Those are the first two in GTD, and in third position, Jens Klingmann's only another 6 seconds further back for BMW. It's a fourth manufacturer in 4 cars, with Marvin Kirchhofer for the AWA 13 Chevrolet Corvette. That's been a good fight back from them. And as I say, that's 4 manufacturers in the top 4. The first of the repeats is Triati Competition, James Collado in 5th, and Riccardo Agostini for AF Corsa. He is in 6th position in GTD. In the Pro category, Neil Verhagen for Paul Miller Racing BMW, the number 1 car, leads it from Rexy, about half a minute further back down the road. AO Racing 77, that's the T-Rex livery car of Klaus Bachler. Dennis Olsen is first of the Ford Mustangs. He's another 3/10 past. A canny little battle that's going on there. And his teammate Seb Prio in the 64 Ford Mustang GT3 is also right there. The top 6, Maxime Martin, Get Speed Mercedes, the number 69 car in 5th, and 6, Shane van Gisbergen in the Trackhouse by TF Sport Corvette. LMP2, Antonio Felix da Costa continues to lead for Inter Europol. That's the yellow and green car. These are all Orica LMP2 07s. Over a minute back, coming out the pits now is Spike, AO Racing, and the defending GTP champion from Porsche last year, Dane Cameron, aboard that number 99 car. Felipe Massa's been installed in the Riley. These are top quality drivers. Antonio Felix da Costa, Dane Cameron and Felipe Massa in the top 3 of LMP2. Then it's Mathieu Vax-Vier, the number 88 AF Corsa, that's the blue car, in 4th position. Colton Herter, after a little spin earlier on the CrowdStrike Racing by APR, the 04 car, he's in 5th. In fact, Mathieu and Colton just coming into the pits. Rasmus Lind, United Autosports, number 22, will be in 6th position. And at the sharp end of the field, it's 2 Porsche Penske Motorsport cars now. 7.5 seconds between Felipe Nasr and Matt Campbell, 7 from 6, with Scott Dixon in the ARX 06 number 60. And then Will Stevens for Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing. There's another 6 seconds further back. The best of the BMWs of Kevin Magnussen. Special K, K-Mag behind the wheel of the 24 in 5th position. Pascal Wehrlein, 40 seconds further back for JDC Miller. And that's your top 6 in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. Rolex 24 at Daytona, 384 laps completed. VP Racing in race update. Joe Bradley in the pit lane has got some business down there, this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Right, I'm pretty sure I haven't dreamt this, but I've just seen the number 31 Whelen Cadillac being let back out. Off it went down the pit road. Now, considering the leader is on lap 386, it's completed, and would you believe this, 331 for the number 31. That's how far behind it is, but they're not done. They have gotten this car back out after a massive repair job.
You've got to keep going. It's as simple as that. We've heard from Declan Brennan, who's alongside us in the GTD category. You've got to keep going. There's championship points on the line here, Dex.
There are, and I can give you the best example I could possibly give you. 1969, the Penske Sunoco T70 Mark IIIB was 44 laps down when it came out of the pits. Yes, round about this time, and battling against 5 908s on 2 JWA GT40s, all of which fell off, and it won.
Back to the battle in GTD. Every time we take our eyes away from it, Aychan Guven just stealths up behind that Optimum Ferrari, Johnny Palmer, and Chan again hassling the back of that yellow Ferrari with Schandorf behind the wheel. Schandorf feeling the need to go defensively into the international horseshoe at the start of the infield portion of the lap.
Yeah, something he's done quite a lot already. And again, this scenario where an LMP2 car is trying to get past, is that the 43 again? It looks very similar. No, it's not. It's the 18, which is the David Heinemeier Hansen LMP2 car. So 8th position for the Danish driver, and he's now got ahead of Guven, looking to try and slice his way on the inside of Fred Schandorf, fellow Danish driver, as he exits turn 6 and can do that, and it's not really disrupted the fight for first and second within GTD Daytona. Jens Klingmann can't get any closer to these two, despite them dueling and often being two abreast. You would have thought they'd be slowing one another down at times, but actually maybe the working together is working, because 6.2 seconds now back to Klingmann, whereas it was about 5 seconds the last time we checked. So this is a bit like Groundhog Day now for Ayhancan Guven, knowing where his Porsche is quicker than the Ferrari, but not being able to make it stick quite yet. His best opportunity came about 15 minutes or so ago, where he was fully alongside and marginally ahead the Ferrari, using that famous outside line on the route into turn number 1. Not quite close enough this time to pick up the full tow on the Ferrari, but GTD couldn't be much closer. In GTD Pro, it's a wider gap for Neil Verhagen in his BMW back to Klaus Bachler, but Bachler and Dennis Olsen still absolutely glued to one another for second and third.
Hello to Gavin Powers, who's in Mallorca in the Balearic Islands, already loving this race. He's already booked his tickets for Le Mans 24 for later this year. He says this Daytona 24 is whetting the appetite nicely. If you're making plans to go to the Circuit de la Sarthe in June, we were talking to Mark Rushbrook, global director for performance. Ford are putting together a really interesting package there. If you go to FordLeMans2025.com, the opportunity, car parking included, to enjoy the 24 hours of Le Mans with Ford, close up and personal, right on the trackside. FordLeMans2025.com. Really good value. Dex, you'll be there this year, will you?
Unfortunately not, no.
In spirit, then.
I will, absolutely. I would like to just point out that I'd love to find out if Guven is double stinting tyres compared to Scharndorf. The reason I say that is because obviously that is something that is pretty important in. It's really important in terms of, you know, saving tyres till the end of the race. But we also just don't necessarily know who's doing what at any one time. So it may be the case that we are speculating that the 120 could be on older tyres and therefore just doesn't have enough.
Yeah. Grunt to get out of the corners. It is almost 20 minutes to 2 in the morning. It has clicked over into the second half of the race. We are more than halfway there. Get the memes coming in. Chicken on a prayer.
Honey coated.
Yeah.
Pigeon on a chair.
Yeah, absolutely. 90 around the world on RS2 107.9 here at the circuit. Sirius XM 206, and of course we've managed to take over Peacock as well into the second half of the 63rd running of the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. Well, there we are then. We've cracked it now. As we move into hour number 2, and the big hand clicking over. 04 and 43. That was the incident earlier on. Now under review, that was the CrowdStrike prototype, wasn't it? Was that is that long enough back to have been the hurt to spin? That was his under his own volition, wasn't it?
Well, just the 04 was shown to have spun. I didn't think Herta was together with the 43 at the time, because from memory the Inter-Europol competition car had Antonio Felix da Costa at the wheel and was leading the class, I seem to remember, but it might be that that's been revisited and actually the contact has been spotted between those two cars. It left Colton Herta, regardless of what happened, losing about 35 seconds, and it's looking like it's the 04 that's been assigned the...
No, this is something else.
Oh, beg your pardon.
This is, well, it's an unsafe release, I'm hearing from race control. So
okay.
It may have, it would have involved another car. So sorry, it may not be something else. I'm sure that is right. So it will get the drive-through, impeded the other car involved there.
Right, so we've got a Colton Herta spin, I still say, on his own at the Western Horseshoe. That happened about 20 minutes ago and delayed him on the lap. We mentioned that at the time. This is what's coined in other championships as an unsafe release, because priority must always be given to the car already in the fast lane, and if you don't ease back and make sure that you avoid contact as the rejoining car, then that can result in a penalty. So it's a pit lane protocol violation with car 43. Presumably they've tangled during a pit stop, and it's a drive-through for the 04, which is the CrowdStrike car.
Just proving what an international draw this race is. At Rancagua in Chile. Rancagua, sorry, in Chile. Hello to Cesarito, tuned in. And this is the midnight till 6 Sacred Coffee part of the race. After dark, IMSA After Dark, if you will. That shift where so often things change. And in fact, we've had a change. The moment we looked away from it, of course it happened. Ayhan Guven has gone by the Inception Ferrari of Fred Scharndorf.
They're coming through Speedway turns 3 and 4 now, so did he do that as they slowed for the Le Mans chicane, or maybe via the draft? In fact, now the Ferrari's going to come in, so was the 70 car mindful that it was going to have to come in for a pit stop and in a way allow Ayhan Guven through just to avoid any potential confusion as the 70 car pitted? The last thing you want to be doing is slowing and risking contact if the Guven Porsche got a really good run on the 70 car. Either way, GTD has a new leader, Turkish driver Can Guven, in the number 120 Porsche. That car run by Wright Motorsports.
It was down into the Le Mans chicane, JP. Absolutely spot on. Can Guven coming from way back and down the inside and finally getting that. That's been going on for half an hour, 40 minutes. And finally gets it done. And Scharndorf maybe realising that he didn't have to fight so much because he's come straight into the pit lane. So he was at the end of his energy allowance as he came into the pit lane. And a full course yellow is out. Full course yellow is out. Now, we have a car on fire at the far side of the circuit, and that has scrambled everything at the moment. And it's just coming out of Speedway Turn 2. That is the number 36 car that is on fire. Johnny Palmer, John Hindorf here watching this, and that is a major incident coming out of Speedway Turn number 2.
Doesn't look great at all from where we're positioned, and it's very difficult in the darkness to work out which car that is.
36 car, JP.
36, okay, thank you.
Sorry.
So it has stopped out on the far side.
That's Charlie Eastwood behind the wheel of the DXDT Chevrolet Corvette.
Yeah, 17th position in the GT Daytona
He's
class.
out of the car.
Excellent.
That's the best news, but that was swooped upon so quickly by the AMR safety crew, and that Corvette steaming now rather than being in flames. Excellent work. Right as he came out of Speedway Turn number 2, there was flames coming out the back of the car. Charlie, a very experienced driver, got off the racetrack. Now there's various places around the circuit where fire crews are stationed. They're marked by orange overlaps, and Charlie knew exactly where one of those was and pulled in, which allowed the fire truck that was sitting there literally to pull alongside him almost before the Corvette had come to a halt. That is good preparation and good execution by the driver. Brad Perez is driving us. He's the spotter for the 66 Ford Mustang GT of Gradient Racing. You should be up on the roof, shouldn't you, doing some work at the moment?
Actually, I was just relieved by my coworker and also NASCAR Cup Series legend Reed Sorensen. He's up there right now, so I'm with you guys.
Hang
right
on, Reed Sorensen is your alternate. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, you're welcome, Reed. I got him this job.
Yeah, excellent. That's what I want to hear. You've raced. Have you been part of Xfinity before?
Yep, I've raced a couple Xfinity Series races over the year and a couple NASCAR truck races as well.
Now, I want to ask you about that incident there that we saw with Charlie Eastwood in the Corvette. If you see something like that, do you know where those fire points are on the track? And can you help the driver and try and keep the driver calm and say, all right, you need to look for the orange on your left. It's 2 down, it's 1 down. Is that the sort of thing you're doing as well as the more normal watch out behind you?
Yes, and I think another thing of being a race car driver, you also know a lot of these places that we go to where those cutouts are naturally. So a lot of these drivers are intuitive to the point where they can just go on their own, but we like to assist them as well.
Different drivers like different things. How are your drivers in the... I mean, you've got Joey Hand, you could talk to him all day, and he'd probably talk you back all day as well. What about the other drivers? Do you have to decide how much information to give them? Do they tell you what they want to hear?
Yes, actually. They're actually not that much different this year. Usually I've worked with people like Mario Fahnbacher, who does not want to hear a single thing on the radio.
Really? Super Mario likes it quiet. There's something we'll stash away for later.
Very quiet. But for instance, like Till Bechtolsheimer, he definitely loves a lot of information, and he's also very easy to work with. A lot of these drivers are very easy to work with. They like the information. It's not really too much for them, and it makes my job very easy.
How cold is it up on the roof, Brad?
Very, but we have our little weather tent, so we're pretty good.
Oh, I love it. What, like a tanning, like one of those tanning tents, and you're pumping hot air into it? Is that how it works?
Yeah, I like to keep my hot chocolate in there. Thank you, Karen, the team manager at Gradient.
Right, how long are you off for now?
I will be back on the roof at 5:40 a.m.
Why are you sitting talking to us? Go and get some rest. Brad Perez, the spotter for Gradient Racing, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you guys too. I'm going to go ahead and get me some Apex coffee roasters.
That sounds very, very good indeed. Full course yellow then, and a serious incident for that car. Dealt with Johnny Palmer very, very quickly indeed by our excellent cleanup and safety crews. They managed to get, what was it? We had 17 Mazda MX-5s over the start line in a big shunt in race 2 yesterday. 15 of them needed to be moved, not by their own volition and motive power. And within, I think it was within about 15, 16 minutes, they were all gone. It took a little while more to clean it up, but that was excellent work by everybody concerned there.
Yeah, it's superb. I mean, it took about 20 minutes, didn't it, for 17 cars? So that's just slightly more than 1 a minute. Phenomenal. And I'm not surprised how quickly the crews were to Charlie Eastwood on the back straight to address the fire on his car. First of all, get it extinguished, get Charlie out of the car as well. But a real shame for that Chevrolet Corvette to disappear from the race so quickly and in such a fashion. Just a penalty message that's popped up on the screen regarding the number 6 Porsche. That's received a warning for improper re-entry at turn 7.
That's the Le Mans chicane.
Is it? Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, no, it is. It's the Le Mans chicane. Remember, we talked about how they have to go back up towards the wall to come in. We are on our 8th full course yellow. The safety car is out at Daytona. Yeah, if you go straight on, there's a chicane that you've got to go through, as there has been in previous years, Johnny. If you miss one of the centre curbs, you've then got to pull back up towards the wall, and there's 2 cones that you've got to go through. So he's probably missed that. Only a warning at the moment for that one. Okay, that's okay.
Yeah, they'll obviously be keeping a keen eye on whether that 6 car breaches that rule again, and potentially it could get steadily worse, but they will chalk that up as a warning, as a suspended sentence, if you like. Now, the GTD...
Yellow card in football terms, yeah.
Like it. GTD Pro leader, the BMW of Neil Verhagen, has just entered a closed pit and is out front, as I say. They've clearly needed to do that for emergency service. But the number 1 car, I'm guessing short on fuel, therefore. Unlikely to be a tyre down, although it may well have been on the number 1 car, the Paul Miller Racing BMW. It was a quick stop, 57 seconds, when a tyre change will take north of a minute. So I think they needed fuel on that car, and they'll have to finish that stop off once we go green again.
We'll pick off the details with Joe Bradley in a few minutes. IMSA taking the opportunity to sweep some of the circuit at the moment, so there are plenty of circuit vehicles up right near the wall as the sweeper goes past us here on the Tri-Oval in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. And clean-up continuing over at the exit of Speedway Turn 2, heading in towards the Le Mans chicane. Actually, it isn't. It's just right on the exit of Speedway Turn 2, where Charlie Eastwood's Corvette came to a fiery halt. Great work by all involved. Well into the second hour, the second half of this race, 11:50 and 24 to go. Just a few moments ago, we had a pit lane caller into a closed pit. It was Neil Verhagen in the BMW. Joe Bradley was down there watching it. Emergency service, Joe?
Well, yes, but that was the second time he's been on pit road. He was on pit road, he was taking tyres and a driver change. Neil Verhagen was getting into the car. Now, when that car came into the pits, it was right on the cusp of that yellow. It went full course caution, and I couldn't see from my perspective whether or not he was on pit road when the yellow flags came out, or whether the yellow flags came out while he was on pit road. You might as well stay down here, guys, because Felipe Nasr has just brushed my toes, the number 6 ahead of him. We're talking about the Porsches, of course. The Porsche Penske Motorsport Henrys are leading GTPs. The Sedlar Ferrari goes into the paddock. We're having a driver change in the number 7, and I think the number 6 is having a driver change too. So standard procedure under full course caution, taking advantage, of course, changing drivers, new set of tyres, and all fresh to go green.
Verhagen definitely entered a closed pit. The other BMW with Dan Harper behind the wheel came in and changed to Augusto Farfus. He managed to get in 1 second before the full course yellow was closed. 44 minutes and 53 past the hour, 44 minutes and 54, the full course yellow came out. So that if that was a opportune, let's get in, get Dan out and Augusto Farfus in, that was genius from the BMW team there. So Neil Verhagen coming in for a short stop, emergency service. It makes no sense, of course, if under the safety car you've got someone running out of petrol or energy on the circuit. It just extends the amount of time that we have neutralised the race. So the IMSA regulations allow for you to come in and take a splash of fuel, no more than 5 seconds, or to fix perhaps a punctured tyre. If you've got one punctured tyre, you can change that without any other work being done on the car. You do have to then come back into the pits later on in the cycle. So it's not a free pass, but at least it saves you from getting stranded out on the circuit, or maybe doing further damage to the car, or in fact being a safety hazard to other vehicles out there, even under safety car speed, if you are dropping bits of bodywork or something like that on the circuit after a damage incident, damage-causing incident. That's what emergency service is, and that's what we believe that Neil Verhagen took then in that machine. That was the number 1 Paul Miller racing car. If you are just joining us in the wee small hours, Europe just about starting to get up, nearly 7 o'clock in the morning in the UK, 8 o'clock in Central Europe. We are under safety car for the 8th time this 63rd running of the Rolex 24 Hours here at Daytona. It's our sacred coffee through the night, after dark, call it what you will, coming up to 2 a.m. Eastern time, here just off the beach at Daytona, in this fantastic cathedral of motorsport. And the faithful have come to worship in many of their number this year. Joe Bradley got a full stack of GTD cars coming in the pit lane. The pits are now open for them.
Yeah, I kind of like to describe this as GTD chaos. I've kept well out of the way, of course, as best to. We've got pretty much not all of the GTD field, but I think there's only 1 or 2 that haven't. And with the heart of racing, the number 27 Aston Martin that has come on pit road, that's getting, again, everybody taking advantage to change tyres, change drivers. The number 1 BMW just ahead of it, that can now pit stop properly. Now, that was so unlucky, honestly. That was right on the cusp of that yellow flag, and now the number 1 can take a full tank of fuel. Now then, the 27, the heart of racing, Aston, taking advantage of this full course caution and changing front brake discs, front brake rotors and pads. So obviously less time lost out on track. Everybody's tootling round behind the safety car, gives them a lot more time, and they've been waiting for this opportunity to do this. Half distance, this will go the whole way now on those distant pads.
We're going to do a quick bit of ferreting around and look at the Michelin Endurance Cup standings, the interim points, and we'll have them for you in a moment. So Heart of Racing getting that brake change done very quickly indeed. Michelin Endurance Cup, JP, a championship within a championship, the now 5 longer races, and on the Alcamel site, the results are there. Ryan Marine has joined us for this next part of the broadcast. He's already looking that up as soon as I mentioned it, so we'll get that when we come back with Peacock as well and go through the ramifications of the interim points. I think from memory it is 8:16 and 24? 6, 12 and 24. 6:18. All right, okay, so
every
the
6 hours, basically.
So it's on the quarters. Okay, fantastic. Well, I'll let you find those, and when we get back with Peacock, you can inform the world. That sounds good. We'll get those knocked out in a few minutes. Thank you for all of your submissions to @IMSARadio.com. I actually can't keep up with how quickly they are coming in. And hello to a green goldfish. I love some of these names. Guten Morgen, he said, from Ramstein Air Base. Enjoying a champion's breakfast of sausage, eggs and bourbon. See, I was expecting bacon there, but you know what? That works for me. So behind the safety car, 11 hours and 40 minutes still to go. And we're going to rejoin our Peacock audience in just a second. I promised you a rundown of the Michelin Endurance Cup points. We'll do that with Ryan Marine, who joins us in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre in just a moment. But Joe Bradley has news of a significant second pass through the pit lane in this CrowdStrike pit lane report. Bradders, what did you see there?
Yeah, very tactical this. The number 7, the leading Porsche from Porsche Penske, in for what was about, I don't know, 1.8 seconds of fuel. The fuel nozzle was hardly on the car, but they really feel the need for this. They're topping up, aren't they? It did 1 lap after the previous stop, where it took a full tank of fuel. He's used 1 lap at a very slow speed, and it was marginal. 1.8 seconds, 2 seconds max. That's what the fuel was.
Thank you, Joe. Ryan Marine joining me. Johnny Palmer heads off for a little bit of shut-eye at 2 o'clock in the morning. The Michelin Endurance Cup, Ryan, is effectively a championship within a championship. We've got the full overall championship, we've got a Michelin Endurance Championship, and we've got a sprint championship as well, the shorter races. 5 longer races now. We've got the 36 hours of Florida within the next month here at Daytona, and then the Sebring, the Mobile One Sebring, 12 hours. Then, of course, we've got the Sailing 6 hours of the Glen. We've got the battle on the bricks at Indianapolis later on, the Motul-Petit Le Mans. That makes up the championship. It's a lovely trophy, and for those for whom it matters a lot. There are a number of championship teams who will do some sort of freaky tactics to get ahead at the right time. The right time here is 6, 12, 18, and of course the end of the race. It's a small amount of points, so any advantage you get is hard to pull back, and it is scored at the completed lap after those markers that we mentioned at the quarters, as it is here. We're still waiting for the 12 hours, but how was it at the end of the 6 hours? Because I have to say, I completely, in fact, I wasn't on, so it wasn't my fault.
We did run through them at one point, but that was quite a while ago, so it's maybe not a bad idea to remind folks about this. And you're right, the points payout, it is quite small. 5 points for the leaders after the 6-hour mark. And at the time, it was Meyer Shank Racing, Colin Brown, Felix Rosenquist, Scott Dixon, Tom Blomqvist that scored maximum points in the GTP class. Second place points to the Porsche Penske lineup, Felipe Nasser, Lawrence Vanthor, and Nick Tandy. Then 3 points for third. That went to Jordan Taylor, Kamui Kobayashi, and Louis Delatraz from Wayne Taylor Racing. And then everyone else who was running at the time gets 2 points. So that's the GTP standings after 6 hours. And again, we await the 12-hour points tabulations. As far as the 6-hour points are concerned for Michelin Endurance Cup and LMP2, Ben Keating, Ben Peterson, Matthias Besch, and Rodrigo Salas were the leaders in that class at the 6-hour mark. Then you get to the Riley group, so Felipe Fraga, Felipe Massa, Gar Robinson, and Josh Burton. Third in class were the CrowdStrike by APR quartet, so Colton Herta, George Kurtz, Malta Jakobsen, and Toby Sowery. Let's get to the GT ranks. We'll begin with GTD Pro, and a car that's had some subsequent misfortune. The number 1 from Paul Miller Racing, Augusto Farfus, Dan Harper, Jesse Krohn, and Max Hesse. Then you get to Corvette Racing's Nicky Katzberg, Nico Verone, and Tommy Milner. They were second at the 6-hour mark in GTD Pro. Third, Connor DeFilippi, Kelvin Vanderlinde, Madison Snow, and Neil Verhagen in that other Paul Miller BMW. So that team doing a nice job to maximize its points. And finally, GTD at 6 hours, Inception Racing with its Ferrari, Brendan Uribe, David Fuminelli, Frederick Schondorf, and Ollie Milroy. Leading after 6 hours, James Collado, Mike Skeen, Sheena Monk, and Stephen McAleer. That's one of the Triarci Competizione Ferraris. That's the full season one, in fact. They were second. And then third place, the pole-sitting car in GTD, Wright Motorsports, with Adam Adelson, Elliott Skier, Ayun Changuven, and Tom Sargent. And very soon we should have those results. I think it took them about 45 minutes or so to get posted after the 6-hour mark. So we'll be on the lookout here before too much longer, John.
Thanks, Ryan. Just to reiterate, that's 6, 12, 18, and 24. Had a quick note on at IMSA Radio on the socials. Can we run through the retirements? It was the Automobile Lamborghini Squadra Corsa SC63 that went first very early on, only having completed 34 laps. 75 Express, I'm afraid, Kenya Bulls Rolex 24 came to an end earlier on after 150 laps, so the number 75 car out as well. Magnus Racing, Andy Lally had an engine fire, an engine problem actually, probably in a blown engine we think, from the Aston Martin Vantage GT3 number 44, not the way he wanted to end his last Daytona. Roman De Angelis in the Harter Racing team, they had problems in the 007, and that car hasn't been seen for a long time. Jordan Pepper, Pfaff Motorsports Lamborghini Huracan, the number 9 car was out after 227 laps completed. Nick Bull started with a spin, fought his way back, and the rest of United Autosports number 2 car were looking good at one stage, right up in the top 3, but after 239 laps they have gone no further. And also the Cadillac of Wayne Taylor Racing, the V-Series R GTP number 40, lasted 245 laps. Most recently, Charlie Eastwood in the DXDT Chevrolet Corvette Z06 has ground to a halt in a fiery manner. Still scored in 46th at the moment, but has completed 355 laps, and I suspect that car will not go any further. There has been a couple of epic rebuilds that have gone on. TDS Racing did a lot of work on the number 11 car, Mikkel Jensen behind the wheel of that car, 11th and last of the P2s running. The Paul Miller Racing number 48 car, Augusto Farfus in that's had some problems as well as the Orica Pratt Miller Motorsport LMP2 number 73, but they are all racing again. Probably the most impressive couple that we've had. Kaku Ota's back out in the number 93 Acura. That was much delayed earlier on, 38 laps off the lead, but has dropped no further back. And of course we had Frederick Verveesch in the 31 Cadillac, and the Whelen car hitting the wall really hard, and that car now has Felipe Drogovic behind the wheel and is running again. And because it's running again and it's gone past some stricken GTP cars, it's now in 10th place. And so why did they rebuild that car and take that amount of time, Ryan? Because they're now in 10th place. Yes, they're in class. They may be 52 laps behind the leader, so that's something like an hour and a half, probably a little bit more in time terms, but they're running again. And if somebody else has problems later on, it'll take them an hour and a half or so to catch up, but then they could be in 9th, and that's more points for the championship.
Every point, John, so valuable in any championship, but especially in IMSA. I mean, go back to last year in the championship that Lauren Heinrich won in GTD Pro, and that came down to the qualifying points he won on the final weekend of the season at Motul Petit Le Mans. Got those bonus points for pole position, and that was the difference for him winning the championship. 1 point here or there, or it's not really 1 point margins really with the way the point system is structured, but they make all the difference in the world at the end of these things, and that's why, or even early in the season, these teams will scrap and claw for every point they can. Great news though, lights off on the safety car and restart appears to be imminent.
I rise from my chair in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre so we can watch them in real time as well as on the screens. Back to green flag, and it's a really quick start by the leader and the Acura of Colin Brown. Well, we know he's a quick starter. He's been very quick through the traffic as well. That was a good turnaround by the number 60 MSR crew to get him back out at the lead of the race, from Kevin Magnussen in second, Matt Campbell in third, Will Stevens in fourth, Nick Tandy in fifth. Get the popcorn out and lean forward, because those are 5 drivers who do not like to be anywhere else other than right in front. And already it is the Nick Tandy driven Porsche right alongside Will Stevens. That number 7 car, got to get used to Tandy in the number 7 with the black stripes on the front end of the car and the black swoosh on the side in the sort of after dark colours. The Salzburg colours, but the after dark version with these stripes.
Big penalty coming in LMP2. Class leader, the 43, Tom Dillman. That's Inter Europol, defending champion team. Drive through, leaving the pit lane or leaving the pit box with equipment attached. Exact same penalty just issued to the JDC Miller Motorsports number 85, with Bryce Aaron driving right now up in 6th in GTP. But they won't be 6th for long with that drive-through penalty impending.
In our Michelin Countdown to Green, we talked about the Porsche keys to the race. It's Daytona, it's 24 hours. Get to the dark, get to midnight, get to halfway, get to the morning. But the biggest one that I'm repeating is pit errors equal penalty equals time lost. And I've never seen so many. A number of people commenting on that as well. Caught off Mercedes going round the outside of the Windward 57. That 57 AMG was delayed earlier on, so I don't believe that was a battle for position. No, it was not. It's who's behind the wheel of that? Is that Ken Cook behind the wheel of the Korthoff car? Yes, I think it is.
Of the Korthoff car.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and Kenton came up through the series here in IMSA and moved to the East Coast. Been carving his own niche as a very, very handy sports car driver. The 2 penalties that Ryan Marine has just mentioned have been served. I just saw them trundle down the pit lane. Battles in the midfield, battles at the front. And at the moment, Colin Brown has held that lead from Kevin Magnussen. See, I'm old enough to be able to remember his dad racing in American sports cars. In fact, we were just talking about him in a different context when we took the American Le Mans series, as it was then, when we were over in California at down to the town centre, right in the middle of the town centre of San Jose. There's Cesar Chavez Park there, which is a nice green space with beautiful buildings all around 3 sides of it, brick buildings, and some high-rise to the other. Corned off the inside lane to the sidewalk and had the ALMS cars running around making a noise. supposedly only going 50 miles an hour until Jan Magnussen in the front engine Paynos with the Roush V8 decided to drop back from everybody and then rip around, burning his Michelin tyres to pieces. I was standing next to the local police chief who pulled out his phone. I thought he was going to make a phone call and end it all. He took a picture and turned to me and said, I'll leave some words out. He said, that's proper. So I knew we were fine there. Good move from the Lexus down the inside, but again, that was not for position. The two Lexus have not had the best of luck. Oh, debris on the circuit. It looks like a tyre carcass, and it's just been hit as well. Full course yellows come out, and that is at one of the faster parts of the circuit. I think that's coming out of Speedway Turn 4. I'll get that confirmed for you. Yellows breed yellows. Yep, that's exactly where it was. Amazing how you get to recognise pieces of tarmac. Thank you, Rooftop Ray. Celebrating his birthday. Yes, thank you, Rooftop. I love the fact that we can do a bit of direction. We've got Elisa in my ears from Concord, which is where all the production is done. NASCAR Productions moved into their sparkly new production facility just a little over a year ago, or just about on a year ago. And I was there in, August, back end of August, beginning of September, Alyssa, I think it was, when we saw you up there. Still has that, just before Petite. And it still has that that lovely new production centre smell when we got there. And 11 hours and 26 minutes to go. An absolute necessity to have that, and it came from the United Autosport number 22 car, 7th in class. The right rear went down.
Well, I'd say that could have gone a little bit worse, and they're fortunate in a sense that it happened the way that it did. That's the high-speed part of the track, of course, and we've seen some suspension failures and things of that nature that have led to big impacts in that part of the racetrack, but able to get the car into the pit lane. That was good work by Rasmus Lind, ex-Indy Lights, Indy Next driver, who's turned his attention to sports car racing as of late and was able to at least salvage that car. And that is the last remaining hope, of course, for United Autosports.
So didn't have a good year last year, Ryan.
No. Peter, I think, brought up the point, as accomplished as that team is all around the globe, this is a race that has eluded them to some degree. This has not been the best place for them over the years, but they've got another great lineup. Well, they had two great lineups, frankly, across both of their cars, down to just the number 22 in contention now, the number 2 well down the order at this stage and really out of the mix. But like I was saying, Rasmus Lind did a great job to hang on to that car, get it to the pits, and at least keep them in the hunt.
It's Ryan Marine and John Hindorf in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. We're getting towards the middle of our 6-hour run through the early hours here. And thanks to Peacock for handing us their airtime as well. Opportunity here to say a couple of thank yous. First of all, to our splendid AMR safety team. Had a chat with the guys and girls at breakfast. I always say, hope we don't see you. Have a quiet race. Hope we don't have to mention you. It hasn't quite been like that, but as ever, they are at all the IMSA races, and fantastic work. Also for our track services, recovery, the Steps recovery team as well. And of course, the men and women in either white or orange. Got a huge contingent of Scottish motorsport marshals over here. This race draws on the experience of marshals and corner workers from all over the world. And whilst it might be said that there are a few people at a racetrack over a weekend that we could do without, any of those people I've just mentioned are not among that list. Race control just to our left have been working really hard. This is Mark Raffhoff's 50th. He's head of race control. He's just to my left, to him. He's not listening to me, I can tell. And he's on his 50th 24-hour IMSA race today. There was a cake and a big celebration. He's got a book coming out as well. I can't wait for that. This is the 9th intervention for the safety car. for a tyre, part of a tyre. It looks like there'd been a rub or some kind of issue for the number 22. And if you look carefully on Peacock or on the international feed, look in the distance, the tape apes have found it right on the bottom side. Now that could have been much, much worse. I have a suspicion then that the driver there, Rasmus Lind, must have felt that going. He was down on the low side, easing off, and once again our replay team at Concord doing an absolutely stunning job. Jeff Wright's heading up the tape apes, and I'll say this as I always do, the tape apes is a very long-held name for replay, and I use it as a term of much endearment. I got a tape apes t-shirt many, many years ago, which I still have, and it was a great honour for that to be handed over to me. And without them, we just would make so much. So well done to the team up there in Concord. And my final thank you is to the camera operators who have been out there in wind, cold, rain, quite strong sunshine, and now we're in the dark. And we've got another look, I think, at the tyre in a moment. And this, by the way, is what we call a quick yellow, I think, or a short yellow, because it was within 15 minutes, Ryan, of the previous one. The pit lane will not open, and we won't necessarily have to go through everything. We will do the category split and then the class split. So all of the prototypes will go in front of all of the GT cars, and within that, all of the GTDs go ahead of all of the LMP2s, and all of the GTD Pros, got to get my three-letter acronyms right here, will go ahead of the GTD cars. That's the second part of that. That is the new part. That just takes a moment or two, but barely another lap. So that's only costing us probably another 2.5 or 3 minutes. And I think that has now been completed, actually. So we won't be too much longer behind the safety car.
I don't think we'll be behind the safety car for more than another half a lap. The lights are off and it's starting to accelerate away. So that's the expedited process for you for that quick yellow. And again, because it happened within 15 minutes of the last one, able to get through that a little bit quicker, and thankfully about to restart the race.
It's the Acura on duty at the moment. All of our manufacturers provide, or a variety of our manufacturers provide, safety cars, and we cycle through them through the 24-hour, which is something else I like. We get variety on the track and variety of the safety car as well. Green flag is in the air with 11 hours and just on 20 minutes still to go. And once again, Colin Brown has to do it from the front of the field with Matt Campbell in the Porsche right up behind him again, and again going wide. It's the two Porsches this time, though, as Tandy has made up positions. Remember, he was in 5th position at the last restart. Now he's 3rd, and he's challenging his teammate in the number of the car that he ran last year, the two Porsche Penske Motorsport machines. The 6 car with more white on it, the 7 car with more black on it, and they are chasing down Colin Brown. Colin, what a servant to motorsport he has been, holds the outright speed record here at this circuit. I saw the video from that when it happened. It was in one of the older DPIs, Ryan, and my goodness me, Colin, when I was asking him, would you like to do that again, he sort of looked at me with wide eyes and said, unless I have to.
That was back in 2013, by the way, with Meyer Shank Racing, or Michael Shank Racing as it was then known, 222.9 miles per hour.
Nick Tandy down the inside of his teammate. Couldn't quite getting the 2nd position, but it got him into 3rd, slotted in nicely behind Matt Campbell. I wonder what these current GTPs would do. That was where the conversation started with that. And when I say the outright speed record, that was just on the oval, of course. We didn't use anything else. Sparks coming from Matt Campbell's car. They run those Porsches really low to get the best out of the aerodynamics. A little too low at times last year. Cost them a win at Watkins Glen in the Salins 6 hours. They had a millimetre too much wear on the plank. I'm not making that up. It is absolute, again, it's like speeding in the pit lane. If you are under, you are under. There's a plank underneath the car. It's called a plank because it looks like a plank. It's made of a slightly more sophisticated material, but that has to have a mandated width. GTD action. Yeah, of course, a Ferrari round the outside of the number 50 on the inside, and the Van der Steur Racing Aston Martin is the number 19 right in the middle. I have no clue how everybody got through turns 1 and 2. The Triasi 023 is right in there as well, and acting as our eyes through the international horseshoe as they go towards the kink.
And this is about 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th in GTD. It's a hornet's nest back there. Maxime Robin doing a nice job in the Van der Steur Aston. They got some help from ProDrive, of course, here this weekend. But man, what a fantastic battle here in the midst of the GTD field.
And still they're too wide. The Iron Dames, number 83, they're with Porsche this year. They're right in that mix as well. That's a special livery for the Rolex on that car. It looks like it's got post-it notes all over. There's little notes and congratulatory and inspirational messages on that car. At the moment, Sarah Bovey, the Belgian driver in that machine, hails from just around Spa-Francorchamps. Her family still has a hotel there. But here comes the Winward car, the number 57, laps down. But again, the point we made earlier, Ryan, you stay out there, you get as many points as you can. This car was winning this race at this time last year.
It ended up winning the race. It ended up winning the championship in GTD. Also delayed, though, unfortunately, is the Iron Dames car. They're a lap down. They had a puncture really early on. That was with about 16 hours to go in the race. And they've been on the back foot ever since, slowly working their way back up, but still a lap down on the rest of the GTD field. That car's been quick. Everyone who's been in it has been fast. If they could just get a little racing luck on their side, there's no reason they can't contend.
The Indy Donchi is behind the wheel of it. They're working their they've completed 372 laps. So they are, actually, do you know what? They're only a lap off the lead now.
Yeah.
So this is already a good comeback.
And that pass on the Iron Dames, that was for position. Those are the two cars one lap
Good
down
point.
in class. Actually, there is a third. That's the
side by side with the Van der Steur Racing Aston Martin. And that is, again, the Winward car proving it's got some pace. No, that's the Triasi Ferrari, excuse me, showing it's got some pace. As this stream, you called it a hornet's nest. That's very, very impressive. It's exactly what they sound like. They've all got a slightly different engine noise. There's something about racing cars at night. They look different. They sound different as well. I threw this out a few years ago, and a couple of people came back and told me exactly why, in physics terms, racing cars do sound different. I thought it was just my ears, and you kind of, maybe your senses are a little more attuned to it because you can't see so well. Do you hear more? But actually, it's about the things like the how the air works when it's cooler in the darkness. So there's a little bit of a difference of how sound travels, and it does make the car sound different.
I think it has to do with the density of the air, right?
Absolutely
And how
so.
the sound waves move through it. I've thrown that out there before, and this is above my ability to comprehend, but
it's what the old drag racers used to call fat air in the day, before they could measure it in any other way. They used to have a jar which they knew the specific amount of air that was in there. They put a flame underneath it and time how long it took for the flame to go out and run out of oxygen. And obviously, the longer the flame burned, the fatter the air was. LMP2 battle going out of turn 6 onto the high banks. Looking down from the spotters area on the top, right above our heads in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Brilliant sight lines here at the World Centre of Racing. And the top three in LMP2, Dane Cameron, last year's overall champion with Porsche Penske Motorsport in the number 99. He's leading out, but by, 5-10 cars lengths maybe, as they head into the Le Mans chicane. Behind him is Nicholas Nielsen for AF Corsa, Job van Uitert for Tower Motorsport. As the overall leaders already down into turn 1. And this has been a really good restart for Colin Brown. He's held his lead at about a second over the two Porsches.
A couple of pieces of news to pass along. JDC Miller now serving their second drive-through penalty in the last 15 minutes or so. This one was for a pass under yellow. And so it's young Bryce Aaron from Winnetka, Illinois, current Indy Next driver, who's with JDC Miller for the Enduros this year, who's being forced to serve this drive-through penalty. And unfortunately, we have another one that we can say is officially retired. This is from the GTD class with Cheddalar Racing. And we saw them have their mechanical issue, and apparently it was not something that could be repaired. So it's game over for Antonio Fuoco and company.
Yeah, that was really odd. They had a headlamp issue, came into the pits with it, and the car went dead stick with Antonio Fuoco. They eventually pushed it behind the wall. I'm not sure whether the headlight issue caused an electrical problem, but they are now out of the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. So Nick Tandy looking at the red lights ahead of him, his teammate Matt Campbell. The Australian absolutely delighted to be back over here in the States. Spent a long time chatting with him at the back end of last season in the World Endurance Championship paddock. Had a great chat with him actually at the post-season test in Bahrain. It is Australia Day today, and there'll be no better way for the superstar that is Matt Campbell. Came up through Porsche Cup racing, as many have done down through the years. Porsche, the absolute prototype of young driver programs down through the years with Uwe Brettel, the UPS young drivers. I remember the dark brown and gold cars running in Mobil 1 Super Cup. LMP2 battle side by side, and that is at the International Horseshoe. The number 52 wins car in 9th position. That's the blue number on the side, and that is the second place car that is going through, the number 88 of Nicholas Nielsen. So that wasn't a pass for position, but it was important for Nielsen to get through. He didn't want to lose ground on Dane Cameron just ahead of him, and those two cars have skedaddled off actually after the restart. Joop van Uitert has dropped a couple of seconds back, and he's been caught by Felipe Massa and Colton Herter as well, right in there as well. Colton now back in the CrowdStrike Racing by APR, the 04 car, as they continue on for a moment, a little bit of clear air as they head past the Ferris wheel, illuminated at this time of night, and through the Le Mans chicane, halfway around another lap. The LMP2 battle continuing on the high banks of Daytona, fighting their way through traffic on the infield just a few moments ago. Dane Cameron in the number 99 car is the first set of headlights we can see coming towards us here. And Nicholas Nielsen was pretty insistent that he wanted to be through that lapped LMP2 traffic, trying to keep the leader honest. Identical cars, of course, and coming into the story as well, Joop van Uitert in the number 8 Tower car. He's actually dropped back a little bit from the lead, 1.5 seconds. But Colton Herter and Paul-Luc Chatin for respectively CrowdStrike and Era Motorsport, those two guys are coming up on them at the moment. The 04 car clearly gaining, and that battle is heating up. Meantime, that 57 AMG GT3 of Windward Racing now just a lap off the GTD lead after fighting their way back. And again, this is why you have to keep going. There was more than half the race left when they had their problem, and Indy Doncic is now chasing down. He's got 1.3 seconds between himself and Casper Stevenson. And in P2, the lead has just changed.
Yeah, that was Nicholas Nielsen has caught Dane Cameron all of a sudden and put the move on him. The move had already mostly been made by the time we got a glimpse at it, but now Nicholas Nielsen is starting to sprint away. So that's impressive stuff from the AF Corsa squad. They've been quick. I think we have a chance to see. Yeah, maybe.
Oh, just side by side going into turn number 6. And So that's probably a little bit of a better exit from the Western Horseshoe. It's a pretty short shoot from the exit of the right-hander into the apex of the left-hander, but if you steer to the left-hand side of the track and get a bit of traction, you've effectively blocked past the guy on the outside, to use a motocross term, and he's sprinted away to a 10-car lead. And who's that behind? That's the Wins car behind, is it, coming through?
Yes, I think it is Matthias Besch, who's a lap down, but trying to stay in touch and maybe find a way to get back on the lead lap.
2 laps down on the leaders, yeah. But that car has had pace when it's running.
Yeah, that's the frustrating thing. You get to this point in the race and you know your car is good, you know you've got a great team behind you, great driver lineup, but you find yourself trapped a couple of laps down. I mean, you know you've got a chance to get back, but it's reliant on the cautions falling at the right time and being in a position where you can potentially take advantage of the wave-by rules here at IMSA. But Besch doing a great job just to keep them in striking distance.
Thank you, Jesse Young, celebrating National Day in Australia at the moment. The 12-hour Endurance Cup, Michelin Endurance Cup points are now out. We'll get to those in a moment and update you. Remember, 6, 12, 18 and 24 for the 5-round Michelin Endurance Cup for this season. As we're coming round to the end of another race hour, it's time for our VP Racing in-race update. Acura leads with Colin Brown by just 3/4 of a second from Matt Campbell and Nick Tandy chasing him down for the 2 Porsche Penske Motorsports. Then Will Stevens for the best placed and the least troubled of the 2 Cadillacs. I'm afraid the second car's had real wars for Wayne Taylor Racing. Kevin Magnussen still aboard the number 24 BMW, and Bryce Aaron makes up the top 6 for JDC Miller Motorsport. Marco Wittmann is in 7th for BMW Team RLL, but 3 laps off the lead. New leader in LMP2 is the AF Corsa of Nicholas Nielsen, the blue number 88 Orica. All the cars the same in this category. AO Racing's Dane Cameron now down to 2nd in Spike. Tower Motorsports up for United in the number 8 car, the orange, black and white machine. And the top 6 completed by Felipe Massa in the Riley Ranch 74 car, and the CrowdStrike Racing by APR Colin Herter driven 04. GTD Pro, Thomas Preining, the Austrian in the Porsche for Proton competition. The number 20 car, the 20 car, and it's a Porsche 1-2 is AO in the 77. Rexy back up, challenging as well, just 3/4 of a second back. Nico Varone for Corvette Racing by Pratt Miller. Seems like yesterday that he was a sneaky silver with Ben Keating at Le Mans. And I was talking to him in the town square. Chris Meese in 4th for Ford Mustang and the Multimatic Motorsports car. Dragon Speeds, Miguel Molina, and the 81 Ferrari in 5th, and Daniel Huckadea for Corvette Racing by Pratt Miller in 6th. In GTD, it's a Bronze Cup team that are winning at the moment, leading at the moment. Inception in that bright yellow number 70 Ferrari. 296 BMW in 2nd in the shape of Robbie Foley in the 96 Turner Motorsport. Wayne Taylor's Lamborghini in the hands of Trent Hindman, the 45. Next up, Matt Bell for AWA Chevrolet Corvette. The number 13 car in 4th. That's another Bronze Cup entered car. Forte Racing Lamborghini in 5th. Mario Farnbacher, who doesn't like to be talked to when he's racing, as we found out from Brad Perez, who's spotted for him. What an insight we got from Brad there, and thanks to him for popping in after finishing his shift as spotter for the number 66 Ford Mustang of Gradient Racing. And Conrad Larson for AF Corsa makes up the top 6. That's how it stands, with just on 11 hours and 3 minutes remaining. Your leader, having completed 412 laps. So we're a little behind if we were going to make the 8:33 of 2020, and so I think we probably lost that opportunity. Yeah, so 4:13 laps, and it's Acura with the ARX-06 and Colin Brown leading here at Daytona. really pleased to see Colin back in a top flight seat. He just got that drive when Acura changed the team that was running them here in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, and I thought that Colin might have lost his chance, but with MSR coming back, Colin, who for such a long time was loyal to one of his gentleman drivers who he'd mentored for a long time, almost took the championship outright actually a few years ago, which led to a rules change, to be quite honest.
That was in the combined prototype class that featured both the DPI spec cars, which are effectively the predecessors to today's GTP class cars, as well as the LMP2s. So the Orica that you see running in LMP2, that used to be a top class car when it was that combined prototype class for a few years in the WeatherTech Championship. And you're right, there was a year where JDC Miller put together a really strong run. Steven Simpson, as I recall, was part of that lineup, and they challenged for a full season championship. And then as well, like you mentioned, that would have been the core Autosport team that Colin would have been driving for at the time, also took the fight to the big factories, and they said, no, enough of this. We don't want to be losing to something called an Orica. We'd rather be losing to, a Cadillac or an Acura. If we have to lose. If we have to, correct. And so that was changed. The classes were split from one another. I kind of thought it was fun back then. It was a neat David and Goliath story, but anyway.
Well, channeling Jeremy Shaw excellently there.
Oh, excellent. Good.
Young Marine, thank you very much indeed. It's exactly what JS would have said as well. And I wonder if Jeremy's still up at this time of the night. If you are, JS, thanks for the memories, mate. Didn't used to do this shift, to be honest. Johnny Palmer has most lately been doing this shift with Bruce Jones, former editor of Autosport and also one of our Radio Show Limited team, and IMSA Radio and various other bits and pieces that we do in the 76 events that we cover in sports car racing around the world, all available to you live and free. And if you go to imsaradio.com or radiolemans.com, all of the archive is there as well. Coming down to 11 hours to go, another race hour almost completed. Wherever you are in the world, don't go too far away. It could explode into action any moment, but the sights and sounds of Daytona of 2025 worth staying up for or getting up early for, depending on which part of the world you are in. 11 hours still remaining. Sun coming up at 7:15 this morning. This is a super drive by Colin Brown. 2 quick-fire restarts. Easy to lose your concentration, Ryan, and he's stood up to pressure from the absolute best. When people would say, well, who is this Colin Brown? Why is he getting these drives? He's driven at Le Mans latterly with George Kurtz and brought home a class victory there. Well, this is who Colin is, and he could quite easily have had maybe 5, 6, 7, 10 years as a factory driver under his belt by now.
Yes, based on talent alone, no question about it. But, this is the way it goes. In effect, he kind of was. He was part of the Ford development program on the NASCAR side of things. He won a NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series Rookie of the Year title, as a matter of fact. That was back in 2008. People forget, as a young man, he had a really promising stock car career that was beginning to grow. That came to an end, and he refocused on sports car racing and finally got to check off a huge item on the bucket list last year when he made a handful of IndyCar starts for Dale Coyne Racing. His dad, of course, Jeff, he was an engineer in the IRL and, of course, in sports cars as well. But Colin grew up around IndyCar racing to some degree. That was something he always hoped he would get to do, but never thought the opportunity would arise. And lo and behold, got the chance to start at St. Pete and at Thermal last year. Really, really special for Colin.
Bad news for followers of the DXDT Racing Corvette. I sort of hinted on it earlier on, but the 37 now on the official screen as a retirement. And we'll pick up on that in just a few moments' time as the racing continues at pace here at Daytona. Well, under 11 hours to go, and a new voice to introduce you to here on Peacock for those of you who've joined our After Hours Club powered by Sacred Coffee. And it's Jamie Howe in the pit lane. Good morning, Jamie. I hope you've had a little bit of rest. What's going down?
Good
battle for the lead.
morning.
1 second, Jamie. We've got side-by-side action, and the lead has just changed. Colin Brown has been chased down by Matty Campbell, and the classic manoeuvre into the Le Mans chicane. Absolutely copybook stuff. And the young Aussie has streaked away by half a second. Now, Nick Tandy is right there as well. Can't quite see his headlights yet as he comes off turn 4 on the high banks. Here he comes now. So that is another change of lead, and Porsche Penske Motorsport with Matt Campbell leads the Rolex 24. Right, let's have a look and see how this developed. It must have been coming out of Speedway turn 2, Ryan.
It appears to be the case. Then a perfect case of slipstreaming as well. Wasn't entirely clear which direction to go initially, but Matt Campbell got it figured out, got to the inside, and quite frankly, Colin Brown, deciding discretion, the better part of valor, didn't want to go side by side into this reconfigured Le Mans chicane. They want to stay off those curbs if they possibly can, and he settles back in line.
Let's go back to our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter, Jamie Howe, who's, even before she came into the lane and fired up the microphone, has been talking to some of the teams. First of all, good morning, Jamie, and I will ask again, I hope you got a little bit of shut-eye.
Yes, good morning. It seems funny to say that in the middle of the night, but I did get a little bit of sleep, so that was nice. And just catching up with what's going on out on the racetrack as well as down here on pit lane. You can imagine drivers are few and far between. A lot of sleepy faces down here with the crew members, everybody trying to get any rest that they can in between these pit stops in these wee hours of the morning. But yes, catching up with everybody down here. One thing I was going to bring up was out on the grid earlier today, you talk about Colin Braun and how we've watched him grow up out here, in particular at Daytona. And one of the things that his wife, Mel, she has a book coming out actually next month, Magic Mama, that she has written about, having their son and being out at the racetrack and just all of the things that they're experiencing. And she said to me, she's like, gosh, having a baby at the racetrack, gosh, it's so difficult. I don't know how Colin's going to get any sleep, but he's proving out there all the work that he's putting in that he didn't need a whole lot of it, did he?
I remember when 2003 Le Mans winner Guy Smith and Alyssa, his wife, had their first little one, and Guy came back to Le Mans, and he, I think half jokingly, but only half jokingly, said, I'm glad to be back at Le Mans. I'll get more sleep than I would at home with a little, and it's not sleeping through the night. So, yeah, the trials and tribulations, the strain of family life. We've said this many times before, bears repeating. Yes, it looks glamorous. Yes, it looks exciting. It is all those things. But being involved in racing at any part, driver, team member, broadcaster, certainly the mechanics and the engineers and our broadcast crew, it's a lifestyle choice. It is not just a job of work. And you're committed to working on the weekends, so you're going to miss things when people with what my father would have called proper jobs are out partying and having the birthday celebrations and the weddings and all of that. There's a trade-off to be had, and family life, well, you have to integrate that somehow so as not to miss it at all, and that's exactly what the best families do, and it's great to see. The drivers here in particular almost all have their RVs. There's a little driver parking area, so at least it means that they can bring the family with them. That happens at Le Mans as well.
Handful of the European drivers that I've talked to are really relishing the chance to have the RV parked in the infield. It does happen a little bit. Spot 24, I know I've seen it. I'm sure Le Mans, that's the case as well. But it is maybe a bit more the American lifestyle.
Problem with where you park now for your RVs for Le Mans, it's about 5 or 10 minutes away from the back of the paddock on a scooter. And it's not just walking distance as it is here. And that has been a big change. The main factory teams, they build sleeping pods in the back of the paddock itself, sort of 2, sometimes 3 stories, and each of their drivers gets their own particular space. Now, earlier on, we were watching Inception having a battle. They lost the lead in GTD, but the 70 car is back at the front, and it's got Fred Schandorf behind the wheel, being held up a little bit at the moment by the number 81 Ferrari. That's the Dragon Speed car with the Evel Knievel style stripes down the side, and wants to be through there because Robbie Foley is chasing him down in the BMW. No, he's not chasing him down, he's right there in that BMW. And in fact, no, that's not right, is it? Because that is the 48 car. So we've just had somebody pit. That was Robbie Foley in the 96. That was the blue and yellow car, has just pitted. But that is a recovering number 48 BMW that's coming through the field. So the next car back will be the number 45 Matthew Bell driven Chevy Corvette Z06 GT3. And that will be the next car. But the hurry up is on for Fred Schandorf, who again is at the head of the GTD Pro class.
Doing a really nice job of it. That car, by the way, it scored maximum points at the first step in the Michelin Endurance Cup points, and actually we now have the 12-hour points out, so I don't know when a good time would be for that.
Before
now.
Something else happens, yeah.
Sounds good. Let's go ahead and start then in the GTP class, and the maximum point scores there. Well, I guess it would be, it would be the Felipe Nasser, Lawrence Vanthor, Nick Tandy trio. They scored second place points in the first hour, so effectively they are now the points leaders, if you will, having scored a total of 9 through the 12 hours. Second place at the 12-hour mark, that was the other Porsche Penske car, Kevin Estre, Matthew Jaminet, Matt Campbell. Right. And then the third place was the, Colin Brown, Felix Rosenquist, Scott Dixon, Tom Blomqvist car. So those three, not in that order, but they take the top 3 spots through 12 hours.
That's how it stands now, yeah. Exactly.
LMP2, maximum points in hour 12 to Dan Goldberg, James Allen, Paul DiResta, and Rasmus Lind. That's United Autosports. They take the lead in LMP2, actually now tied on points with the number 52. That would be the PR1 Matheson car that only scored points for running at the 12-hour mark. Second place points went to Antonio Felix da Costa, Bijoy Garg, John Field, and Tom Dillman. That's Inter Europol. And then third place points went the way of Christian Rasmussen, Dane Cameron, Johnny Edgar, PJ Hyatt in the AO Racing Spike the Dragon LMP2. How about GTD Pro? Let's see, maximum points, Connor DeFilippi, Kelvin van der Linde, Madison Snow, Neil Verhagen. Second place points to Picarello, Bachler, and Heinrich in Rexy. Third place to one of the Ford Mustangs, Mies, Olsen, and Vervish. One other class to run through, of course, GTD. We'll do that quickly. Maximum points, how about this? At both stages so far for Inception Racing. So they've done a really nice job with their strategy.
Let's get back to the battles on the track. And once again, our Triazi 023 getting in behind the 8th place, Maxime Robin, Van der Steur Racing, Aston Martin. So that is a battle not only in GTD, but also for 4th place in the Bronze Cup. Bronze Cup has really exploded this year, really trying to make the case for bronze-rated drivers to come and race and give them the opportunity to take away a trophy in their own right. But even in the non-full pro category, it's easy to stack the car without having, you don't have to have a bronze driver in there. In the Bronze Cup, spookily enough, the clue is in the name.
Yeah, it's right there, that's for sure. And not just a trophy, but also the invitation to Le Mans with the Aiken Award. There's also the Jim Truman Award available to your LMP2 champion on the bronze side of
highly
things.
prized, right?
Oh, absolutely. Ori Fadani won the Aiken Award in GTD last year, and he's already putting his program together to go run at Le Mans. He told us earlier in the weekend that this is the culmination of a life's work, a lifetime dream.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't have been possible without this Bronze Cup and this award.
Nick Bull won a very hard-fought championship in LMP2. Now here is that pass for position. Down towards the round the outside of the kink. No, round the outside going into turn 6, my apologies. But even so, that was a bold manoeuvre by the 021 Ferrari. And that was an excellent move by the 023, Ferrari. Eddie Cheever for Triazzi on Maxime Raban. Maxime is absolutely not a pushover and made that as hard as possible. Defended to the inside, it comes back. And now round the outside, Cheever again into the Le Mans chicane. Last of the late breakers. That Aston has got some speed, working the ponies from that AMG derived engine, but with the Aston Martin tuning on it. As for the street car, and my goodness, this is a scrap that would be worthy of the front of the race, but again, points in both the Bronze Cup and GTD overall at stake here. Eddie Cheever, I think now, has converted that. And Maxime Raban pushed through by the 27 Aston Martin. That was the drafting that was going on. So the heart of racing, that's Casper Stevenson. And that is also a pass for position from Stevenson. Absolutely incredible stuff. And this is what the driver sees. Oh, big slide from Stevenson going through the International Horseshoe, and somehow Cheever managed to stay out of the door on the right-hand side. Actually, it wasn't a slide. Stevenson had to move over because the TDS Racing LMP2 car was coming up the inside and was exactly where he needed to be. So Triazzi back up that position, but still behind the Van der Steur Aston Martin. Great opportunity to experience it as the driver's got. I've got it. Where's he come from? Whizzing up the outside, down the inside this time for the Triazzi Ferrari. So exactly the opposite side of the track, and again a prototype going through. That's the Era Motorsport number 18 car that sped through. They're having their own intense race, and speeding through are two LMP2 cars. This is the joy, the glory, the concentration. And there goes the tower car past that Ferrari number 023 of Eddie Cheever. And this is why the drivers love it. That's why we love this racing.
Oh, it's so much fun, isn't it? And that traffic coming through might have been what Eddie Cheever needed to consolidate the advantage. I think Maxime Raban would love to fight back. It was right on cue, just as you talk about the fact that he's no pushover. Here he comes. Yeah. He pops onto our screens. It's like we queued it up. But great stuff from Eddie Cheever. Good to see him racing stateside, by the way. Totally. We don't see him much over here. This is the son of 1998 Indy 500 winner Eddie Cheever Jr., so this is really Eddie Cheever III. But really good driver. We've seen him race with much success over in Europe in GT3 Ferraris for a number of years now.
Fred Schandorf out of the Inception Ferrari. And let me try and work out who that helmet is, who is getting in. It's the red. Oh, thank you. They've just put the light on inside the car so we can see that. And there's my entry. I made some helmet notes on that early on for the 70 machine. It's coming out the pit lane. Now, it looks like Ollie Milroy. It is Ollie Milroy's red, white and blue helmet. Thank you, Alyssa, in my ear. Now, at the front of the field, we have a Penske Porsche, a Porsche Penske Motorsport in. Jamie Howe is down at pit in to watch the car that was leading earlier on come in the pit lane. Jamie?
Yes, and Matt Campbell will stay behind the wheel of this number 6 machine. He won the race last year behind the wheel of the number 7 as the endurance driver, now making the move over for the full season, as we've talked about in this number 6 car from Porsche Motorsports, a winner at the 24 Hours of Le Mans as well. He's going to stay in for the for this overnight set. There's a handful of GTP cars on pit lane right now as well. I don't see any driver changes happening within the cars that I can see. There's a quick fuel-only stop for the number 6, the number 31 from Wayland Engineering. Many laps down. They're also in trying to catch themselves back up as much as possible, continue to learn and continue to get ready for the rest of this season. The number, let's see who else was just in. The number 10 was also just in. It was a great stop for them as well. So everybody back out. Haven't seen any big issues, and going out towards pit exit now.
Jamie Howe working for us as our crowd strike pit lane reporter. It is a 4 new Michelin tyres to the number 93 Acura. And they're done quite nicely. Alex Palou behind the wheel of that car. Just a reminder that Van der Steur Aston, and Pierre, thank you for this. He's tweeted in at IMSA Radio. It seemed like 5 minutes ago it was, because it was a previous stint that I was doing. That car was sideways into the pit wall on exit and clouded the right rear into the concrete wall. It obviously didn't knock the toe at all, because he's very quick indeed. As we've had the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport, Jamie, in comes the number 7. That looks fairly standard too.
Yes, it does. Nick Tandy will stay behind the wheel of this machine, very similar to the sister car. They are looking at the rear of the car. It looks like they're taking some temperatures and making sure they don't need to make any adjustments here as they're waiting on the fuel. They've got the flashlights out underneath the car. As every good team does have further up pit lane. I see one of the BMWs is in. Colin Braun also brought the number 60 from Meyer Shank Racing into pit lane. So standard service happening down here on pit lane. The number 7, Nick Tandy, is already back out. He's got warm tires and full of energy.
Nick Tandy back out, also having the number 24 RLL BMW. That was a 4 Michelin tyre stop there, checking all the vents as well to make sure everything's all right. They're not losing time by doing that as the fuel goes in. Nick Tandy rejoins. Nick Tandy now, of course, better known as the father of British E-Bambino Karts Championship winner. That's Felix Tandy. And it was meant to be a little tryout earlier on last year for Felix, and he liked it. So from one race to the tryout, it went to the second race of the championship, with Felix went and won the weekend, and then he took the GP Championship. Oh, problem for the Inception McLaren, just out of the pit lane with Ollie Milroy. He's down below the yellow line going into the Le Mans chicane. This is not good at all. That's not his outlap, but it must only be his first flyer, I would have thought, Ryan.
I think that's right. It's definitely not the outlap, but something isn't right, and he's now limping that car back. This car has been featuring towards the front here over the last few hours. Ollie Milroy just got in that car.
They put new tyres on that car.
Yep.
And I can only imagine he's making time. I can only imagine he's got a problem, either a wheel not fastened or something like that. We'll see him in a moment as he comes back around. He's staying well out. This is great driving by Milroy. And he comes now within sight of the pit lane. Jamie Howe's not at that end of the pits, so we'll keep an eye on him as he comes in. Also coming into the pit lane, the Stars and Stripes number 50 Ferrari, Conrad Lawson for AF Corsa. And here is the Inception car, following in the Triazzi 023 that we'd been enjoying the race between those two earlier on in the Wright Motorsports car. The right-hand side of the car looks fine as he comes to a halt. Let's see what the team do. Nobody allowed over the wall till the car comes to a halt. Well, what do I know? They've gone to the right front and they're having a look underneath there. The right front wheel and Michelin tyres off. I'm not sure that was a tyre problem. That looks completely inflated to me through the binoculars. They're working on something underneath the wheel arch, the fender, and now a third member of the team comes out. They're going to put a block underneath the jack there, which means somebody's going to go underneath that wheel arch. You're not allowed to go there with just the air jacks. Safety first, of course, in the IMSA pit lane. And that wheel now being refitted and the bright yellow block being taken away. So whatever it was that was ailing Ollie Milroy has been deemed to be sorted. They're doing the same on the left front. Did they do a quick brake pad change there? No, they can't have done it. They can't have done that, and they wouldn't have done it one side first, then the other. You're risking getting air in the system by that. Well, this is very odd indeed for a car, Ryan Marine, that has been at the front of the race in GTT all the way through. Also coming in the Dragon Speed car, still with the blue and white stripes down the side, Bruin Stars stripes down the side, as I called them, the Evil Knievel, but now the car's yellow rather than white. Still a stunning colour scheme, though, works just as well. Still no good on the Inception, as in comes the Wright Motorsport Porsche right ahead of them, pardon the pun. I think we're going to have a word with them to find out what's going on. This is triggering a whole host of pit stops, and still the work going on that Inception number 70. Got to be so frustrating for Ollie Milroy just having got into the car.
Yeah.
Standards pit stop for the Dragon Speed number 81, and also in and out. Well, in anyway. Here comes the Ford Mustang GT3, the 66 car. Now this is the gradient car, has to be pulled back into its pit as it was going around the Wright Motorsport Porsche. This is the car that have had some clutch problems. The Inception car front wheel is back off again. The right car is pulled back to get out. It's a four Michelin tyre stop for the gradient car. Well, they've lost a lap now, this Inception car.
On the other side of the equation, that gradient car you mentioned, I know you had Declan Brennan in here, and they were somewhere between 2.5 and 3.5 laps down, but they're within about a lap at this stage, so they've had a nice job fighting back to try and get in contention. All I can think of with the Milroy car is maybe he thought it was the right front, but wasn't sure, and they didn't see anything initially, so they went over to the left, but now they're working on the right again.
Jamie Howe is our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter. Where are you, Jamie?
Right now, I am about in the middle of pit lane. I'm watching as the two Ford Mustangs, the 65 and the 64, they both made their way to pit lane. It looks like very standard service for both of them. 4 new Michelin tires. There will be no driver changes. You know, of course, the crew members are all out looking around the cars, making sure there's nothing that they need to address. It's a great pit stop for the number 65, Christopher Mies, making his way back towards pit out. I'm going to make my way down towards Inception, see if I can get some answers for you. But with all of these GT cars in at once, you can imagine how busy it is here down here, John.
Yeah, I don't want you in that working lane when there's so many cars. Please be careful down there, Jamie. Jamie Howe, very experienced in the pit lane, and still that Inception GTD car has led the race, but a long pit stop for a problem on the right front has taken it out of contention with 10.5 hours still to go, and it's going back to the paddock. Well, you don't want to see that. You really don't want to see that. It's clearly something far more serious. Ollie Milroy had detected something in the car, and it's being pushed back towards the cutout. Jamie Howe's on her way up towards the team. Might still be worth having a chat with them in the pit box, because that car is going behind the wall just over half distance as well. Still a lot of this race to go. And Inception, who've run different manufacturers down through the years, migrating across to the Ferrari 296 and having a great run up until about 5 minutes ago.
They sure were. The backbone of that team is Optimum Motorsport, of course, run by Bas Leinders, who's a fantastic driver, or was in his own right, and now runs a really tight ship. It's a really well-prepared organization. Many years with McLaren. They still run McLarens elsewhere.
Yep.
And made the switch mid-season last year to the Ferrari and got some pretty strong results as the season came to a close. Brendan Reeb, really the man behind the Inception Racing side of this operation, and he'll be heartbroken because this was shaping up to be a pretty good one for them, of course, still with 10.5 hours left on the clock.
Well, they're very well organised. As soon as they had hand-pushed that car on its caster dollies, they got their tyre truck with the metal tow rope onto the tow hook on the front of that car, and that will go back. It suggests to me that they know what is wrong, and they know that it's not going to be an easy fix, certainly something that they don't want to do in the pit lane. And also, it will be easier to do because you can use more people. We'll pick up a report from Jamie Howe in just a moment and find out exactly what has gone wrong. So, Jamie, problems for that Inception car. Heartbreaking, really. It's gone behind the wall. Looks like they need more hands to do a more complicated repair. What can you tell us?
Yes, the problem is in the suspension is what they're believing right now. And they're taking the car, you can see in the pictures, all the way back to the garage area. So it's going to be a minute before they can really get underneath it and look at it. But they know that something is not quite right. But out here on pit lane with the limited light, the limited number of people that are allowed over the wall, they just can't quite get to it. So they're going to see if they can fix it. They do know that they have an issue in that suspension area, though. So we'll keep you updated, see if they can get back out. Hopefully so. I mean, you talked about how heartbreaking it is to have to go back to the garage at this point in the race after doing so well in the early stages. But they're going to try and get back out there.
And they have a long way to go. They pit about 3/4 of the way down the pit lane. And the garage area here at Daytona is on the other side. It's closer to pit in. Pit selection is done by championship result of the previous year. Typically, you see teams want to be at pit out, John, but not here at Daytona because they entrance to the pit lane. Those pit stalls near there, the entrance to the garage area, that is, the pit stalls near there, those are coveted pieces of real estate because it saves you time if you do have to go back to the garage. We've seen Action Express for many, many years take those spots. Right now, Porsche Penske is the reigning champions. They are closest to that aperture in the wall. Little things like that can make a difference, just being close to that garage area. In years past, some of those teams that have those first pit stalls, they would just push their car just a matter of feet to be in that alleyway, do a little bit of work there, and then send them back out, and that can make all the difference in the world.
Matt Campbell leads the motor race by 4.8 seconds in the number 6 Salzburg style livery Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. Arnold Ninken has tweeted us at IMSA Radio, do you think any of the endurance races will suffer this year? We've got Le Mans, Nürburgring and Spa with a triple header. Actually, you've got Le Mans Test Day the week before that, and we've got an IMSA round the week before that as well. Also a clash with Watkins Glen 6 hour between the Nürburgring and WGI. What do you mean by suffer, Arnold? I would say the guys who are really going to suffer are the people who have to cover it, because somehow you've got to split your resources. So the likes of John DeGeese and the guys at SportsCar 365, our team will be on site for test weekend, then Le Mans 24, and then covering Watkins Glen and the Nürburgring 24 across the same weekend. Normally, if you've got two races on 2 different continents, the time zones can help you, but of course when one of those is a 24-hour race, you don't get much respite. It is possible. Johnny and I did a WEC race whilst we were at Barcelona in the middle of the 24 hours. I don't think there's a... I mean, the drivers, the manufacturers will have to choose which drivers they want to do it. And because everything is GT3 now, Ryan, that is a potential pinch point with the Nürburgring 24 being such an important race, particularly for the German manufacturers. Then they're going to have to make decisions about which drivers are going there and which are going to stay and fight for their IMSA positions.
It's an unfortunate situation. Teams, drivers, fans, everyone's going to have to pick and choose, and no one likes to be in that position. So, yeah, it probably will suffer to some degree, and certainly those involved will, as we see a battle breaking out here coming to start-finish. The GT battles, John, have just been so good. And is 32 from Korthoff,
right in
yeah.
there. And the Triarsi and the F Corsa at number 21. We've seen these cars in close proximity, the two Ferraris. They're very similar colour schemes. The Alessio Rivera and Kenton Cook car. So the Triarsi car, Alessio Rivera has just jumped into that. Kenton Cook's now in the Korthoff car. That's the battle for 7th and 8th. Rivera had it across the line, but I think Kenton has gone through and taken that in the Motul car. Oh,
and it got taken right back. That's the nature of the GT racing at this point. And, you know, the different makes and models have different strengths and weaknesses, so you will see the yo-yo back and forth.
Now, a moment or two ago, one of the front-running cars, another Ferrari in this GTD class from the number 70 Optimum car, went back behind the wall. And we're still waiting for a bit of new suspension, we thought. Jamie asked and was told, did a really good job of getting that car behind the wall quickly. And the guys are going to work in the pits. They are working with purpose. The car hasn't been dragged all the way to the back of it. The Inception tyre tug is waiting to bring it back. They are working as if, when I say they're working with purpose, it's not as if they're trying to find out what's the matter. Jamie Howe is there watching. I think they know what the matter is, but it's just a question of how long it will take them to fix it, Jamie.
We're just listening in on the team communication from the garage back to the pit lane area, actually. And what I just heard was that they've broken the lower wishbone, and if they're able to fix it, it is going to take a couple of hours. So we're not going to see that car back out for some time, John.
Okay, settle in for the long haul. Meantime, the cars that they were ahead of are battling. We had 3 wide for a moment. Kenton Cook now, for the moment, back in charge of that 3-car battle. No, he's not actually, because that's the 21 behind him, not the 023. So that's the AF Corsa car sitting in behind him with Kai Cosolino behind him. And is that the Van der Steur Racing car in behind that as well? So that's Maxime Robin is caught up there as well. So that is a 3-car battle. Am I missing the Triarsi car? Has that car pulled away from this now?
It has. Rivera now is, it's like about 0.8 of a second or so, or at least at the line was, out in front.
At least at the line, yeah, absolutely.
Actually, Rivera's
no,
caught
I
Marvin
think he's dropped back. Yeah, it's the AWA car that's ahead. I thought I saw the rear lights of a Corvette rather than the Aston. So the Aston's dropped behind Kai Cosolino as well. So Kenton Cook is in 9th position now. Then Kai Cosolino in that AF Corsa number 21. Then Maxime Robin in the number 19 Van der Steur car.
Yeah, but Rivera caught Kirchhoffer and passed him and has moved on. So.
Oh right, okay, that's where he's going.
Yeah, exactly. He's kind of disappeared off into the distance at this stage, and that's left this group to squabble amongst themselves. Looks like Kenton Cook's got his hands full at the moment. That Mercedes, we've heard from a number of drivers, very good in the infield. Gives up a little bit of speed out on the high banks. But good car placement there from Kenton, able to keep the rest of the field behind. Meanwhile, good scrap breaking out here. It looks like car 13. That's Kirchhoffer, might have got back around, just did in fact, got back around Alessio Rivera. So those two continue to scrap away. That is for 7th and 8th.
Sim Racing bar steward, why are the team spinning up the tyres on the pit apron? Surely that would be a slower getaway than letting out the clutch gradually. It's not against the regulation. It would be if you win the World Endurance Championship. It's positively encouraged here in IMSA. Joe Bradley always says it should be a penalty if you don't spin the wheels on the way out. It also does get a little bit of heat into the rear tyres. Andy Lally was talking about it at one Daytona on Wednesday when I had him up on stage. That's the easiest way to get heat into the tyres, with a flat spin as you're going forward. Try not to get them sideways. But then, of course, you've got to try and get some heat into the fronts as well. Otherwise, the car is somewhat evenly handling around that first out lap on cold tyres. We haven't mentioned the track temperature for a little while. A few hours ago it was 11. It's dropped down to 9 Celsius, which is 48 Fahrenheit. The air temperature stayed pretty consistent, actually. I thought it would have dropped down from what it is. Well, it's been since before midnight, actually. 48 Fahrenheit is 9 Celsius. So it hasn't. The temperature drop that we were expecting down to somewhere near or a couple of degrees above freezing, that hasn't materialised yet, thank goodness. I'm still far happier here in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre than I would be down on the pit lane, I feel.
And I've done I've done a little bit of both, so I can compare and contrast, and I'm with you on that one, John. Although I'm going to be heading back down here before too much longer.
Jamie's just said in my ear, wear enough layers and it's fine. That's like the old adage is, there's no such thing as bad weather. There's just poor choices of clothing. Which, okay, well done. Jamie knows what it takes when it comes down to working in the pit lane here in Florida at this time of the year. The answer is bring everything, because you could be sweating, you could be freezing. This year, it's been somewhere in the middle. Not as cold as it has been, not as warm as it has been either. But I am surprised. I am surprised it hasn't dropped a little colder than it has, but we're still only, of course, got 4 hours to go till sunrise. It might go down further. Sunrise coming officially at 7:14 in the morning, giving us 13 hours and 16 minutes between sunset and sunrise. Pretty much exactly to the minute what we had in Dubai a couple of weekends ago for the 24 hours there. Slightly different part of the world, slightly different longitude and latitude, but that's why it has leveled out. I'm guessing it's hard to see because we've got so much light here. I was wondering if we've just got a little bit of cloud cover. It's only a 16% waning crescent moon this evening, but I haven't seen that. Depending on where we are in the world, Le Mans is almost always near a full moon, as is the Dubai 24 actually. I think it was on the Tuesday, so it was a 98% full moon that we had at Dubai.
I wonder if it might be the light pollution from all the floodlights here, why we can't see the moon.
Exactly what I was thinking. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, good to have your company. Hello to Neil, NG Auto Art. I know you'll be watching and listening, and to all of you around the world. We are just beyond halfway in our stint here on Peacock. Thanks again to NBC and Peacock for handing over their network to us. And it is still a comfortable lead for Matt Campbell. We're seeing the relative pace of these cars in stark relief at the moment, and that's giving us a good insight into what is going on in this race. So I'm just thinking, Brian, that over the last few hours we're getting a good example of this relative pace of the cars, and that might give us a little insight into later on. It's now nearly 7 seconds the gap between Matt Campbell and Colin Brown. Nick Tandy's dropped 7 seconds further back. Those three were having a dogfight. In fact, also Will Stevens not out of the argument yet. He's another couple of seconds further back at the front of the field. It's always busy in GT Daytona, part of Kligerman, out on circuit at the moment. I think the drivers will appreciate the opportunity to get into this bit of rhythm at this time of the night, because you need something to hang on to if you're feeling the fatigue a little bit.
Yeah, it's been so stop and start over the last couple of hours, although we're in a nice stretch of green flag running here.
Oh, I don't believe you've just said that.
Okay, well, we'll see how powerful I may or may not be. But to this point, at least, it has been a nice little stretch here. Let's put it that way. You know, one thing, though, you're talking about the comparative pace in GTP specifically. little bit off screen, but I've been watching timing and scoring, and fairly consistently over the last 5 to 10 laps, it's been the 2 BMWs that have been the quickest in the GTP class. And they're a little down the order. Both of them were way late. They both had to do rear brake changes, but those cars are quick.
Plenty of people tweeting in. Hello to Jack K. Would love to have you guys cover the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb in Colorado Springs. Done that. Done it live. Been there as well, covering the Bentley record run in the Bentayga. I'm not good with heights, Jack, but I did drive to the top in my Hertz Jeep Cherokee rental car. I broke no records whatsoever and had both feet on the brake pedal on the way down. I was so petrified. I've got to be honest about that. Hello to Alex from PA, Western Pennsylvania. Alex and his dad are watching their first Rolex 24, learning lots about sports cars and endurance racing. We're new here. You are welcome. And I think Alex, and Alex's dad, sorry, don't have your name, I think you'll find we're a friendly bunch. Over on the Radio Show Limited Listeners Collective on Facebook. If you want any questions answered there, they'll look after you, or here on at IMSA Radio. Let's take a CrowdStrike pit lane report. Jamie Howe has moved back down to the other end of the pit lane, and we're going to have a driver perspective here as Trent Hinman has made his way down from the pit purge to have a chat with us.
Yes, and we're actually moving out of the way right now. We were right in the middle of all of the number 45, the Wayne Taylor Racing crew getting ready. It looks like they might get ready for a brake change here. Trent Hinman watching on, Danny Formel behind the wheel right now. You know, you're going through the driver's cycle, but you're sitting out at the top of the cart watching. When you're not the next driver to get in, what is it that you're looking for at this stage?
I mean, at this stage for me, I'm sort of new, I guess, to being back to Wayne Taylor Racing, but definitely new to the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 platform. So I'm just trying to learn as much as I can from my teammates. I mean, Danny's killing it, Kyle's awesome, Graham's awesome. I mean, these guys have really taught me a lot over the last 2 weeks, and just trying to absorb as much as I can, but for the most part, we're wired at this point, right? I have a little bit of time to take a break, but man, I don't know if I want to. We're running second, we're hunting down the leaders. It's shaping up to be a pretty good day, but plenty of racing to go.
This is your 8th Rolex 24. You finished second twice, the last one coming back in 2018. What is it about this race? And, you know, we're getting the final 10 hours now. What is it about this stage of it that the teams have to be aware of?
Well, I mean, obviously it's been sort of a race of attrition, right? There's been quite a few cars to drop out, unfortunately, and of course we don't want to be one of them. So I think that just comes down to the preparation of the Wayne Taylor Racing team, the job that the guys have done over not even the last 2 weeks, but the last 2 months. They've been flat out, and they prepared us a fantastic car for this event. And it's up to us drivers to protect it as best we can until the very end of the race to make sure we're still in the hunt.
We are under full course caution right now, that just coming out. So Trent, as we continue to watch on here, you told me just before we started this interview that you guys need a little bit of luck. You said there are a lot of really good cars out there. When you can't control luck, what can you manage?
I think you can make a bit of your own, and I think certainly the guys up on our pit box have done that for us. But I mean, for the most part, everybody's so close. This whole field in GTD and really across the entire grid, but specifically for GTD, it's so tight. So just you're going to take any break that you can possibly get, and we're going to be certainly looking for them moving forward. So we're doing the best we can with what we've got, and yeah, we'll keep pushing.
I'm watching on the pictures right now. I can hear John in my ear telling me that there is a car stopped out on the circuit. I couldn't hear which one it was, so I'm just watching the screen with you here, Trent, as we are under full course caution again, waiting for the pit lane to open. Are you going to get any rest tonight?
No way. I'm entirely too wired. Again, it's just I want to be here in the event that hey, there's a problem. I'm here. I'm on reserve if needed in the downtime between my scheduled stints, but for the most part, I just want to be here engaged. And honestly, I'm not a superstitious guy, but I will say every time I've fallen asleep in this event, I wake up to something not so nice happening to our car. So for me, I think it's best to stay awake.
All right, well, I know you want to get back up there and watch on. Thanks for coming down from the top of the timing scan, and good luck for the rest of this race.
No problem. Thanks, Jamie.
It's Trent Hinman in the number 45 with Wayne Taylor Racing, John.
That Lamborghini for Wayne Taylor Racing. They've been involved in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, of course, down through the years. It's Tom Dillman who's got the problem in the Inter-Europol number 43 LMP2, and that's a bitter blow for a car that was hoping for way better than that. Well, everybody hopes for way better than that, but that was a car with real potential in this race, in that 12-car field of LMP2. Just waiting for the recovery vehicles to get around, and I am pointing at Ryan Marine because the words were barely out of his mouth that we'd had a good long run of green. I sort of intimated, but I never said the G word. You just don't say the G word.
Well, my stint's over in about 3 minutes, so I think my work here is done.
Okay, thanks a lot. So you just throw that hand grenade in and leave me to clear it up.
Well, I've been a long-time listener to IMSA Radio, and I've heard you speak about this in the past, and now, my first overnight stint, I thought I should test and see just how much power we truly have, and now I know, and it's a power to be reckoned with, so I will tread carefully from here on out, John.
Yeah, as you should. You enjoyed this?
Oh my goodness, how could you not?
Is this not one of the best views from where we are and way above our head as well? One of the best views in motorsport in the world? It's gotta be.
No question, and I've been privileged to have quite a few of them at various times. Got to be up on the 9th floor of the Pagoda at IMS for some Indy 500 festivities, and been to Spa, been to Le Mans, but it is hard to beat this view, no doubt about it. The fact is, you can see all the way around this track, basically, from this vantage point, and all the other places I mentioned, that's just a dream. So, yeah, this is spectacular.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Go and get yourself sorted. You've got a pit lane stint coming up not too far away. We'll do a quick update in a couple of minutes' time. In fact, the only thing we can't see for our vantage point is exactly where Tom Dillman is, but I know he's just out of Speedway at turn 2. So VP in-race update coming. Car's still moving at pace here, even though we are under yellow, as they're trying to catch around behind the safety car. Safety car just going into Speedway turn 4 at the moment. And this is the pass around that is going on. In fairness, Inter-Europol had just tweeted they might have been the architects of their own downfall in terms of their own curse. It tweeted 11 hours to go. Tom Dillman takes P6. The most important thing is to make it to dawn. They have not. You're not out of it. You are not out of it, Moraine. You are absolutely not. He was clutching that one like a man grabbing onto a bit of driftwood whilst floating in the sea. I'm not letting him have it. Tom is out of the car and is already heading back to the pit lane in one of our Porsche Cayenne rapid response vehicles. The car is being recovered. As I say, just out of turn 2. It's the overnight stint. Thank you for joining me, John Hindhaugh. I've got some more guests to come later on, but for now, it's you, me, and Jamie Howe here on Peacock and around the world. Actually, Peacock just away on a breakaway. Trying not to miss any of the action. Timing their breaks to coincide with either quiet parts or indeed the full course cautions that have punctuated this night time hours. We come down to 10 hours to go. We should be able to get an update in before we open the pits. Let's get a quick VP Racing update in before we open the pits. We're into double figures of safety car. Tom Dillman's Inter-Europol machine has ground to a halt on the far side of the circuit and is being brought back as I'm afraid they've just gone up into 6th position as well. And sadly, that car now dropping down through the order, and he'll be disappointed with that. Orica normally pretty robust. So before we open the pits, let's quickly rattle through some top positions for you. It's Matt Campbell, whose lead, of course, has now disappeared, was almost as high as 7 seconds. So I'll just give you the positions. First, the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport, Matt Campbell. Second, ARX Acura, Colin Brown, the number 60. Nick Tandy, Porsche Penske Motorsport, Porsche in the 7 car in third. Will Stevens, Cadillac Wheel Taylor Racing, in fourth position. That's the number 10 car. These are all on the lead lap, by the way. Raffaele Marciello in the number 24, BMW in fifth. Bryce Aaron for JDC Miller Motorsports, Porsche 963, the number 85. And then he is at the moment, he's off the lead lap at the moment, and 3 laps away is Shelton von der Linde for BMW M-Team RLL in the number 25. In LMP2, AF Corsa leads with the blue number 88, Nicholas Nielsen from Era Motorsport, and Paul-Luc Chatin in the 18 car. AO and Johnny Edgar for Spike, the purple number 99 Dragon car. CrowdStrike Racing by APR, Malte Jacobsen in the 04 Orica in fourth. Seb Bourdais in the Tower Motorsports number 8 for the Hertz Team Jota Cadillac driver, and in sixth in the in that category, Felipe Fraga, as all the prototypes come into the pit lane. It's Proton leading in GTD Pro, and Turner Motorsport have cycled to the front in GTD. That's your VP Racing in-race update. Jamie Howe has a plethora of prototypes.
Yes, and as pit lane open for the GTP cars, all of them seemingly came into pit lane. I'll start off with the number 6 and the number 7 from Penske. The 2 Porsches, their driver changes, as well as fresh Michelin rubber for both of these cars. So Matthew Jaminet now behind the wheel of what was the race leading number 6 as they made their way into pit lane. I'm watching to see how they shuffle back out, and I believe he held that position, but it's difficult to say with some cars a little further down pit lane. But nonetheless, a pretty clean action down here, routine here under the yellow flag.
Well, let's quickly then keep an eye on what's going on there. Spike getting a windshield clean. And I said that we had Thomas Preining leading for Proton competition in GTD Pro. From AO Racing in second, the 77 Porsche. From Tommy Milner in the 4 Corvette. From Chris Mace in the 65 Mustang GT3, the Multimatic run car. And then Daniel Hunkadea for Corvette in the number 3, and the top 6 made up by Conor De Filippi. I want to get that out of the way because they'll come in next time around. Turner Motorsport, we mentioned, have got to the front of GTD ahead of Danny Formal in Wayne Taylor Racing, the Lamborghini Huracan. Third for AF Corsa, Conrad Lawson in the number 50, the Ferrari. Then it's Aston Martin for Hartler Racing, Casper Stevenson in the 27 car. That's been a great battle in that midfield. Tom Sargent for Wright Motorsports now in the 120 Porsche. And the top 6 completed by the second of the Bronze Cup cars. It's the AWA Corvette Z06 GT3 in the hands of Marvin Kirchhoffer. Leading in the Bronze Club, by the way, was that Conrad Lawson car, third in GTD. Those of you watching on Peacock, we don't want you to miss any of the action. So we'll send you away for just a moment as we continue for the international audience. 10 hours to go here at Daytona. So a little bit of reshuffling going on at the end of this. Remember, we'll split the 2 GT classes as well. Keep the tweets coming in. Very good to see that we have an audience from around the world loving it at the moment. A couple of people asking what's our go-to midnight snack. We don't eat it in the studio, even on the long stretches like this. So I'll wait until 6 o'clock in the morning. I head away for some breakfast. GT pit stop starting. Jamie Howe still down in the pit lane. What can you see from your vantage point, Jamie? And I'll watch the other end.
Well, I just climbed over the wall to try and get a better vantage point. Looking for the number 20, the class leading in GT Pro, made their way to pit lane. I do not believe there's a driver change. They are looking at the brakes, though. I believe they're going to go ahead and take this opportunity to, yes, they are. They've got the trays out. They're going to do the brake change here for the number 20, so they'll fall back in order just a little bit. Also, looking down, that number 45, the Lamborghini, also in. They're doing their brake change as well. So a little bit longer pit stops here at this stage of the race. It's full course caution. You're not going to lose anything if the teams do everything the way that they've practiced. They're not going to go a lap down as well. So just general maintenance down here, John.
Yeah, and a good opportunity to do that, as Jamie Howe says in this CrowdStrike pit lane report. This is all part of the tactical decision-making that can win or lose you endurance races, and the big 24-hour races, that's really important to get it right. Well, some scheduled maintenance going on down in the pit lane for the number 20 Porsche from the GT category. This is the Proton competition car that Thomas Preining brought into the pit lane. They've changed the rotors and the pads on that car. Under full course yellow, they're losing less time. It was almost a different story as they came into the pit lane. It gets a bit chaotic. Joe Bradley said it was organised chaos. I think it's just chaotic chaos. Different rates of braking as they came in between the Porsche number 20, the 77 Rexy car, and the Corvette coming in quicker but stopping well. I don't think any of them blew the speed limit, but they got rather closer than I'm certain any of them would have liked. Of course, at the front of that, the driver probably has no idea what's going on behind them. Brake change as well for the 45 Lamborghini, but that is not going to plan. CrowdStrike pit lane reporter Jamie Howe is there. This is supposed to be a scheduled service, but they're struggling with the pads, Jamie.
Yes, they are. I was just watching as that number 20 from Proton left pit lane, having executed their brake change. The BMW behind them on pit lane from Paul Miller, they also did the same. Several cars taking the opportunity, but this number 45, the Lamborghini Huracan, they were second in class when they came in, but this certainly is taking a lot longer than what they had hoped for. And, you know, we talk about being full course caution, using this opportunity to not go a lap down, watching on at the racetrack to see if the field does come by, but they still don't have any tires on this car, John.
Yeah, they're still working. Pads have gone in. Don't think they're gonna, now I've said that, I was gonna say I don't think they're gonna do the rotors, but maybe I'm wrong. They had to, what you have to do is you have to put the tool in and spread the calipers, because as the brake pads wear down, the calipers get closer and closer to the brake disc, the rotor, to get the new, nice, thick, lots of meat on the brake pads. You've got to pull those calipers back out, but you've got to do that in conjunction with the guy on the other side so that you don't get any air in the system. And so there's a little bit of coordination has to go on. I think one of them was a bit sticky. I saw them taking an Allen key to the left front brake caliper, so they were slackening something off and then tightening it up. It's gone. It's not, I don't think it's lost a lap, but it's lost a lot of real estate. As Jamie said, that was a front-running car when it came in. Hello to all of you around the world. NG Auto Arts, our artist in residence, Neil Gardner, in the UK, 20 minutes before 9. There, 20 minutes before 10 on a Sunday morning in Europe as people are waking up. Who needs to sleep when the Daytona 24 hours on? Ain't that right, says Steve, not Steve. Yeah, very good. And another Stevie watching from Scotland with his 4-week-old baby boy. Great parenting. Get them started young, Stevie. Excellent stuff. And JP F1, huge motorsport fan, especially for the WEC. Can you explain to me in simple terms the main difference between the LMDH cars in the WEC and the GTP cars? Yes, I can. There isn't any. They are exactly the same cars. There might be some tiny detail differences in the aerodynamics, but ultimately they are homologated. They go through the same process. They're the same cars underneath with the same spec hybrid system. The difference being that up until relatively recently, the WEC cars were all benchmarked for aerodynamic efficiency in the now Audi wind tunnel, the old Sauber wind tunnel at Hinwil in Switzerland. However, that is out of commission at the moment because it's been rebuilt for Audi, so everybody is coming to wind shear. Toyota and their LMH car were up at wind shear at the back end of last year for their aerodynamic testing and upgrade on their upgraded kit for the WEC. Caused a lot of excitement because that is where IMSA do all of their aerodynamic benchmarking. They've been pretty much working 24 hours a day since the Hinwil tunnel was taken away and taken out of commission. So basically JP F1, LMDH is what these cars are called in the WEC, and GTP is what they're called here. The regulations are identical. It's what would have been called DPI 2.0. The regs, this is the IMSA, the LMDH and GTP cars are the IMSA interpretation and vision of the top class of sports car racing, and therefore they are the same in both of the championships. So hopefully that was simple enough terms. And thank you for asking that question. It's good because we can't assume that everybody has the same level of knowledge. Morning team, says Arnage Rob. It's a freezing UK. Enjoying the stunning nighttime onboard coverage on the international feed. Matt Crossland is going through his third Rolex 24, looking to see if the BMWs can progress up the field. And Brendan Carl says, I've just come down from a frozen northeast Ohio to a slightly less cold Florida. And not as bad when I was here for the 2007 team running when it was raining and in the low 40s Fahrenheit. I remember that one well. Hello to Martin Lawrence, asking where Shea Adam is. Shea's gone off to work for Mazda. If you were listening yesterday and the day before, you would have heard her in the booth with me calling the Wheeler Mazda MX-5 race. Third member of her family, as she told us, working for Mazda now. And Adelaide, South Australia, checking in. What are the numbers that count while the car is in the pits? Adam Martin. Well, that is the time that the car has been stationary. It's part of the system that we can have a look at as well. Also in Australia, let's check in with Melbourne for Hebe Branners, who's been at an all-day barbie. Good to see Matt Campbell is leading. I can't think of a better way to celebrate Australia Day. Don't count your tinnies before they've been chilled and opened. Still 9 hours, 55 minutes, still to go. But it is Matt Campbell who is leading, as we're about to come back to green flag racing. Matt's actually got out of the car, and Mathieu Jaminet is in for the Australian, as the Porsche 963 still leads after the pit stops under yellow from the Acura, the BMW and the Cadillac of respectively Meyer Shank Racing, Team RLL and Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing. 447 laps completed here at Daytona. Let's have a quick update before we go back green about those GTP pit stops from Jamie Howe. Oh, it's official. We've got illuminated palm trees. The Spirit of Sebring, which is our next round, is famous on the outside of turn 3, Christensen Curve, for the palm trees, and that's there. Let's have a quick update from Jamie before we go green. Jamie, go ahead.
Well, I haven't seen any illuminated palm trees, but there was a black cat that went across the racetrack just before these pit stops all started, John. So hopefully that wasn't an omen of anything to come. But I want to go back to the GTP pit stops. You know, when pit lane opened and the full field of cars came in, both the 6 and the 7 from Porsche Penske Motorsports made their way in, and the number 7 machine has also come back to make a second pit stop. So if I look at the energy remaining of the top 5 cars in the GTP category, the number 7 with Vantor behind the wheel, it has 97%. Now it's only 4% more than the 4 cars in front of it, but you never know, that could be enough to switch up the strategy just a little bit.
Jimmy Howe in the pit lane. We're getting ready to go back to green flag racing. Mathieu Jaminet leads with 448 laps completed. He'll have to defend when we go back green. My goodness me, this is hotting up to be an absolute cracker. What we don't have, it exists, but we don't have it on any of the screens. Michelin could tell us how many sets of tyres everybody has used. They could tell us what life is on the tyres. That's all comes out of the RFID information at the end of pit lane. We did get that in the FIA World Endurance Championship, at least the tyre usage. So IMSA deciding that that would possibly give too much of a tactical advantage to the competitors. Class split has been completed. So all of the GTP cars have gone ahead of all of the LMP2s. And then in the GTD categories, all of the GTD pros have gone across and taken over the front positions from the GTDs. Lights are out on the Acura safety car, which is hustling back to the pit lane and will pull off left-handed. And then the field will be under the care of Mathieu Jaminet, going back green with the hordes of drivers behind him. Blomqvist, Marciello, Ricky Taylor, Lawrence Vantor, Jimmy Bruni and Sheldon van der Linde. Safety car is in the pit lane, and now it's down to Mathieu Jaminet for Porsche Penske Motorsport to bring the cars to the line. The green flag is waving, and we're back racing with just under 10 hours to go. See daylight again till about 7:15 this morning. It's only just coming up to 4 a.m. Pretty decent restart by Jaminet as he goes through the first corner. The rest of the traffic 3 wide with the LMP2 cars there getting very close to disaster. The Pratt Miller 73 car on the inside, it was one of the United Autosport cars that was on the outside, and the car in the middle, possibly in the most danger, was the Wince number 52. Jaminet, Marciello, Blomqvist, Lawrence Vantor, all within a second at the front of the field. 2 wide again going into the West Horseshoe for the LMP2s. Jakobsen leading, Malte Jakobsen in the CrowdStrike 04 by APR. And then the blue number 88, that's Dylan Murray now behind the wheel of that. And Era Motorsport in the black and blue number 18 has Ryan DL. He's not backwards and coming forwards either, and he's up to 4th position at the moment. Round the outside for the number 22, that is James Allen, another Antipodean for United Autosports, making up positions there. Sebastian Bourdais out there for Tower Motorsport. There's some real talent in LMP2 at the moment as the leaders come through the tri-oval. Down across the stripe, right in front of us. Some hardy spectators still here. It's still Porsche leading from Marciello and the BMW. Then there's a little bit of a gap side by side. The 88 car on the high side is the blue car for LMP2. Watch out for the TDS car down the inside. That is the number 11 car with the highlighter yellow on it. That car laps down after problems earlier on, but of course in on the restart, and the opportunity perhaps to make up some ground, tries down the inside. And here comes the tower car, the orange, black and white car. Sebastian Bourdais, the man who hails from the capital of endurance racing, really, Le Mans, in the Sarthe region of France. He looks to the inside of the TDS machine, but can't make it through. The TDS car had trouble earlier on and dropped way down the order, but of course still competing. It's Hunter McElrea behind the wheel of that car at the moment, still trying to get points. Pit lane violations for a number of cars, including Spike, improperly serviced emergency service. That won't just be a drive-through, that's a stop and 10 for the number 99 Orica. The other couple of penalties for the much delayed number 93 Acura, that will be a drive-through for pit lane speed violation. Meantime, Triasi Ferrari and AF Corsa Ferrari side by side again. I feel like I've seen that before through the Le Mans chicane as they battling in this extraordinary GTD class. That was the battle for second position. Alessio Rivera and Stephen McElrea. Casper Stevenson of Heart of Racing Aston has got away, but only by a couple of tenths. Here comes Spike the Dragon. This is going to be a stop and hold for 10 seconds. Then he said 10 minutes there. That would have panicked the team. And the other car that was pinged for pit lane violation was that number 21 Ferrari. So that car that's in the battle is the... Actually, no, it's the 21, not the 021, of course. So it's the AF Corsa car, not the Triasi car. But that car will have to come to pit lane as well within the next 2 laps. Penalty served for AO Racing. Where do you look when you have so many battles after the restart? Answer is everywhere. Coming up to 4 o'clock in the morning, but these drivers are wide awake. It's the Sacred Coffee overnight stint. IMSA After Dark, if you will. Going till 6 a.m. in the morning with me, John Hindhaugh, Jamie Howe down in the pit lane. Gradient GT3 Mustang up on the high banks in that silver colour. Love the big 66 graphic on the side and a real vintage look to that car. Absolutely Mustang. Quite got the pace at the moment. That car struggling with a clutch issue. Not sure whether it was mechanical or electrical, but they're struggling to get the clutch to engage when it should on the paddles, so they're having to find, and I quote from Declan Brennan from the team earlier, ways around it. There is no physical clutch pedal on those cars. Things a little difficult. Joey Hand was in the car when it first manifested itself, and that was probably the best news of that problem because he developed that car. One of the Ford's development drivers. A little bit of clear track for Mathieu Jaminet as he comes out of Speedway turn 2 into the pit lane for its drive-through is the AF Corsa number 21. That was a pit lane speeding violation. Tom Blomqvist staying really close to Mathieu Jaminet at the front of the field. The Ferraris still battling. The 021 and the 023. And they are looking at positions 2 and 3. Stephen McElrea from Alessio Rivera. They are teammates. So Stephen McElrea is not feeling the need to defend and actually closed in a couple of tenths last time around on Casper Stevenson, who's in the Heart of Racing Aston Martin. If they work together, they can get in the draft. That is the Aston that is ahead of Stephen McAleer. These GTD cars so evenly matched on the banking. Here comes that gaggle of cars into the braking area for the Le Mans chicane. Left, right, right, left. Caught off Mercedes coming through. The red and white number 32, and that was a pass for position. Daniel Morad takes away third from Alessio Rivera, and Morad supremely confident. We'd heard the AMG Mercedes wasn't great in a straight line. They were looking to make their advantage pay on the infield, but there, Morad got the toe, got the draft, and headed up into third position. Now that stream of cars into the tri-oval and the bright lights of the start-finish line. And that's a new third place in GTD. The cars with the green wing end plates and windshield end panels. Aston Martin, Ferrari, AMG, Mercedes. Top three in that class. In the GTD Pro, it's Porsche from Corvette, from Ford from AMG. And at the top of the field, it's Porsche from Acura, from BMW, from Porsche. 5 seconds separating the top four in GTP. The racing just does not calm down. The teams have been back timing and back counting to 140 this afternoon, particularly on tyre usage. Might just start to be getting in the next moment or two, maybe in the next stint or two, should I say, that they get to the stage where the drivers are let off the leash even a little bit more. Through the pit lane for Acura GTP number 93, that was the pit lane speed violation. They got pinged for 2 kilometers an hour. That's the drive through. That car already a long way down, but will stay out trying to pick up the points for the championship. Alex Palou behind the wheel is now, see, that car has now moved up to 8th position in GTP. At one stage it was 11th, so they have moved through just by dint of staying out there and clicking off the laps. Are they going to win the motor race? Are they going to get the watches at the end of the day? No, they're 38 laps down. It would be an extraordinary story to tell and headline to write if that was the case. More GTD action with the green Rexy fighting its battles at the moment. That car, that Porsche, real fan favourite. The engagement has been outstanding. Also, Austin Cindric out there at the moment in the number 64 Ford Mustang GT3, the Multimatic Motorsport car. He's got a bit of pressure from behind at the moment from a BMW. That's not a pass for position. BMW of Paul Miller Racing is laps down. However, the same applies, doesn't it, to the GT3 cars in terms of keep running in that GT Daytona and GT Daytona Pro category. If someone else has a problem, you want to be there to sweep it up at the end of the day. So we are hearing of more penalties to come. I'll wait for those to become official. At the front of the field, it's coming out of Speedway Turn 4. The battle for the lead has closed right up. Nick Tandy's dropped away a little bit from Mathieu Jaminet, who is now having to defend. Sorry, it's Lawrence Vantour behind the wheel of the number 7. It is Jaminet and Blomqvist who are coming through the tri-oval now. And underneath us, as we've got a car in the pit lane, and that is the Liqua Moly number 96, the Turner Motorsport car. That was running over pit equipment, and they have served that penalty. Thank you, Jamie. I should say, in terms of multitasking, our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters are par excellence. Jamie, as well as seeking out interviews, spotting what's going on in the pit lane and calling the pit stops, as well as going behind the wall, is listening to the team radios at the same time. Thank you, Jamie. Good to have the back on the team. Battle for the lead, out onto the high banks. For the moment, Chamonix has weathered the storm. It came down to under half a second. Now it's stretched just to almost 6/10. But it really is just a little bit of a hesitation in traffic, a missed apex. And Tom Blomqvist, who is an absolute charger when it comes down to driving. We've seen it before, whether he was with in the Mazda days or with the Acura. Tom only needs to see a chink of light to force his way through a door. No second invitation required, and here's the opportunity. Traffic for the leader. He's going to try and make it 3 wide, going down into turn 1. No, he won't. He brakes early, and here comes Blomqvist. He's going to go around the outside of the Winwood 57, the blue Mercedes. The leader tracking past the Van der Steur Aston Martin, now in behind the newly braked number 45 Lamborghini Huracan. That's got a new set of brakes on that car. Remember, it took them a little bit too long, and that dropped that Huracan down the field in GTD a bit. They'd been running in the top 4. Now having dropped down to 14th position for Danny Formal. Just with that slight issue, even though it was under safety cars, they were drying that. The bright white lights of the GTP, the prototype cars, coming through the GTD. Cars based on street cars. Oh, and almost a touch on the back of the Triazi Ferrari by the leader, Matt Campbell. He had to lift off. The two Triazi cars going side by side, but the leaders are on the high side now, and Matt Campbell knows he's in trouble here, and Blomqvist knows that he has got the momentum to try, perhaps. Oh, my goodness me, that was so tight. So tight. Great driving by Matt Campbell. He started to go one way, and the Triazi car was also in its own battle, and that is the instantaneous decision making. Excuse me, it's Chamonix behind the wheel in that car. Got so excited about Australia Day, I want to keep the Aussie in that. Chamonix then having to make that split-second decision. Blomqvist hanging on. It looks exactly the same, but this time they're going past the gradient car and now past the number 3 Chevrolet Corvette, which at the moment is in 7th position for Danny Juncadella. He stays respectfully out of the way. He's got his own race to run, but he doesn't want to get in the way of those leaders. He's chasing down Scott McLaughlin in the 91 Trackhouse WeatherTech car. But that battle was put on hold for a minute. Oh my goodness, the traffic is absolutely unrelenting for Mathieu Jaminet. He'll be cursing his luck that he hasn't got more of a lead, and again, he's not on the ideal line coming out onto the bank. Oh, brilliant stuff. Down low for one car, up high for the next. It's almost like one of those challenges when you're in driving games and you've got 3 laps to pass 27 cars. And you can't touch any of them. That's how Jaminet is driving at the moment. And this is incredible from all of the drivers that he's passing as well. Remember, there's a skill to being passed as well as to doing the passing. And Tom Blomqvist just sitting in the wheel tracks. And now we've got a clear run. Let's see the respective performances of these two cars. A couple of moments ago, we had the LMP2 battle, and that was the battle for the lead actually in LMP2. Ryan DL going to the front for Era Motorsport ahead of Malte Jakobsen, and AF Corsa in third with Dylan Murray. So now the next car to be passed will be Spike the Dragon, having served its penalty for the infringement. The number 99 LMP2, driven at the moment by Johnny Edgar, just coming out of Speedway Turn 2 as the leading pair of GTPs are just coming through Speedway Turn 1. So they've got, for the moment, a little bit of clear air. And is it just the Porsche that's easing away? Half a length here, a quarter of a length there. Tom Blomqvist desperate to keep that red middle light bar of the Porsche in sight and keep it under pressure, particularly as he knows that more traffic will surely come. And he in that blue and white Acura ARX-06, there might be just a little bit of an advantage on the brakes. There's only two big braking areas down into turn 1 and then into the Le Mans chicane. It's the turn 1 braking area coming next. Across the tri-oval, another lap completed. 457 laps. Actually 460 laps now for the leaders. Onto the infield, still haven't caught Spike the Dragon. He's just heading into the kink as the leaders come into the International Horseshoe. Great to see some hardy spectators at 4 o'clock in the morning, still on the bleachers there, wrapped up against the cold. Track temperature has dropped a tiny bit, but not much. It's still holding at around 48 Fahrenheit. 46 Fahrenheit in the air, that's 8 Celsius in the air, 9 Celsius on the track. The threat of close to freezing track temperatures and air temperatures hasn't materialized as yet. We're about 3 hours away from official sunrise and the end of over 13 hours of darkness, and still these two young but experienced race car drivers. This chat the other day about people saying that sports car racing is where you go after you finish your career. Well, Mathieu Jaminet, Tom Blomqvist, Lawrence Vanto would probably disagree with you. Plenty of young drivers in the sport, and if they're attached to a manufacturer, you can make a good living out of it. Cross the line again, that's closer, I think, down to 0.3 of a second. This is close as the Acura has been to the back of the Porsche for a couple of laps. Now, can he hold on here through time 2? Also a battle going on as well at the front of GTD, with the Aston Martin Heart of Racing Casper Stevenson car being caught by the AMG caught-off car of Daniel Morad. We'll try and keep a weather eye on that as well, as that comes down almost within striking distance there for Morad, as he is down to just about a second. That's something we'll watch, but the leaders as close as they have been for a wee while, going up onto the banking, but that's where the Acura can't stay with the Porsche. Looks like Blomqvist picking up maybe a little bit of understeer or push. Can't get the front end turned in, and all that good work he did on the fast parts of the circuit coming through the tri-oval, and once again Mathieu Jaminet pulls out to over half a second before he has to brake for the Le Mans chicane. For Performance Global Broadcast Centre, watching intense racing, intriguing battles, both strategic and driving talent on show here, with 9.5 hours still to go at Daytona. And again, under brakes in the turn 1. Blomqvist gets within, what's that, 3 cars lengths maybe? Can't get the power down coming out into the International Horseshoe. think he's quite as close. Let's check in with that battle at the front of GTD as Casper Stevenson in the Aston Martin of Harter Racing is beginning to feel the heat from Daniel Morad in the AMG, the red and white number 32. Here they come across the stripe. Well, Morad has been putting together some fabulous laps as they head through onto the infield. And Morad has gone through to take the lead in GTD. He's hunted down and got the quarry. Morad, the hunter, claimed the prize of the lead in GTD. Casper Stevenson didn't fight too hard there. That's smart from Casper in the 27. Morad very, very quick indeed. Hello to Frank Plasmans in the Netherlands. Missed the first hour or so because of family commitments. Nice to know you're back listening to us as well. Of course your family should come first, Frank, but nice to know that you are back. At IMSA Radio if you want to get in touch. Hello to NH247. Enjoying the race, if luck still plays its part. This money is on the Lucky 7 Porsche Racer. Well, a bit of a swap and a change of the driver lineup for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Lawrence Vanthoor in that car at the moment is only 3.5 seconds away from Mathieu Jaminet. Still plenty of racing to go. Hello to Luca Giraldi from Ferrari. Luca, please can we have a 499p in IMSA Racing? I know it's not a customer car as such, but can you push the factory just a little bit? There's a lot of Ferrari fans would like to see it over here. I know it's not your decision, by the way. On Peacock here in the United States, around the world, with our World Feed TV, IMSARadio.com, and the drop-down menu there will give you the World Feed telly. No breaks on that one. But we've pulled it all together for a full 6 hours here in the middle of the night. Early morning now, we've got to say that as time marches on. Already people getting up all over Europe as well. Hello to FGP News, False GP News, Fort Worth, Texas. Is there anything preventing more MotoGP or World Superbike riders from entering to endurance racing? Valentino Rossi's been a welcome sight this year. Valentino has been driving cars for a very long time. There was a rumour when he was at the... In fact, it wasn't a rumour. When he was at the height of his powers in MotoGP, a Ferrari test was proffered, and he did really well at Fiorano, the Ferrari test track. But he was at the height of his powers. Now, Vincent Voss of Team WRT put him in an Audi R race 3 or 4 seasons ago at an end-of-season test to see if he had what it took. Valentino wanted to learn and thereby set himself on a journey. He'd done some GT3 racing with his friends before, did the Gulf 12 hours at least a couple of times, I think. But Vale is a very special person. And his skills are many. He has been sponging up things. I don't know if he's had a test yet in the BMW prototype or he's due to have one. I was at the end of season test Oh yes, he was at the end of season test. I just had to visualise the screen there. He was fastest in one of the sessions. That doesn't mean he'll be getting into that BMW anytime soon, the prototype, but he's proved that he can be going. Now, hello to the front third of pit lane, who are looking at blank screens at the moment. So they will now be looking at the timing screens even closer. Hello to Berwick Linton. Down under. How are the XV8 boys on strategy? Really well. Going very, very well indeed. And yes, of course, I'll be at the mountain next week, heading off to the flight straight after the race is over here. Steve Gibson, can a team with more than one car swap a driver from one car to another? You have to declare in which car you are going to drive. Ben Keating's driving 2 cars in 2 different classes. That's absolutely allowed. You've got to be very careful that you don't exceed the driving 4 hours in any 6 rule. But other than that, if you've been declared at the start of the race, once the race has started, you can't swap drivers across. Not like the old days. You used to do that. In fact, the year that Martin Brundle won the World Sports Car Championship, part of the ploy was at Le Mans he was entered in both of the TWR Jaguars, and he waited as long as he could before deciding which car to get in, and then did his first stint, because once he jumped into one of the cars, that was it in terms of his championship points. So he waited to see how it played out, and I think it was almost halfway through the race before he got into the car which he eventually finished in, just to see which one was doing better. Hello to Jack Kay. Nice to know that you're tuned in. Talking about earlier on the best views in motorsport, he says the view from the top of the corkscrew facing the paddock at Laguna Seca, not bad, I'll give you that, absolutely. -7 is doing the graveyard shift at the airport, listening to us here. Says you always make missing the race so much easier. How's the Trackhouse team doing tonight? Well, yeah, very good indeed. Shane van Gisbergen and Scott McLaughlin together in that TF Sport Car. 6th place in GT Pro. Battle for the lead, back together again through traffic. Traffic gives, traffic takes away. Battle for second, excuse me. It's still Acura versus Porsche, but this time Blomqvist has been caught by Lawrence Vanto. Ricky Taylor can't be far behind them either. Let's see when he comes through. No, he's a little bit further back. They're picking their way through traffic now. So Tom Blomqvist really quick at the start of the stint and all over the back of Mathieu Jaminet in the Porsche, but as the stint has gone on, the Acura's pace has been dulled slightly. Now, 2 years ago, when they crossed the line first, this is exactly what happened. They were quick at the start of the stint. Remember, it was later discovered that they had breached the tyre pressure regulations. Oh, very close indeed for Vanto. But he managed to keep his foot down. He's in the draft of the Acura. Let's see the relative performance of these 2 cars. Here comes the Porsche. It's inching closer and closer. Is it going to be close enough for a dive down the inside to the Le Mans chicane? Not quite. Heart of Racing Aston Martin probably saved the bacon of Tom Blomqvist just a little bit there, because he was moving over. And bad news for Gradient. Their number 66 Ford Mustang has gone behind the wall. I suspect that clutch problem has finally reared its head enough to make them have to do something more substantial to get it back. More traffic ahead of Mathieu Jaminet. Mathieu Jaminet now 2.3 seconds ahead of the battle for second, which rages. And another clump of traffic Oh, a little bit of a slide from the back end of Tom Blomqvist's Acura there. As he came out the International Horseshoe, he's got one of the AMG Mercedes to go by. Dives down the inside of that. Here comes Lawrence Vanto. Corvette and a Ferrari ahead of him. They were side by side for a moment there. And this is the problem for Blomqvist, riding the curb, coming out of the western hairpin on the Horseshoe. He's up against people who are battling for position in class now. Next up, Rexy, the number 77 Porsche. And that's Alessio Picariello, who is leading the class. And here comes the Porsche again. This is where it was strong. We'll go to the high side, squeeze right up against the safer barrier. For a moment, the Porsche nosed ahead of Blomqvist, but Vanto has to drop back. Not on the ideal line there. Discretion being the better part of valor. And here was me thinking this would be a nice easy shift where I could answer a few tweets and have a conversation with a couple of guests, and we have got racing turned up to 11 across the stripe on the high side. This is doable. Gets the nose in front, chops in front, block pass from the number 7, and Lawrence Vanto goes up into second place. Worth waiting for. Looked for all the world as though it was going to be over at the braking area to the Le Mans chicane. But the other heavy braking point is into turn 1, pulling over 200 miles an hour before hitting the brake pedal and pulling that car down. Well, that was outstanding for what, 5-6 laps? And remember, we've still got 9 hours and 17 minutes to go. 9:17 on the clock as the Porsche went into second. There's a little bit of symmetry there, isn't there? So Jaminet from Vanto now, and the gap is 5.3 seconds between the two Porsche Penske Motorsport teammates. Tom Blomqvist settles down into third place. Climbing towards 500 laps, 469 at the moment, being completed by the leader. Let's just work out who's doing what to whom. 25 laps completed at the top of the field by Mathieu Jaminet. And Tom Blomqvist, 23 by Lawrence Vanto, so he's got a couple of laps in hand on his teammate. Broadly speaking, they all stopped at a similar time. BMW coming through the traffic now as we're getting the LMP2 pit stops down at the far end of the pit lane. The TDS car is already down and away before I even picked up the binoculars. We've also got the 88 light blue car. That's the Luis Perez Compact among them. And they are waiting on the VP Racing fuel. That is done. The fuel should really always be the determining factor if you're doing it right. And still the racing continues. It's amazing how the rhythm of a 24-hour race changes in the darkest hours, and how down through the years the reliability, the exceptional reliability of the cars has changed it as well. Daniel Priest celebrating his birthday. Can't think of a better way to spend it than watching the Rolex 24. Yes, absolutely. First timer at the Rolex checking in, Mike Vergic, enjoying the event and the broadcast. Daylight coming soon. Not that soon, Mike. 7:15 local time. Just woken up from a quick nap, says Kyle, in the UK. rooting for Spike and Rexy. Max in Melbourne, Australia. He's a SVG fan, watching for the second year in a row. Loving the coverage. On the west coast, Savannah is watching with a hamster on their shoulder. Watching on Peacock. I'm not sure that's a thing, but we'll make it so. Vruma Keen from Malaysia. Sacred Copy keeping you going through the late night stint? Yes, it is. Wow, we've got some international listeners in, all bundled up in the shed, ready for the last 10 hours in a rainy California, says Avalanche SSC. And Pete Longland and Mike Buchanan from the Classic Corvette Club UK are at Corvette right at the moment. I hope they're listening in on 107.9. Say hi to all the Corvette Corral. That's Nigel Dobby. Hello, Nigel. Let's check back in with what's going on in the pit lane. No, that's not the Iron Dames at all. That is the 52 Wins car coming in from 8th position. As the car stops, the team go to work. Left-hand side Michelin's been changed. Fuel is already in, dispensing its VP Racing liquid. Cleaning out of the air intakes at the front. Let's go to GTD and the battle for the lead. Held at the moment by Casper Stevenson in the 27 Aston Martin. Being caught at the moment by the Wright Motorsport Porsche. It's the number 120 car, and that has Tom Sargent behind the wheel. Sargent in that green car with the yellow stripe has got the number 20 Porsche behind him. That is not his race at the moment. And so Tom can focus forward about half a second to the Aston Martin. Wonder if this traffic might play its part here. Through the kink, distinctive rear light signature. Distinctive light signature at the back of, side by side, the LMP2 battle lead also there. That's Sebastian Bourdais and the Aston spins. The Heart of Racing Aston at turn 6. I was just about to say Seb Bourdais and Ryan DL were right in there coming through that. Now, that's a dangerous place after the apex of turn 6. This has to be done very carefully, and it is. The 27 Heart of Racing Aston, heartbreak there for that car. And Casper Stevenson from the lead of GTD, and now spins down out of the top 5 places. So through goes Tom Sargent and Marvin Kirchhofer, Eric Filgueras. So was there a touch here? Prototype up the inside. No, that's fine. Oh, now it was behind the gantry down there that holds the big screen. Race Control have more looks than we do, and could be that they will be looking at that. That was the battle for the lead. Was there a touch on the inside? The upshot it is, however that started, yes, it's under review. It is under review. Now the good news is, I can look round to my left and see Race Control reviewing it. I can't tell you what they're doing, but I can at least see what their thought process is. They're scanning through the track cameras, the onboards. This is the process that goes through. If you're wondering what's happening, we've had nothing for them to look at for hours, but like a soccer goalkeeper who's been standing around for 87 minutes because his team's been dominant, they have sprung into life to check out the potential contact as the 2 cars went behind the timing tower and into turn 6. Wow, that's going to be tough. From the pictures that we saw earlier, it's going to be very, very tough. Let's welcome in a new voice to those of you watching here in the US at watching on Peacock. Nick Damon is with us. I'll get to Nick in just a moment, see if we can pick out what went on. Very tight between the 120 Porsche and the Heart of Racing number 27 Aston Martin. Well, I'll tell you what, if that was in front of a jury of 12 of your peers, you'd find it hard to convict on that. The probability is, I think there might have been a touch, but I'm not sure you can convict on the evidence that we've seen so far. Race Control has more at their disposal. Good morning, Nick Damon, who becomes our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter and the third voice we've had here on the 6 hours of power. The
really?
sacred coffee run. Hello, Nick. How are you this morning?
Marvellous, John. Yeah, it's a fresh old morning, isn't it? As we say down my way, it's a little bit fresh. You can see your breath. Which
You
is
don't
always a
live
sign.
near
We've got
Bristol. You live near Lincoln. I'm not sure that was the right accent. You got the number 6 Porsche in from the lead.
I've got all end up of prototypes in at the moment. Just picked up the 24 BMW. I think it's a 25 behind it as well. It could be the. As I'm walking down towards it now, certainly I had the 24 BMW. That's getting a full service.
Yeah, it's the 10 Cadillac behind that. The purple lights coming towards you is the
6.
Number 6.
Yeah. You got the 85 JDC Miller car, the bright yellow machine. Can't miss that one. That's coming as well. So obviously, we're all coming at a very similar time. I've been acutely studying the back of my eyelids, not the timing screen. So I assume there's a yellow flag relatively recently. They're all coming in together. With the long fill on the 10 Cadillac there.
Yeah, indeed. That was. We had a couple of yellows in this period, but that was a 29 and a 31 lap stint for those cars at the head of the field. So that was energy depleted. How was the Cadillac Escalade to sleep in? I presume it was fairly comfy.
We did the old Austin Maxey thing. We actually went and laid the whole seats, the third row seats, I can't remember what they're called, laid them flat.
They're called the third row seats, Nick.
Are they? Wow, it's amazing how we're a country with the same language, and the Acura comes in. I think that's the, is that the 60, it's the 93 still running. I couldn't see it on the
Yes, it is. You know, that car came back out. Yeah, and it's
right,
the 60 car that's in. That's the HRC run car. Also got the number 14 Lexus in. The GTD car also coming in here.
25
is the
BMW.
The BMW,
25.
and you've got the second Porsche in as well.
Oh, they're just going to. So basically, you lay the whole thing flat, and it turns into quite a good bed. Now, obviously, it's quite hard, you would think, but they do say that sleeping on a hard surface is good for you. And I must admit, I'm feeling relatively aligned bone-wise. So, yes, Escalade gets a plus point for the sleep. Now, you can ask Joe about his sleeping strategy, because he's gone for the more traditional 24-hour race of the reclined front seat. So he's in the reclined front seat, whereas I decided to do the lay flat. And at the moment, I'm happy with my decision on the lay flat as a Whelen Cadillac. Now back. Now last time I saw the Whelen Cadillac when I left this hallowed turf of the Daytona pit lane. Well, actually, I didn't left the pit lane because it was in the garage being repaired. So I managed to get that thing out and running again. So there's been quite a bit of work done on cars getting to get going again. But nothing particularly of note. I don't think I've seen any driver changes on this particular rotation either with the GTPs. So they're all coming.
Important to get that 31 back out again, because it's now in 9th position with Earl Bamber in the car. 9th in GTP, still 51 laps down on the leaders, so about an hour and a half down on the leaders, but they're scoring points. Thank you very much to Hertz Team Jota Cadillac for the Escalade for our pit lane team.
I actually, when I was, as you know, this has turned out to be a slightly chillier event than we thought. So we're all wearing more layers than we ever thought were possible in an American pit lane. And I have got my Hertz Team Jota coat on, to which I got personal. That's a great coat for Will Stevens, who obviously is in the team in the WEC and the WEC and Le Mans. So he was very impressed by my choice of coat, which was actually an extra layer of warmth. One thing I was quite impressed with, obviously, when I left, so I can't. So when I left the BMW 25 car, which had dropped 4 laps behind, that's made the most of a couple of the yellows. Now 2 laps behind, so if it gets enough yellow, it will get itself back on the lead lap, and we'll have a good point. 7 or 8 cars in running together. The other thing I was very impressed with when I glanced at the timing screen was the entire GTD Pro field being on the same lap within 17 seconds of each other.
Yeah, that's been tremendously entertaining. You mentioned the 31 Wayland Cadillac fighting its way back through. I think we put Earl Bamber in that car. Yes, we did. The very moment we'd mentioned it, it went off at turn 3, but it's continued. Bad news, I'm afraid, for Ford Mustang number 66 for Gradient Racing. Car struggling with a clutch problem for quite some time, and that is now an official retirement. Bad news for Andris Levinson, the Gradient team. Such hard workers. That car becomes another retirement.
How many official retirements do we have now, by the way?
Oh, lots. Well, not lots, actually. Not as bad as I thought it would be. We're coming round to another race hour. I'll give you a quick update, in-race update from VP Racing. Mathieu Jaminet leads by 3.5 seconds from his Porsche Penske teammate Lawrence Van Toor, 6 from 7. Tom Blomqvist still in 3rd position, another 3.5 seconds further back. He leads Ricky Taylor by 25 seconds in the Cadillac of Wayne Taylor Racing. That's number 10 car. Jimmy Bruni for JDC Miller Porsche is another 21 seconds further back in the 85 bright yellow machine. The top 6 made up by Dries Van Toor for BMW in the 24. Nick rightly saying that the 25 car delayed earlier on, now just a couple of laps off the lead and just a lap off its teammate. Seb Bourdais leads for Tower Motorsport in the number 8. And that's a cracking battle that's going on between he and Era Motorsports' Ryan DL in the 18 car, with CrowdStrike, Malte Jakobsen right there in the 04. James Allen now behind the wheel of the United Autosports 22, the only one of their 2 cars still racing. He's 8 seconds further back. Then there's a big gap back to Mathieu Vaxvier, the blue 88 AF Corsa, and Felipe Fraga makes up the top 6 for Riley in the 74 car. In GTD Pro, it's Alessio Piccardiello for EO Racing. Yeah, Rexy's back at the top. Rawr. The Chevy Corvette, that's what they do, honestly. And the Chevy Corvette CO6, Tommy Milner in 2nd, is just 2.8 seconds back, and just 0.8085 is Paul Miller Racing, and Conor De Filippi, he's closed down in that number 1 car. Chris Mace, Ford Multimatic Motorsports, Ford Mustang GT3, another 2.5 seconds further back in 4th, and Scott McLaughlin rounds up the top 5 with the Trackhouse by TF Sport Corvette. Daniel Hunkerdey in the 2nd of the Works Corvettes is in 6th position. And in GTD, in the midst of the pit stops, as they cycle round, AWA is leading for Corvette with Winward Racing and Phil Ellis in 2nd place. Daniel Morad's just pitted from 3rd for Korthoff, and Triasi Alicio Rivera, see above comment. Adam Adelson just installed in the Wright Motorsport Porsche has come out in 5th position. Casper Stevenson, after that spin, dropped all the way down to 6th. No further action on that incident at turn 6. I suspect that they couldn't make the call on what they had in front of them. So Nick Damon in the pit lane with our CrowdStrike pit lane reports. John Hindorf flying solo for a little while here in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. It's pretty easy, to be honest, because there's always something coming on. Oh, brilliant dummy sold by the CrowdStrike driver, Malte Jakobsen. Ryan DL has all the experience, only 1 headlight at the moment. Jakobsen went to the left and switched to the right, going into the Western Horseshoe. That is absolutely brilliant. Nick Damon down in the pit lane.
Yeah, just what the Dragon Speed, isn't it officially? Though it is the Reese team, the 81. Miguel Molina has got out. He's put on his very warm coat because that's the first thing you need to do now. Miguel, it's very, very close at the GTD Pro. I mean, what's the difference the team can make to get out of this massive pack of GTD Pro cars?
Well, it's quite difficult actually for us this year. We are flat out all the time and difficult to fight. We have a good first sector and second sector, but then we lose a lot in the last one. But yeah, I mean, we are trying to do our best. We are fighting every restart to gain positions. It's the only way to stay in front. But then as soon as everything is set, they have more pace than us, so it's quite difficult this year.
So the 81 car and Miguel Molina. So the interesting thing is we talked to some of the GTP cars about how this cold temperature and the huge temperature variation is going to get really, really warm when we get it at track temperature and we get into the morning. With Miguel Molina out of the 81 car, Miguel, just asking you, how is the fact we've got a huge temperature variation affecting the car setup? Well, you just got what you've got. There's nothing you can do now.
Yeah, I mean, now the temperatures are really low. We are struggling in the GT to put some temperature. I can't imagine with the experience that I have in the hypercar how the guys are suffering there out there, but yeah, it's quite tricky when the temperatures are so low. You always need to be careful and pay a lot of attention in the outlaps.
As you say, a lot of experience with the 499. I mean, the question has to be, why is that? Why is the 499 not entering into IMSA competition? We've got the LMDH car, the hypercar now with the Valkyrie. Surely the Ferrari must come over here and start fighting as well.
This is not my decision.
Well, you could ask someone.
No, for sure, the competition here is very nice, especially Daytona. It's always been a tight competition in the hypercar class, in the GTP here. So, yeah, hopefully in the future we can come here with the 499 and fight for the race, but so far there's no information about that.
Back to the GT3 car. How tricky are these on the cold tires? Again, with the GTP cars, you said have been really taking up to 3 laps to get up to temperature. Is it as bad on these cars, or does the extra weight mean you can get them sliding around and warm up quicker?
Yeah, we can actually warm up the tires quicker. We put more energy on the tires due to the weight of the car, and it's a bit easy actually. Like I said before, I also have the experience in the hypercar, so today is a happy day in the warm up.
Very high. Thanks, cheers, mate.
Thank you.
Nick Tierman, our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter. Hello to all of you joining us this evening. It's early morning now on Peacock. Good to have your company. It's John Hindhaugh in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. That was Nick down in the pit lane with Miguel Molina from the 81. The Dragon Speed Ferrari. Hello to Casper in the Netherlands. And loving the stream. He says, will the other races like Sebring be available to stream through IMSA TV? Yes, they will, and they have been for a while. They also get qualifying as well, Casper. And we've got Porsche Carrera Cup North America starting at Sebring, I think. Ford Mustang, definitely. Mustang Challenge, that's a must watch. Chris Suku's in the UK. Hello, Chris. He says, I've been salivating at the driving talent in LMP2, Bourdais, Nielsen, Herter, Chatan, and that's just the ones at the front of the field. No, he's absolutely right. Brisbane, Australia checking in with Bretto. Loving your Sacred Coffee overnight segment. And Arnage Rob, you get to see so much night racing when you're living in the UK when you're fully awake. That's a very good point, actually. Great racing through the traffic GTPs on the banking in the dark. It's 9:45 on a Sunday morning in the UK. Hello to Harry Chandler, the man who raised so much money with his bicycle ride to Le Mans last year. He says, good morning from a pretty miserable Midlands. Cup of tea in hand, stream set up. What's happened to some of the cars falling away from the lead pack? 31 had a big incident with a broken suspension that pitched it into the wall. Number 5 had problems. That Cadillac has been in and out, but is now running, it seems to be running much better. And ditto, the number 40. That car, I think actually that car might have been retired. The 40, Louis Delatraz, the GTP car. I honestly thought that the 31 car wasn't going very much further, the Whelen Cadillac, but it was brought back and the guys worked on it. It's about an hour and a half down, but still running. Just woke up after 5 hours sleep, glad to see Vesti out, says Raw X. Watch F1 for years, new to IMSA. Why is it the scoring page doesn't show out or DNF? If you see something greyed out, generally speaking, that will be out of the race. So Tom Dillman for Inter Europol in 45th position. We've got Charlie Eastwood, DXDT Racing. That was a fire on the Corvette. Also, Louis Delatraz, Cadillac, the number 40, Nick Bull, the number 2, Orica in LMP2 for United Autosports, Fafs, Lamborghini, number 9, Hartner Racing's 007 Aston, Andy Lally in the GTD. Very unusual engine failure for the number 44 car. And also out, although not greyed out, but also out the 75 Express. That is definitely a retirement. Mirko Bortolotti was the first car to be retired. That was the number 63 Automobili Lamborghini Squadra Corsa, the SC63. I'm not sure. Chettilar, I think they're still working on in the pits. Roberto Lacorta brought that car in, the number 47. I'll try and get an update on some of those cars at IMSA Radio if you want to be in touch. Inter Europol were nursing a gearbox issue, by the way. The car came back to the garage, but it can't be fixed at the moment. So that was the number 42. Hello, Copperhead, listening to us on section 365 in the grandstand, braving the overnight temperatures. It's a smoky car down the pit lane, and not in a good way. It was of course, a Ferrari, I think, the number 34. Yes, it was. They're working on the front wheel on the right-hand side. In fact, the front wheel and tyres off. They're now looking at the disc and the hub on that car. So Nick Damon is sashaying as only Nick can. And right in front of it, the blue number 78 pulling out. So this all started back at the Le Mans chicane last lap around. Big. Right, I think that's a brake problem. He had to go straight on. He has cut back through. He did exactly what Bob Barfield was telling everybody to do. And that would be Manny Franco in that Conquest Racing Ferrari. I think he might have had a brake problem there. Now we've got have we got a spinner? I think it's the Wins car just coming out of turn number 2. It's behind some of the haulers, so difficult to see. And no, right, Control Alt Delete, and the 52 LMP2 is moving again. Been a banner race for them. Ben Keating behind the wheel of the PR1 Matheson Motorsport Orica. Just trying to pick up some more battles. Lawrence Vantour, I think, is closing in on Matt Jaminet at the front of the field. Sebastian Bourdais closing back in on Malte Jakobsen. They swapped the lead a couple of times. Ryan DL another couple of 3 seconds further behind. Nearly 6 seconds between the GTD Pro leader of Lauren Heinrich and Nicky Katzberg, Porsche, and Corvette, and Phil Ellis leads in GTD. Adam Adelson in the long-time leading Porsche, the 120 of Wright. Conquest Racing has a visitor. That visitor is our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter, Nick Damon.
Yeah,
Knock.
Who's there? No, it's me. Yeah, that's not how it should be. What's happened is that the lower wishbone
Is that your
mounting...
expert engineering opinion?
Well, you know, I can go, oh, it's going to cost you, mate. What's happened is they thought it was brakes. They brought out the spread, but what's actually happened is the lower wishbone mount has come out. You can see the mount, and it's no longer screwed into the actual part of the chassis or the subframe which we screwed into. It looks like either the bolt sheared or actually just come undone. You can't really tell. The head of the bolt is not there. I couldn't see whether the actual base is still in the hole, but they're going to see that one behind the wall. That is a simple mechanical failure. Obviously, it may be accentuated by some sort of going over the curves, but the rest of that left-hand side of the car is as perfect as the car can be after this many hours of racing. Just a little bit of dirt, so no one's pranged anything. So that's just one of those things that's going to go down to, well, why did that happen now? Yeah, failed bolt, front wishbone, no longer located, therefore steering not quite so accurate as it used to be.
Yes, so you're absolutely right to say it's not how it's supposed to be, Nick. I take it all back. Thank you very much indeed. Hello to Duncan Vincent. Hello, Duncan, up in Scotland. Very frosty this morning. He's taking the dog out for a walk. Otto the dog. Headphones are on. Your boy Mackay will be back on later on. Hello to Colby Payne, moving from Scotland to Georgia, Dawsonville, home of awesome Bill Elliott, of course. Solid race so far. Thank you for the coverage. Very kind of you to say, Colby. At IMSA Radio, we've still got another just over an hour to go in our takeover bids of Peacock and NBC. Thanks again to the production crew up at NASCAR Productions. Spanking new facility up in Concord. Alyssa has been the voice in my ear for this segment. And fully produced coverage. We've got the tape apes on as well. Rooftop Ray bringing us plenty of views from up on top of the tribune here. Yeah, still there. The nodding camera trick is always pretty brilliant. So at the front of the field, Mathieu Jaminet. By now, 9/10 of a second. So the two Porsches have come together. They're tracking and accurate at the moment at the far end of the circuit. That is the number 93 car that had its woes earlier on, first and second. Heading up onto the high banking, Jaminet from Vanthoor, an internecine contest here at Daytona. Let's quickly nip down to Nick Damon, who has for the moment a perfectly clear pit lane, Nicholas.
Well, yes, it's not how I like it. Now, interesting though, I have a pit lane observation from the 2025 Daytona 24-hour, and that is that you could mistake some of the pit area or pit perches for for Granny sitting in her sitting room. There are a number of very colourful blankets laid over knees of the and you kind of expect rather than seeing timing and scoring on the screen in front of them, you kind of expect they'd be watching QVC and trying to buy some Diamonique, because there is a lot of very tough men and women who are shivering from the cold, and then the collection of blankets they bought from home, which are very lovely, by the way, often quilted, is giving this kind of impression that we're actually at an old people's home who just happened, well, they wouldn't mind, they couldn't hear the noise, who happened to have got transported for their day out to the Daytona 24 hours by mistake rather than the local bingo.
Do you not think it would be Columbo reruns that they were watching?
Oh, yeah, that's true. Well, and another thing what's happening down here. But yes. No, it's great. By the way, I've been walking up, and I'm absolutely certain the person who looks the coldest and is wearing the most layers is a certain Miss S. Adam.
Quick hello to Trans Am from Ireland. Great to be watching the Rolex 24 after competing in our first Daytona 24 in iRacing. In for the final 9 hours. What are the digit counters on the side of the cars that notably change when they enter the pits, going up all the way to 99? That is your pit stop time. And that's why it counts up rather than counting down, because that would be weird, to be honest. Coming up to 5 o'clock Eastern time at the World Centre of Racing. If you are getting up and about, coming back to the track, listening on 107.9 FM or Sirius XM 206, good to have your company. Crossing Europe, it's almost 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock in the UK. Many people have been up there for quite some time. And delighted to welcome to our overnight coverage, the Sacred Coffee After Dark IMSA coverage, Davey Awema from SportsCar 365. I'm not calling this one yet, Davey, are you?
No, good morning.
Good morning.
Not at all, no. Because I think I've watched this race often enough now that you shouldn't until about the last hour.
What struck you about this race so far? We've had, I think we're into double digits of yellows. Yeah, we've had 10 yellows. What's struck you about what you've seen? I've enjoyed watching the relative performance of the cars through the stints, actually. That's something that's really kept me interested.
I suppose a relatively high rate of attrition in GTP. Particularly people seem to, kind of like running into each other. We've had some fairly big bangers when it comes to the top cars in GTP.
And some breakages as well.
Yes, that as well.
Suspension.
Yeah, I think that was one of the Acuras, isn't it? Fairly early on that ran over a curb and the suspension said, right, that's me done for the rest of the night.
Looked like the Wayland Cadillac had a suspension failure that pitched that one into the wall as well, although that one's come back out.
Yeah, that's very scary for Frederick Vestier to feel from, because there's nothing you can do about that one. But yeah, quite determined to bring the car back, maybe against reason, but ultimately not much he could do about that.
No. I think actually he'd have been better off just getting out the car and letting him take it back. He may have thought that getting out the car would have retired the car. That's not necessarily the case. They got it back, they repaired it. It's about an hour and a half down at the moment. And it does, as you say, seem to have been a little bit of a race of attrition. Still, what, 2 hours and 15 minutes before the sun comes up. I know the stats, but I'm always taken by how much darkness we have here. It does give this race a particular atmosphere.
Yes, exactly, it does. And another part of that is the fact that this place is so well lit. I mean, we're looking out over the tri-oval now, and there's not much darkness around here. There are some tracks where if you have hello Rankin van der Zande, lights going out, it can be a bit of a problem. But I suppose at this place, we know that you have to have at least one light on, but I suppose if one of the lights goes, I think we saw one of the Corvettes with one of the tail lights out for multiple hours. This is, if you're going to have a light give up, this is probably the place to do it, because it's a very, very well lit circuit.
Yeah. This is the third leg for us of a 4-weekend run of major international sports car races. Off to Bathurst next weekend for the Maguire's 12 hours, and a sizable number of drivers making the trip as well. I think getting on for 20 going to take the flight on late on Sunday or early on Monday.
Yeah, including our very own John de Gies. He'll be on the plane as well.
All right, I'll wave at him. He'll be sitting right up the front, obviously drinking something with an umbrella in it while I'm sipping water further back down.
I'd like to think he's deserved it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I wouldn't begrudge him. I'll tell you that now. Absolutely. It's an incredible time of year. This used to be pretty much a dead period for motor racing, particularly for those of us who are based in Europe. Started to pick up when this race itself began to come back into prominence, but now 4 weekends on the bounce. It actually could be a lot more than that, because we've got the Asian Le Mans Series directly the week after Bathurst. There's 2 weekends there. Then we're at Qatar for the prologue and the first race of the WEC, and then it's HSR at Sebring, and then Sebring itself. My goodness, you could be pretty much a nomad, and some of these drivers and team members are.
Yeah, unless we forget we're all in Dubai a couple of weekends ago as well,
yeah,
to kick off the season over there. So It is. I've always liked to think that a part of it is that the sort of increased prominence of Middle Eastern racing in international motorsports, the way the sort of the calendar has been stretched out in a way you previously didn't really see. There was a large consequence of that is the fact that, you know, racing in the summer in the Middle East isn't really much of a possibility in terms of what kind of weather they get over there, and the temperatures they hit in the summer. So logically, they pitch more towards the sort of winter, maybe very early spring months. So that just stretches the calendar out. I mean, this race has always had its place in January, but most of the races that we've seen added after that have been added in the last decade, maybe more.
Yeah. Can we glean anything from what we've seen at the Raw last weekend and here about, you know, this is an outlier, this race, because it is 24 hours, but can we glean anything about where particularly the GTP teams stand as we come into the 2025 season? We've got another long race, the 12 hours of Sebring, distinctively different circuit, very much a car breaker, before we get into a couple of shorter races before the Le Mans break. What do you reckon? Are we seeing a pecking order being developed?
Perhaps. I think what we've seen so far, and again, there's still 8.5 hours to go in this one, but perhaps through even qualifying and even the Raw last weekend, at least BMW seem to have really had a very good winter. I mean, he came through a very good, I think, very stable second half of 2024, where we saw the M Hybrid V8 after a rough start, particularly in the WEC, where Team W1T, as good a team as they are, had a challenging first few races. I think they'll admit that themselves, but that really picked up towards the end of the season. I think for them, Kota was a particular turning point, and then Fuji was a very welcome podium. And I'd like to think they will carry that through into 2025. We saw early on here, and admittedly, I've just come up back from a nap on a very lovely couch to see that the car is the sole remaining competitive BMW is, well, I say they're both still in the race, but the car in 5th place right now seems to be sort of dangling around. Not quite a lap down, I don't think, but you know, they're still in this. I think they showed very well in the first bit. And I seem to recall this time last year when I woke up, they were both pretty much out of it. So
yeah, good point. Good battle going on in GTD Pro for second position. These are the cars with the red number panels, and that's Kelvin von der Linde in the number 1 BMW, and Frederik Vervisch, new to the Ford team. Just about half a second separating these two. They're coming underneath me now. Going to Nick in just a moment. Let's see if Vervisch in the Ford can get any closer to that effectively worked BMW now, with a lot of support in drivers, particularly going the way of Paul Miller, running 2 cars for the first time this year in IMSA competition. Yeah, Vervisch is closing him down. I'm going to take a very quick CrowdStrike pit lane report from Nick Damon, and if we can rattle through this, Nick, we might be able to do it before there's a positional change.
Yeah, with the 18 era car, that's coming. Paul-Luc Chatin's got on board, Ryan Diel's got out. Now, this car is already down to 1 headlamp, of course. The one on the left pointing into the wheel arch rather than where it should go. The right-hand side is that's the car leaving. The right-hand glass is now cracked. I don't think this is too far away from needing a new nose, to be honest, because yeah, the lighting is going off and off. I know, as Davey said, you know, it's not dark round here, but there are kind of rules and regulations, aren't there?
Yes, you have to have one light front and rear, basically. The problem is, if you've only got one and the other one goes off, you'd have to come in straight away. I suspect if looks like there's going to be a long yellow, they might bring that in and stick it in if they know they can fit it. Into the pit lane, the 04. It's the CrowdStrike LMP2 machine. That is in from second position. In fact, it was leading when it came in. Sebastian Bourdais just gone through to take the lead on the rotation. And Malte Jakobsen must be getting out of this, Nick, by now.
Yeah, it's a full service and driver change. It's right at pit out, so it's a little bit of a trip. But here comes the 22, the sole remaining United Autosports car as well, after the number 2 got involved in that massive accident a few hours ago. Nick Bull, unfortunately enough to get caught up in that, and the car in many, many pieces. And this is a full service. Is the driver getting out? It's hard to tell. Yes, it is. It's a full service with driver change, I think, for this one. Just see the Wins car. That's trundled bound past me. We have got, there's a nose change on the 74. That's 74, 73. Brand new nose gun on the blue the Rouse Resort car. Yeah, that's it. So that's, and they didn't have a lights problem. They just changed it for a different reason. I think they've got a slight dive plane issue on the front right there, so they decided to clean it up. The thing is, you can change the nose on any of these prototypes well within time of the fuel fill, which just takes such a long time. So I'm surprised that ERA haven't done it, to be honest. It's a kind of a weird risk, I think, to do that, to not do it, when they could at any moment lose that second light that's broken.
Yeah, that's the point, Nick, absolutely. Battle for the lead, 2 Porsches down to just 3/10 of a second. This race last year, Davey Uema from SportsCar 365, this was the race that kick-started a quite extraordinary year for Porsche Motorsport in prototype and GT racing, and they've come with all guns blazing again this year.
They certainly have, and it seems to be more of the same for the moment for Porsche Penske Motorsport with the cars in 1 and 2, which is where we saw them for much of 2024. It's a bit of a deja vu at the moment, but you're right, because I guess they were, in terms of progress, perhaps the blueprint that some of the other teams that have progress to make will be looking for, because their first year was promising, although not quite there. Then they made huge strides, and in 2024 they were, I mean, I don't like to use the word dominance, but I think it was absent in terms of what they did last year.
And interesting, we know what a mercurial character is and a perfectionist that the captain, Roger Penske, is. That fits well with the Porsche ethos, actually. And they had an absolutely rotten Le Mans in 2023. Basically sat down, had a big round table meeting, and went back to basics with this car in particular, the 963. Instituted some testing and literally said to themselves, right, we now need to work out how this car works, because we're not sure we know. Top 3 absolutely together, by the way, as Tom Blomqvist has joined the Vanthoor-Jaminet party. And that was quite a brave thing to do, but it actually did work. We're going to keep an eye on this battle for the lead. 3 cars together through traffic. Ryan DL out of the ERA number 18 is with Nick Damon.
Ryan, a long stint for you with not much lighting over. Just one light. Is that a problem around here, or is it so well that it doesn't matter?
It'd be less of a problem if it was the opposite way around. Yeah, it's looking at the bus stop's pretty tough, so you can't see the first curb. Everybody else is good. It's not a big a deal, but thankfully we're not a Sebring.
Quick question about the team, though. We've seen a number of other teams change the complete nose assembly, and you can do it quite easily within the time of a fuel stop. But you've had that one light for many, many hours now. Why haven't you changed it?
It's that whole thing of it's always the chance that the nose change goes poorly. And right now we're just want to keep track position, so it's not bothering us that much. I mean, we're happy where we're at. We seem to have good long run pace. We don't have great ultimate pace, which we've kind of fought this all week, but good strategy from the guys as always. Great pit stops. Still in the hunt. She's still running.
So say you haven't got great pace. Does that mean that you would prefer the last yellow to be a long time from the end of the race, or very close to the end of the race?
No, I think the longer things stay green, the better for us. We're good on fuel mileage. It seems like maybe we can stretch a lap or so on some others. So we've been working on that since pretty much the time we got here a week ago. But yeah, I mean, it's going good. We're not complaining right now.
Thanks, Ryan. I'm good.
Ryan, go away and get some rest as the 2 Porsche 963, Jaminet and Vanthoor, are being joined by Tom Blomqvist. They can't afford to slow each other down here, so any change of position needs to be done with care and precision. As they're heading back up onto the high banks again, Blomqvist hovering into view in the number 60 car.
and they have an additional problem, which is the other Acuras in their way.
Yeah.
93 car, which is many laps, so much so that it doesn't even appear on the first page of the timing screen, is in their way. And obviously, this is not the same way. Perhaps this is something that people that are new to endurance sports car racing might be slightly confused by, is why isn't that 93 car getting out of their way? Well, the short answer is he doesn't have to.
Yeah.
You get the blue. We're overlooking the flag stand here, and you'll see a blue flag being waved, but a blue flag here doesn't necessarily mean the same way a thing is in Formula 1, because in Formula 1 it's get out of the way now, where in this, I can see it being waved right now. I think it is actually being waved at the 93.
Yeah.
It's more of a, hey, just to let you know, there's somebody behind you who would quite like to get past, but he might have to do it on his own.
36 laps back is that car. These two leaders then, are we going to see a change between Jaminet and Van Took? As I said, they've got to be smart about this. Around the inside of the number 91 Corvette. That's the Trackhouse car with the two V8 stars in, and Conor Zilic as well. That number 91 with the WeatherTech branding. Here comes Blomqvist. He's got to get around the outside here. That's not the way to go into the Western Horseshoe. Well, he's going to tough it out. He'll get the inside line into turn 6, so long as that car doesn't move over on him, which it didn't. That might be a bit of a net gain there for Blomqvist, as the two Porsches have not yet cleared the AMG ahead. Now a Corvette, and indeed that 93 car, Davey, is certainly playing its part here.
I love this ebb and flow that we're seeing here. It's one of my favourite things about the type of racing. It's just this traffic that they have to work through, and it's so much more of a complicated game than people might think. It's where do you place your car? How can I sort of accelerate out of this corner a bit more quickly, get in? And we've seen, and perhaps my favourite part of this is you've seen in battles use the quicker car. See if he sees a GT car, just slightly position himself in such a way that, as we see a pretty good run here.
He's got to get past here.
From Jaminet on the Acura.
He's got to go by. Oh, that's very tight. Side by side, they almost touch, and the Acura's coming down the inside again. Now, this, an hour or so behind, 45 minutes behind, that is now beginning to get on the wrong side of this. It's helping his teammate, obviously. Sitting down, it's Renger van der Zande, who's difficult to pass at any time. He'll race anything. He'll race you in the supermarket with a shopping trolley. But what he's doing here is trying to get his teammate, Tom Blomqvist, back on terms with these two cars. Jaminet, I think, realises this. Here comes Blomqvist, the distinctive L-shaped lights on the back of the number 60 Acura, hoving into view. So the Acura ahead of the two Porsches. Number 93 car going up onto the banking now. That car is huge amount of laps down. 37, 38 laps down.
But this is also, I think, one of the reasons why you would prepare this car. Some people that think, oh, you're so far down, you've no chance of winning. Why do you still keep going? Well, first of all, I think the mentality in this racing is that people will keep going until the wheels literally fall off. But second of all, this is a good reason why. Even though you are so far down, your car can still be of importance.
Well, when that car originally went behind the wall, it was 11th in class. That car being the number 93 Acura I'm talking about, the Renger van der Zande. It's 8th now.
Yes.
And
still
I think I
points.
said this earlier on. If you are not going to win the watches, you've got to maximise your points take from this race. And it's a lot of points. So this can make or break a season. Nowhere near the opportunity here. Very quickly, this is Dave Alcock calling in. Hello, Dave. At the risk of being a jinx, to have reason to suspect the 2020 distance might be on target. 8:33 it was in 2023. 7:71 predicted by the computer. Now, that will go up a little bit if we stay green and the pace hots up a wee bit. And this from Benji, who says, how soon after the race do the drivers competing at the Bathurst 12 need to leave? Surely it's tough with the time zone adjustment, etc. And how different is Mount Panorama as a track compared to Daytona? Totally, and yes. I'll show you yes and totally is the two answers to that question.
Couldn't be more different.
You couldn't be more different. You're absolutely right, Benji. And in terms of the time zone, you lose a day because you cross the international date line. Now, I've done Bathurst something like 12 or 13 years, and 10 times I've gone round from the west coast of the United States. So that's 10 days of my life. I'm 10 days younger than I appear, apparently, because I've never had them back. The point about the travel is well made, but really nothing starts at Bathurst until Thursday. There's the track to town on Thursday. We'll have an early morning midweek motorsport, as it will be there, with Richard Krill joining us. Track action for the 12-hour cars, I think, doesn't start until Friday.
I think so.
From memory. So
yeah.
getting there, getting a couple of days. If you get the late flight on Monday, you'll get there on Wednesday. If you can get out quick enough and get the hopper flight to LA from Orlando after this race, you can actually get there on Tuesday morning, which is the dice roll that I'm going for. So yes, but Benji, you're right, it is difficult, and it is a commitment, shall we say. Two Corvettes running 4th and 5th. Number 4, Nicky Katzberg, is in 4th. Number 3, Alexander Sims, in 5th position. They've just completed another lap. They're on the infield again now. Davia Waymer from SportsCar 365 is alongside me. I'm going to do an update VP Racing Fuels in just a few moments' time. Just keeping an eye on that gap at the front of the field that seems to have stabilised at the moment between Chamonix and Vantor. Let's do a quick rundown then, whilst things are running smoothly, with now 501 laps completed. So we have completed that milestone, and right now Porsche Penske Motorsport are ruling the roost with their two cars just 3/4 of a second apart. It's the number 7 from the number, excuse me, it's number 6 from the number 7. On terms at the start of the stint, but not through the middle and the end. Tom Blomqvist has dropped back to 2 seconds away from the leader, 1.2 from second. He's a full 30 seconds and more ahead of Dries Vanthoor in the best of the BMWs, who's 3.5 seconds ahead of Ricky Taylor in the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac. JDC Miller Motorsports Jimmy Bruni, new to that team for 2025, has a 30-second deficit to overcome. Rennie Ras has fought back to just 2 laps away from the GTP lead in the earlier delayed number 25 BMW M Hybrid V8. LMP2 swapping and changing at pit stops. For the moment, it's Toby Sari for CrowdStrike Racing, who is on top of the LMP2 times. Seb Bourdais 6.5 seconds back in second for Tower. Era Motorsports, Paul Shatner just installed in that car, is 11 seconds further back, and he's 7-8 seconds ahead of Rasmus Lind in 4th for United Autosports. 5th in the Riley number 74, just had that nose change, Felipe Fraga. Johnny Edgar for AO Racing, the 99 Spike car, is in 6th. Lauren Heinrich is an AO Racing driver as well. He's in Rexy. He's got about a 7-second lead in that number 77 car, ahead of Kelvin von der Linde for Paul Miller Racing in the number 1 BMW. Then it's the Ford Mustang GT3, Nicky Katzberg and Alexander Sims, ahead of Fabian Schiller for Get Speed. Haven't called those guys for a while. And Phil Ellis leads in GTD. Adam Adelson and Lars Kern having a scrap for second in the Wright Porsche and the AWA Chevrolet Corvette. It seems sort of wrong to see Lars in anything that isn't from Weissach, to be honest. He's their Nürburgring Nordschleife specialist, particularly for the road car lap records, and he's closing in on a car that he will know very well indeed.
He does, yeah, although he's been with AWA for quite some time now. I think he was then with them when they're doing LMP3 a couple of years ago, then stayed on with them as they switched to Corvette GTD. So he's become a member of that family. But I do agree, it's always a bit... It's funny when you see drivers driving things that you wouldn't necessarily expect them to. I think another example is in that very same car with Marvin Gerkhofer, who we all know from McLaren, is in that car. On the topic of GTD, the car in front of this is, as I just had a very lovely nap on the couch. The 57 in the lead is slightly amazing to me, but also I think the perfect ethos of never give up, because that car was in the garage with a broken throttle pedal when we were up here earlier.
Lost three laps, I think, 3 or 4 laps, and has come back. Phil Ellis, of course, knows how to drive these cars. He's a Nürburgring Nordschleife specialist as well. He's broadened his horizon.
He had an amazing 2024, Philip Ellis.
Sorry?
Philip Ellis had an amazing 2024.
Oh,
won just about everything.
Yeah. Yeah, if he put his 50 pence into a raffle, he would have won that. There's the change down the inside. AWA Corvette goes through. Oh, old over and under for Phil Ellis. He's going to be on the wrong side at the kink. That's very tight indeed. Left-hander coming. Ellis will have to drop in behind and does. That was smart. Pretty good driving from both there. So Lars Kern in the Corvette of AWA up into second place. As we've got cars into the pits, and not just any car. Nick Damon, you've got the leader.
We had the JDC Miller Motorsport. We also have one of the Porsches. Now, I must admit, I watched the JDC stocks. It was quite interesting. Tim van der Helm got in. The interesting about it was they took off medium tyres and they put on softs. Now, the leader, so the softs have gone on for the 85 car. Now, this is the Porsche, the 6, is it? My long vision is that's having a full tyre service, and the fuel. Also coming to a halt is the number 10. This one is... Oh, that's really hard to say. It looks more... I'm just wondering where the Porsche went soft there. The spin looked more white than yellow, but I think that number... I can't give you a definite on that, but if I had to bet a proportion of my house, a proportion where the kitchen's not finished mainly, then what I would probably say is that has gone on to softs. Just walking now down to the 10 car, because of course all these GTPs are absolutely in with a chance of a victory. You get the yellow flag at the right time. No, it's got a set of softs on the left. On the left, I can't. I think I can walk to the right. Just right, and it's got softs all around. I'd have to go that way and get run over. Well, there. Look at that. Eyeball. I know. I've done this before. Remember, I've only been run over once.
The only thing you needed there was a red cape to flick over the top like a toreador. Here comes the number 7 Porsche.
The 7 Porsche in, and that's also getting a full service to my right. That's again, is there a driver getting out? I think there is. Yes, there's a driver change going on that one.
Tyres?
Well, I'll be there in time to tell you that one, because thanks to the fantastic long fuel fill, there were mediums coming off. That's for sure. Yes. I can see the yellow flashes on those cars. Those tyres. The BMW.
I think that's
both windows are 25. There's a brace of BMWs going past me as well. Let's have a shift again at this.
As you're at the 6th pit, I need you to ask what they took on, but I think they might have been softs. I think these guys are splitting.
It's
medium for the 7, definitely.
Yeah, I saw yellow on the 7 as well.
I'm not sure what the 6 have got as well.
You think yellow on the 7 as well?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was hard to tell. It was spinning quite fast. Both BMWs behind me now, with their very distinctive rear light patterns. Very artistic. The M8 hybrid. Pushing through. Pretty standard stop on this one as well. I'm not seeing any panic or any repairs. Obviously, the 25 is desperate for a few more yellows to get those 2 laps back.
Nick Rennie rashed in that car. Rennie rashed in that car with steamed up glasses that he has for driving now. When he gets a bit of air coming through, they will come off. All right, so definitely the number 7.
Benny Hill.
Yeah, definitely the number 7 took yellow marked medium tyres. The number 6 Porsche is the one we need to find out about. So Nick is now going to interrogate somebody from Porsche Penske Motorsport and see if they'll tell them. Did they split the strategy? Did they stay on the tyre strategy? Here comes the Acura, Tom Blomqvist, who was battling at the front of the field.
Out. Blomqvist is out of the car. And they
I'm looking at tyres. They're brand new.
Yeah, brand new. Are they white or are they yellow? Because I'm not going to get there in time, I don't think. I'll give it a go. You know,
it's
really hard. Why am I doing park runs if I'm not trying to get up and down the pit lane?
Exactly. You were up half an hour before anybody went to bed on New Year's Day to go and do a park run.
Yeah, there are levels of madness. You know what that is?
I
it just
think
shows
they're
I'm not
yellows.
drinking anymore.
I think they're yellows. So that's medium going on, that number 60.
Yeah, because of the warm-up issue with not being able to double stint the softs, yeah, they're yellows. There's been a resistance to put those softer tyres on because you lose so much time in that second phase of warm-up that you don't gain during the rest of the stint, is the feeling.
The thing is, though, Nick, that they had to choose their tyre compound preferences before the start of the race.
So they've already chosen all 25 sets?
Yes, correct. That's my understanding. I don't think you can swap and change during the middle of the race. There was a time from 5 o'clock last night to 10 o'clock this morning when you could use the softs. Oh, almost a collision as tyres are coming up to temperature and pressure. That's Acura versus Porsche coming across the line. Big flash of the headlights side by side and scraping on the ground. We've seen this from the Porsche. It's the number 6 car, which is side by side, and there's a bump.
That's still the Acura that's down. That's still the one that's not on the lead lap.
Yes, correct. So that's Renger van der Zande getting his elbows out. And the 6 goes ahead of the 7 Porsche. And here comes Renger van der Zande trying to take a lap back and does so from the Porsche number 6 of Kevin Estre. So Felipe Nasr is net in the lead here. When he comes round next time around, Felix Rosenqvist has come out of the pits, but I don't think he'll hold on to that lead that he inherited with the 2 Porsches coming at the pit. So it was Tom Blomqvist out, Felix Rosenqvist in the number 7 Porsche. It's Felipe Nasr and Kevin Estre with the driving duties. He stayed on board the number 6. This was a elbows out manoeuvre by both drivers. The Acura in the second of the 2 cars very much laps down, got its nose ahead. Porsche scraping the ground, holds off down the inside. That was the number 6 car of Kevin Estre, and sneaks through. His teammate back up that number 93 there.
I'm more concerned was the fact of a very brief message on the time screen that Rosenqvist was stopped at turn 6 but continued.
No, it's there. Yeah, it has continued. 6 is going up onto the high banks, but I don't think that's up to speed. And there's a bit of damage on the right-hand side. It's been reported on the team radio. Thank you, Alyssa, for relaying that to me. So that car is the car in the fight.
Yeah, the nose is damaged.
Oh, yeah. He's hit something. Down at turn 6. Right front nose. He's going to have to come in, I think.
It's cracked.
Yeah, that's been a substantial hit down at turn 6. The headlight is waving around. It's crazy disco light on that one, on the front. So there's a problem for Felix Rosenqvist. He's just taken that car over. So that would have been his outlap or his first flyer.
Yeah, that light is not where it's supposed to be.
I concur.
With my very extremely significant mechanical knowledge, that light's not where it's supposed to be. So what did he hit? Or who did he hit?
Yeah, has he just clipped the inside wall or the outside wall? Or has he hit someone? Haven't seen any thought of a review. And what are they looking at next door? Well, they are down at turn 6 in race control. So let's have a look if we can identify the other car involved, if indeed there is another car involved. Race control have the benefit of being able to isolate any of the track cameras as well as the TV cameras. And there's only a glass wall between us.
Very useful.
Yeah, it is. I don't like to describe in too much detail what I'm seeing there, but it can be useful with the driver. Well, that's pit out, actually, that they were looking at. So maybe it's not the same incident. But that certainly is going to be a massive disadvantage to Rosenqvist. He's dropped 23 seconds off the lead. And in fact, Dries Vanthoor is gaining on him fairly substantially. Rosenqvist did a 1:43 last time around. He should be doing 37s and 38s, and indeed that's what Dries Vanthoor did in the number 24 BMW. So that 7-8 second gap is going to come down very, very quickly indeed. And now the decision has to be made in the Acura pit, Davey. is, look, if we're losing that much time, let's bite the bullet, get that car in, splash another bit of fuel. It looks like the nose cone is starting to come loose now.
Yeah.
I can see it rattling above the right-hand front wheel. And Dries Vanthoor in the BMW will have been told that that car ahead of him is stricken. He'll smell blood in the water and he'll be after it as quickly as he can.
As if Dries needs any more motivation
Well, that
to
is
go
a fair
fast.
point, well made. Yes, yeah, fair enough.
And yeah, that it was out briefly, that headlights on his last legs.
Yeah.
Again, you can continue with one, but as we just heard from Ryan Diel, it makes the bus stop a bit more difficult. But
Yeah.
I don't think that's probably the least of Felix Roach and Chris Rowe's worry about now.
These cars are so evenly matched. Any aerodynamic disadvantage you have, it's the same in LMP2, where all the cars are the same. But if you knock off a dive plane or punch a hole in the bodywork that's causing more drag, that is a much bigger disadvantage than you might think. It could be anything between half a second, 3/10, half a second, maybe even 6 or 7 tenths a lap